welcome to the MLB The Show 24 Championship Series. My name is Scan, and I'm here in the booth, my friend Yayo. Yayo, we have some great summer circuit playoff baseball to watch. Say, how are we feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I cannot wait. Obviously, a lot of excitement and action yesterday, and today, Championship Sunday. It doesn't get much better than this.
Absolutely. We've had a few weekends in a row of some crazy MLB The Show esports, including some crazy games yesterday. If you are just joining us during this championship series, wondering what the format is, we had 2 weekends of qualifiers that you see on the left side of this screen. Only 20 players qualified in each qualifier, but the top 4 in each one advanced to the upper stage into the group stage, which is what we saw yesterday. 2 groups of 4 players played a round robin, so they all played each other once, and the top 2 in each group of 4 players advanced to the playoffs today. So we have 4 players left who we will be watching. The 4 best in each group. This is what it looked like, and as you saw yesterday, Wilsey went 3-0, Alex K went 2-1, and they advanced in Group A. In Group B, Kreiner, Weens, and Frosty had a tiebreaker, which resulted in 2. But Kreiner and Weens came out on top, meaning we have our 4 players, Wilsey, Alex K, Kreiner, and Weens. And Yayo, how do you feel about this bunch of players?
It doesn't get much better than this, right? We have 2 former champions. We have 2 other players trying to become first-time champion. Here we can see the bracket. We got 2 insanely good matchups. Again, there's 1 champion in each bracket, in each matchup, and I can't wait to see how this unfolds.
Absolutely. We have some dudes like Kreiner and Weens who have been at it for a while. Alex K's been around too, and he actually got second in our bullpen bash, the first tournament of the year. And then you got Wilsey, who has been in the final bunch before, but hasn't won it himself. But I'll tell you what, from watching him yesterday, he had the most impressive performance, went 3-0 and was dominant at the plate.
I mean, and he finished 3rd in the bullpen batch. And we've seen Kreiner is a 3-time champion, but he kind of struggled in his first few tournaments. And then he finally got over the hump, right? He always talks about this. Is it Wilsey's year? Is it Alex K, who finished 2nd in the bullpen batch as well? Is it his year to finally become a champion? We're going to find out soon enough.
Absolutely. We saw some storylines unfold yesterday with all of the games played. Everyone had to play each other in their group at least once. We had some tiebreakers as well, which was very chaotic for that group of 3, like we mentioned. But today, we're down to our final 4. We have a best-of-3 series getting going. First one we'll be watching is Wilsey versus Weens, 2 phenomenal hitters. And I'll tell you what, I mean, there are going to be a lot of runs scored. If any of you are not prepared for that, definitely brace yourselves.
I mean, Wilsey is arguably the best hitter in MLB The Show right now, right? If you look at the standings and you look at his numbers, it is a video game, but they look like video games numbers for a reason, right? It doesn't get much better than Wilsey right now.
Absolutely. Wilsey is just so known for his hitting. This is what his lineup looks like. As you see, we're going to see the Rafael Devers captain team ran a bit here today with some maybe changing pieces. As you see, Wilsey going for Mookie Betts at shortstop, but you'll see a lot of Trey Turner, Mike Piazza, Jorge Polanco, Chipper Jones, and of course, Babe Ruth. But those couple players that people slightly change end up making a big difference in this.
And this is such a beautiful lineup, right? You got some speed at the top in Trey Turner. You got, obviously, Babe Ruth, Chipper Jones. Like, that middle of the order is very good as well. That Jorge Polanco, who fits every single boost, even going back to season 1, Carlos Santana. And, I mean, he just insanely good. Like you mentioned, that Mike Piazza, we're going to see quite a bit. And I love seeing that supercharge. That supercharge appearance there with Brian Reynolds. I'm down for that.
Yeah, he's been doing damage all weekend. He fits the Devers captain team and is a good outfielder to run with this team. As we flip over to Weens, as you see, his favorite card is Babe Ruth. Big card that we will be talking about a lot today. But what's crazy about Weens here, he's 18 years old, but he's been competing in MLB The Show esports for years now. And make sure you follow these guys on their social media accounts like what we're showing here, because a lot of them stream and make content and play this game all the time competitively. And I bet you all will enjoy watching them if you enjoy this. And this is the lineup that we got for Weens. Again, a lot of similar players, but he's electing to go for Abraham Toro over at second base.
And such a great card. Switch hitter there as well. High contact, high clutch as well. I'm curious to see that Jorge Polanco at shortstop. That is his primary position, but he doesn't have very good defense. So we'll see. He's picking offense over defense. I'm not here to obviously judge because he's obviously better and he knows what he's doing, but I'm curious to see how that plays out. I haven't seen him at short yet.
Yeah, I mean, you see the big switch hitting lineup here. Reynolds, Grandal, Chipper, Polanco, Toro. I talked a bit about Grandal yesterday, and that slow speed is sometimes a play, but Weens has had him in the heart of the order, and he was doing damage with them all day yesterday. And a lot of switch hitters in his lineup, so really difficult to pitch to it.
Yeah, one speed doesn't really matter when you're hitting home runs, right? You're just going to jog around the bases, so he's going to be fine.
Absolutely. He's been crushing it at the plate. But yeah, a lot of similar players like we've mentioned, Brian Reynolds, Babe Ruth, Chipper Jones. Juan Soto has been the DH for a few of these players, so we'll be seeing a bit of him today as well. But sometimes the difference is those couple players, and Abraham Toro also very good with that Rafael Devers captain boost over at second base.
Yeah, that's a stat in this kind of tournament, but I mean, the lineup is stacked. No easy outs, 1 through 9, just extremely deep.
Yeah, and that's a key thing. Like you mentioned, these players have to use players who are only eligible in Season 2. So only core cards and Season 2 cards. This isn't your normal ranked lineup where, as you might see in their lineups, they have 1 or 2 wild card slots that are empty. Only Season 2 content, which, you know, you got a different type of lineup for this, which means so you have a lot of runs, but a different style of game to what you might normally see in ranked with not as many 99 overalls.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see the 99 is available, right? We saw some Roy Halladay yesterday. We'll see if one of them's actually got that 99 Roy Halladay, Chipper Jones, or Ken Griffey from the XP program path. But regardless, these cards are still mid to low 90s, and they play, obviously parallel plays a factor. The Devers boost plays another factor. They're basically 99s as well.
Yeah, a lot of these players use these cards in ranked all the time. They have parallel 3, 4, 5 on a lot of them, plus that Devers boost. They are playing like high overall cards. And in case you have not watched MLB The Show esports before, these are some of the best hitters in the game. They're the 1% of the 1%. Willsy, like we talked about this, Yayo, has about a 500 batting average in ranked, and that through playing a bunch of legends. So keep in mind, expect all of the runs despite not having many 99 overalls.
Yeah, they make it look so easy, right? Like every time I watch these tournaments, I'm like, I can do that. And then I hop into the game and I find out that I cannot do it like the way that they do it. So expect a lot of fireworks, a lot of home runs, a lot of action, and there's a lot at the stake, right? So it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, they make the game look easy. Like you and I play Legend, and we gotta work our tails off to score half of the runs that they do in these games. But we saw some crazy games last night. We saw like a 22-24 game or something like that between Kreiner and Weens last night. Will Z scored like 15 plus runs in multiple games. And like, even though these are all great players, big thing that since your best of 3 series, a team can come out, be warmed up at the bats a little bit earlier than the other team, and just get an early mercy rule win. And it's at least a best of 3 series, so there's still time for that other player, but still only single elimination, so you lose that series and you're done for.
I mean, and 5-run lead early in the game means nothing to these guys, right? Like, so the game, you have to play out the game. Curious to see how, you know, the longer days for the Wilsey and Alex Kay had short days yesterday, right? Only 3 games. We got Kreiner and Weens had that longer day where they had to play a couple tiebreakers. So we'll see if that plays a factor in today's tournament as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw like 7 hours of games out of some of those players, which is a crazy day. Yeah. And I assume they're a little bit more refreshed and ready today. But, you know, they might have had more time to maybe make some adjustments in their lineup, or maybe some strategic changes in how they're going to approach these games, because playing these top players game after game after game, there is strategy and understanding your opponent and what they're good or weak at. And even though there are going to be a lot of runs scored, you'll still see those baseball plays where it's all down to a pitch located in a particular spot, or making one managerial decision makes the difference in the game.
And you know, we're talking about the longer days. Weens and Kreiners, they've both been here before. They've both had those long days followed by a championship Sunday. So I think that experience plays a factor as well. I expect them to be locked in anyways. So yeah. Absolutely. Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be getting into this game in just a moment. Here we are, Weens versus Willsey, game number 1 getting going here. And as we're loading in here, looking at Shohei Ohtani on the mound, let me ask you, Gayo, what do you think is going to be the key for one of these teams to get going here this game?
I know, you know how they say pitching and defense wins championship. I don't know. You can't control these guys, right? You got to expect 10 plus runs from everyone in every game, but you got to limit the big innings, right? Limit those 5, 6, 7 inning or 7-run innings to stay within the game. You know, because they can, before, in a blink of an eye, you can see a mercy rule and then game's over, right? So you gotta avoid those big innings and stay within the game. Obviously, the home teams are gonna have an advantage hitting last there, you know, and you want to have a comfortable lead going to the bottom of the line.
Absolutely. And as you see, Wilsey is our away team currently at the plate. Weens is running the Phillies uniforms. If you want to keep track of that easily, Weens will be wearing your Phillies uniforms in this series. As you see, very early on, 3-2 count to Brian Reynolds. That'll be a fly ball to deep right field, but that'll not have the legs in. As you see, we're here at Laughing Mountain, and we both know, Yayo, Laughing Mountain is definitely more of a hitter-friendly park.
Yeah, the ball will fly. He just missed that one, just got under it. He did not miss that one with Babe Ruth, I will say. So that's our first hit of the tournament. But Shohei Ohtani, curious to see how he does here. A little bit of a control issues, right? He has that big par, but he has the perfect pitch repertoire, right? So we'll see, you know, we'll see if how this plays out.
Yeah, Ohtani's got the stuff. The pitches are tough to read. He's got the velo. He's also his release point. I think sometimes get some fits for these hitters, but the problem with him is definitely the control. If you hang a pitch, it sometimes punishes you. And I actually talked about this yesterday. Weens pitches with analog pitching, and I think that is a key. There are some differences between pinpoint and analog pitching, and some of these legend players prefer analog. That's a fly ball, the deep center field, and Yasmani Grandal gets the offense going for Wilsey. Now we have a 2-0 lead here in the first.
Did we not talk about the 1-speed jogging around the bases 2 minutes ago?
Yep.
There it is. There it is. Wasted no time. And he goes back to back.
What a swing for Chipper Jones. Perfect. I'm guessing that ball's going to be 505 feet. That ball was crushed. 496. Nearly 500 feet. Big home runs for Wilsey here. And we're already getting the tone established here in just the top of the first. 3-0 game. And you talked about this a bit, that early offense is key. Sometimes in these games, it feels like there's an away team advantage, just be able to hit first and then set the pace for the offense.
Yeah, I mean, putting that pressure on your opponent immediately, right? And that's exactly what we're seeing here as Juan Soto gets a base hit up the middle after the back-to-back home runs. You already got 3 across, right? You got a man on first, 1 out. You're already 20-plus pitches. You got or close to that 20 pitch here in the first inning. So the inning is not over, and putting that pressure is definitely it's huge, right? Early in the game, early in the series, it's a best of 3, so it is a series, but it's a short one.
Yeah, and just to double check, we might actually be mistaken, and I think I pick up on it. Yeah, Wilsey is on the mound right now. Weens is hitting, which is funny because I swore that Weens ran Philly uniforms whenever he played, but actually I have a flip-flop. This is Weens who is hitting right now. Already up 3-0, and perfect for Jorge Polanco, and that one actually might go 500 feet. I bet it's going to. 6-0 lead for Weens at the plate here in the top of the first.
We're gonna need them to let us see this distance, you know, the distance in these home runs, right? Like, because that ball was destroyed. We're gonna guess one of the home run distances as well, right? We're gonna get one right. 6 in the first. I did mention you're trying to avoid the big innings. Shohei Ohtani was just not the right move here, right? He's out of the game. We're seeing our first look at Ryan Yarbrough here. So completely different than Ohtani. And he gets a perfect out there, but completely different, right? Lefty, he does have sinker cutter and just control. He's just not going to overpower you. He's going to kill you with that location.
Yeah, and this is what you'll see in these comp games, especially in this tournament. You'll see starters out of the bullpen, the entire pitching staff's used because they could expend that entire pitching staff in just one game. So this is not abnormal to see a starter so early on into this game change, but we actually saw this in some late games. That we'd see a player go to Yarbrough out of the pen to change up the velocity, get a slower pitcher, a different feel out there. And that might be what Wilsey needs to do to get out of this inning.
Yeah, and exactly. It's the exact opposite of Ohtani. I mean, but we saw Weens put a great swing in the first at-bat, lefty with the captain, Devers. But I mean, if your wins, you're already happy with the start that you put up. You obviously want more because you know what Wills is capable of. But 6 runs in the first is not too bad, huh?
Yeah, it's definitely how you want to start off a game. As that's hit down the line by Abraham Toro. Is he going to send him the second? It looks like he's going to. No, never mind. He sends him back. As that'll be a single for Toro. And this gets through the order once. We've batted around here. That's the top of the first. And this is what you want to do for your Weens. Big offensive start. You want to just set the precedent for the game and hopefully stay a step ahead of Willsies. That's also hit down the line. That should get the runner over to third, too. It does. And Weens is still going here. Second time through the order here in the first.
He is locked in. And obviously, this is Babe Ruth. You know, his favorite card, right? So he's going to have to go lefty-lefty as he smokes one to left field. That's going to score one. So 7 spot here in the first. I mean, he's locked in right now.
Absolutely. I mean, both these dudes are great hitters. And I want to make it clear, this game is far from over. We are just starting here. And Wilsey is more than capable of staying in this game still. But this is what you want to do. You set the precedent for the game, up 7-0 in the first. And hopefully, if you are Weens, you want Wilsey to play catch-up on you this entire game. And this is how you want to start off.
Yeah, and you're
just up the middle by Grandal. Make it 8-0.
Yep. And like you mentioned, you know, Weens knows how good Wilsey is at the plate, right? If you would have asked him if he would have taken an 8-run first here to start the tournament off, he was gonna take it. And I mean, that's exactly what he did. And Chipper Jones already went deep in the first. He now has 2 runners on. That's gonna be another perfect. This time a single, bases loaded situation with 2 outs. In the first, he already got 8.
This is big, even though it's 8-0 already, and some people might already be feeling this game's over. Within 10 runs is more than capable for like any of these players. But this is big because one mistake pitch, and this could be a 12-0 game in the first. So you got to be careful for your Wills. He's taking a moment to pause, probably try to decide what he throws here, because Weens has been all over everything here this inning, and you got to be very careful.
I mean, and that last pitch to Chipper Jones there, too. I mean, he's pitching well. That was a dot. He's just, I mean, Weens is just locked in right now. And again, big spot here for Juan Soto and Weens.
That's a ball.
His new Lou Trevino too.
Of hitting the ball down the way. Yeah, like you mentioned, Lou Trevino, new reliever in that new choice pack. Quickly 2-strike count here, though. The pitch down and in sinker, and he's ready for the velocity, just a little underneath it, and actually just a little behind it. 2-2 count yet again.
There you go.
Does not get the call on the check swing. 3-2 count. 2
What do you
outs.
throw here?
I go down and away. I try to get him early to try to roll over a ball here, but he ain't early.
Oh, fight. He keeps fighting.
Yeah, now 7. Good pitch choice there. 3-2 pitch here yet again. I think you get his eyes inside here now. Middle away sinker, grounder right to Mookie Betts. And even though that was a big 8-run inning for Weens at the plate, that's huge for Wilsey to get out of that bases loaded jam there.
I do want to throw out a reminder out there. This is legend gameplay, by the way. This is not All-Star. This is not Hall of Fame.
It's not rookie.
This is legend. This is legend. It might not feel like it based on the score in that first inning performance by Weens, but wow.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about it a little bit before. These are like the 1% of the 1%, the best hitters in the game. And honestly, Weens and Wilsey might be the 2 best hitters in this tournament. That's how good of hitters they are. So some people, like we mentioned, might think 8-0 means this game is over. But I'll tell you what, it's as far from over. Wilsey is more than capable of his own big inning. He just has to stay composed and just swing at the right pitches. Very quickly, though, 2 ground out to start off this inning. And he has to find that approach here to start off this game from the looks of it.
And that's huge if you're a Weens fan, right? You put up 8, you got 2 quick outs. You know, you're obviously trying to hold Wilsey to limit the damage. Obviously, he hasn't done anything. That's going to be a 1-2-3 inning for Weens. And, I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. What a first inning.
Yeah, that is the perfect inning for Weens, if you ask me. But it seems like just that's why it's so big to get off to that early lead, is that'll be a fly out for Trey Turner. To set the lead, get the precedent up 8-0. You're far ahead of Wilsey now, and just puts all that much pressure on him whenever he's hitting. And that was a very not Willsy inning that time around. Was a little aggressive swinging, just missed some swings that he might not have been ready for, and went down very quickly there in the first. And if you're Weens, you might be able to run away with this game with another good inning here. That's crushed to right field. That'll be off the wall. So it'll just be a single for Jorge Polanco, but yet another good swing for Weens.
I mean, you're happy with the 8, but you want more, right? You can smell the mercy rule. You want to get into mercy rule territory just to add even more pressure to Wilsey, right? We mentioned Weens has been here before. He is a former champion. Wilsey has made some deep runs, but this is just added pressure when you're down this big too.
It is. And this game 1 is a big deal to take a 1-0 series lead. And especially with Weens here on the road, the home field does make a difference in close games. So to be able to know that you have a chance to win a game at home next game, but also just have to win only one of the next 2 games is big. As the runner's running with 3-2 count, diving play by Mookie Betts at short, no double play, but he does get an out. So big play there, went for the hit and run. Ball was within range of Mookie Betts since he went to cover second, and he does get an out of it. But now I wonder if he didn't send him if that ball gets up the middle.
I know, and that's a tough one, right? Because you're trying to stay away from the double play. If your Wins there, you send the runner. It just so happened that you hit it right up the middle. And he does have Mookie Betts at Wilsey does. He does have Mookie Betts at short. Maybe Polanco doesn't make that play because that's a great defensive play there by Mookie. Obviously, Red Sox legend there. But yeah, no. If you're Wins, you're trying to score at least one here. You're trying to put up more pressure, and he is still putting up some good at bats and good swings, which is a good sign.
Absolutely. But I will say, Lou Trevino, he's had a tougher time reading him a bit here. Those away sinkers, he just hasn't been on it. I bet that is the pitch he goes to here. This time away fastball. It seems like name of the game for Wilsey on the mound is to try to get into a 2-strike count and then stick away to Weens, try to get him to hit those away 4 seams, cutters, sinkers, the opposite way.
Yeah.
There's an away fastball, and he sits back on that one. Perfect for Abraham Toro. That's over the sign in left field. Now 10-0 lead for Weens.
And I was about to say, yes, he's going away with 2 strikes, but at the end of the first inning, that last out, Weens out, was still a very good swing. He went with it. It just so happened that he went right to the shortstop. And then obviously an away pitch right there. Perfect, even better swing. And 2 for 2 there with Abraham Toro.
Absolutely. And these are the adjustments that make these players so good. Wilsey had been really focusing on the away pitches. I really think Weens knew that. That's why he went for the hit and run there earlier in the inning. Tried to get Mookie to cover second and try to hit the ball through the shortstop hole. It just went up the middle for that swing for him. But he made the adjustments in his timing, actually timed up that away fastball there. And that's why these players are so good. They make those adjustments within an at-bat, within an inning. If this is someone like me playing on Legend, I'm making an adjustment like 7 innings into the game.
I mean, and this is the 4th pitcher that wins his face today, right? And we're only in the 2nd inning. That's another perfect, but that one's going to be right at the second baseman. But as you can see, that was the first at-bat against that Danny Columbe, right? Gold reliever lefty. And he put up a good at-bat that ended up with a perfect swing. So it's crazy how good they are, no matter who the pitcher is.
It's unreal. It really is. That's a hard hit ball right to first.
On the tag, you're out.
Quick first out here for Weens on the mound. And man, I mean, Wilsey is swinging aggressively, only 7 pitches from Ohtani, but it seems like we have 2 opposites from Ohtani here on both sides. And that is also going to be a ground ball to second base. It seems like Ohtani for Weens has just been money. The stuff has been good. Wilsey's had a tough time reading him, but on the other hand, Ohtani barely lasted a few batters for Wilsey on the mound.
Yeah, and if you're Wilsey, you are being aggressive here, but you're putting okay swings. You're just missing some of the pitches here. You got a little bit on top and early on that one. The first one was a hard grounder as well, so you got a little bit on top of it. So expect him to work a little bit on that launch angle, get under the ball, and wait for Laffy Mon to help out on that one.
Yeah, I think you can see that adjustment there. He moved that PCI down there. I think he's almost ready for the low pitch here at the plate. But the thing that Weens is doing right here is he's pitching aggressively still. He's not pitching scared to Wilsey. That's a great swing. Down to the way, slurve, smack to right field by Mike Piazza. That'll be a 2-out double. And That's a sign of life for Wilsey. His first very solid swing to actually land in the grass here. And he might have found it here with 2 out.
And sometimes that's all you need, right? You need that one to fall. That was a perfect on a slurve. On Legend, which is probably the toughest pitch to hit. Righty there with Mike Piazza. So now he got a runner on second, 2 outs. You just want to get on the board right now.
Absolutely. We talk about it a bit with esports here. This game is a lot of momentum. Sometimes all it takes is one good swing, and then the confidence rises. That's driven to right field. And Brian Reynolds is going to give Wilsey 2. Makes it a 10-2 ball game. And that's why I talk about that momentum. Sometimes all it takes is one swing, and then you find that confidence at the plate. And these players will just start letting it fly, taking swing after swing. And we saw that with Weens to start off this game, and Wilsey might have just found it now here with 2 outs in the second.
Yeah, he saw that Mike Piazza perfect. He went back to back. Now another perfect. So he went perfect double. No doubt home run with Brian Reynolds and another perfect solo shot. It's a 7-run game now.
Yeah, and this is what happens. I mean, he might have just found the swing right now. For him staying in this game, finding that swing now is big. He still has a couple innings till the mercy rule would even come into play. Now he just needs to find a way to reduce damage on the mound and keep Weens from scoring too much, because you're already down 10 so early in this game. The only way you're coming back is if you minimize Weens and put up your own big inning.
Yeah, and Wilsey just couldn't go scoreless here in the second. Honestly, it might have felt a little too much, right? Because you got Weens the way that he's been hitting. I expect him to score at least 1 or 2 more here in the third as we go to the third there. But he needed to get on the board. 10-3 game. We've seen him put 20+ runs, Wilsey. So let's see how if Weens can stay hot.
Yeah, that was a good pitch from Weens to get out of that inning. Down in the way sinker, got him to roll over it. Honestly, with these good players who are so good at hitting fastballs, at least for me, how I would be attacking them, I would be throwing a lot of like sinkers away from them, or sinkers like in on the hands, the same-handed hitters, because they're so ready for the velocity. It is still sometimes tough to read those pitches just out of the strike zone, or even better, just sit on away fastballs. Then there it is again, a away cutter, early swing out of Babe Ruth, and there's our first out.
Yeah, you can't be afraid to throw the fastballs and sinkers inside, but at the same time, you got to time it perfectly, right? You mentioned, they're sitting dead red a lot of the times because you have to be early. As Wins is another perfect with the 1-speed Grandal as he's gonna jog around the bases. Again, he's second of the game. But, you have to try to time it perfectly, and it worked out in that first out.
Yeah. Beautiful swing from Grandal there. He's done some damage here to start off this game. 11-3 now. After that first inning where Weens was putting up a lot of runners, getting a lot of runs on the board, we've just seen some peppering of solo homers back and forth here in these last couple innings. I think the difference here at this point is to see if Wilsey can get that big inning of his own as we get towards the 4th inning, or if Weens is just going to be able to run away with it.
Yeah, that was a great pitch there because the PCI was there. He just got a little bit on top of it because it was just outside of the zone, but it was still hit at 102 by Chipper Jones. That just tells you how locked in Wins is as he hits another one. Perfect by Juan Soto. Goes lefty oppo tackle there, and he got 2 back.
Those swings are always my sign of these players being locked in. On Legend difficulty, down and away breaking balls against same-handed hitters are so difficult to hit. That PCI gets small. It's difficult to sit back on it. And Weens has just done that all tournament here. Just hit that ball to left field with Juan Soto. And that swing is just beautiful. Now a 12-3 game. And I mean, from both sides, Wilsey was off to a slow start and Weens took advantage of it. And he's still keeping up the offense to play. That's going to end our inning. So still only a 12-3 game. Yeah, I know I say 12-3 game.
Only.
But like, we're getting closer to 4th inning here, and a key thing in these games is if you get close to a mercy, you got to take advantage of it. That's a fly ball to center field, but I don't think it's going to have the legs. That'll be our first out. And yeah, it just feels like Wilsey just been a little bit off on these swings and just hasn't found that consistent comfort like we've seen from Weens.
Yeah,
and there we go, commentator jinx.
That one was a good one.
Opposite field homer out of Babe Ruth, and he made the adjustment, sat back in the away sinker, hit it to left.
Yep.
And now a 12-4 game. But I think the key for Wilsey is just to see if he can string together multiple non-homer hits and maybe just like keep these innings alive. He's put up some good swings, but hard liner or hard grounder type swings. If you get some of those to get through the infield or land in front of outfielders, and then he could find that homer, then that actually allow him to chip away here. But Weed's just done a good job of still hitting at the top part of the inning and keeping that lead.
Yeah, I think if you're Wilsey, you know what you can do offensively. You're also thinking, how are you going to slow down Wins right now, right? He has 12 through the first 3 innings. Obviously, you have to focus on hitting right now, but we're about to go to the 4th inning, and you got to put up a 0 at some point.
Yeah, and a big thing is we're in a 3-1 count here with Juan Soto looming on deck. At the very least, if you're Weens, you know you're going through Wilsey's pitching staff. You got the starter out of the game right away, and we're already a few relievers in on his side of the game. Otani's made it all the way to the 3rd inning of the game here. You got to remember, there's a whole pitching staff to use this game. So a starter going into like the 4th or 5th inning is actually like a big deal in these, as that'll be a 1-out walk here. And I think this is what Wilsey needs to do, just see some more pitches, be selective at the plate, and just try to swing at the right pitches here.
Yeah, like you mentioned, you want 4 or 5 innings out of your starter. I don't expect any quality starts from any starter in this kind of tournament. So you'll take the 4 and 5 and go to the pen. You got your starters ready as well. You got to treat every game like a game 7, right? Because it kind of is. This is game 1, but winning that game 1 of the best of 3 is just huge.
And I like how Weens has just been attacking in the zone, so he hasn't been pitching any sort of scared. And it's like it feels like he could tell that Wilsey's just been a little off at the plate here, and these pitches have just been so well located. Hit and run. That's gonna get past the second baseman though. The shortstop was covering the bag, was kind of like locked onto the bag there, and it got past the infield. And another good swing from Wilsey. This is an opportunity here. 2 runners on, 1 out. You got to be careful and not be too aggressive here because you could end your inning. But you swing at the right pitch here, then it's only a 5-run game.
Inside ball. That's ball 3.
So yeah, Jorge Polanco up here, 2 runners on. That's a line drive to right field. That's gonna get over Babe Ruth's head. Not a home run, but this inning is gonna stay alive. 2 runners on in scoring position now, and this is a big situation here. A big hit there to keep this inning alive, get another run on the board. 2 runners in scoring position now, and this is now where it gets tough if you're Weens. You keep an Ohtani, do you start considering other pitchers? Because one swing here, if you're not careful, and Wilsey could be right back into this game.
Yeah, that was the right guy at the plate too with Jorge Polanco, 125 clutch, right? So you want that in that situation. And now Lou Trevino against Mike Piazza. That's a tough situation for Mike Piazza because Lou Trevino is a very tough righty. Yeah, so we got Trevino here against Mike Piazza. He's going to roll one over. That's going to be foul. Fouled off. 1 base hit can make this a 12-7 game. Right. And it's going to be a little bit more than a base hit. That's a perfect Mike Piazza. I guess it wasn't that tough of a matchup against Lou Trevino. And we got ourselves a 12-8 game.
How far did that ball go? It just kept flying 497 feet. And this is exactly why I said that Wilsey was not at his game. That's also crushed right field. Babe Ruth is not going to catch that. He's going to send him to second, though, but he's not. He's going to cancel the throw. He might not have gotten a good enough throw on that. And this is what we were talking about. Weens had a great start offensively, but all Wilsey needed was his own big inning, and this seems like it's it. Now only a 4-run game with only 1 out in this inning.
You got the captain now, and Devers is probably the worst hitter, right, in the lineup because of the captain being the captain, but he still has 91 contact with 111 power against righties. And these guys are so good. They're more than capable of doing damage with those attributes.
Absolutely, especially here at a very hitter-friendly park, is that's going to be a walk to Devers. So now we have 2 runners on. Mookie Betts up, and Lou Trevino has come into this game, and that might have been what Wilsey needed, a new pitcher, new look. He's quickly out of this game, so in comes Jesse Chavez. Try to get out of trouble here. I think the name of the game here with Mookie Betts is the away pitch. Try to get a rollover, try to get a ground ball here. You can turn a double play easy with Mookie, but you can't only throw away. You got to throw some pitches inside, get his eyes inside, and hope you get that ground ball at some point.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, how you can't be afraid to throw the sinker. Well, you can't, yeah, you can't be afraid to throw the sinker inside. You have to, kind of time it perfectly. He spammed that cutter a little bit too much. And, yeah, he did not miss that one. 12-11. For those that were thinking that the game was over, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Yep.
Is that gone,
that's
too?
also hitting the gap.
We got a ground rule double.
That's a time run now. Yep.
Second. Oh, man, it's incredible. Like he went to that cutter 3 times in that at bat. It's like he knew like what we were thinking too, but just a great adjustment at the plate to expect that pitch and sit back on it. And those are the swings that Wilsey and Weens both do. They're just so good at adjusting and guessing pitches at the plate and getting that timing right. And just like we talked about, all Wilsey needed was a big inning to be right back into this game. And now everything's going his way. Another hit through the infield here. And now there are 2 runners on the corners now and still only 1 out in this inning. And with 1 good swing here, Wilsey could take this lead.
I mean, insane performance. We talked about trying to avoid the big innings, right? Weens was not able to do that here in the third. Wilsey have just gone off, and we knew what we've been saying it, right? He's still in the game. He's still in this game. He's down 9. He's down 10. It doesn't matter. He's still in this game because he can put up these innings. As his chipper hits one up the middle. Yep. Polanco at short.
Hey, Polanco makes a diving play, turns 2, and man, I was going to talk about how like this Clark Schmidt actually has done a good job for some of these players who've used them. Yep. But very aggressive swing from Wilsey there to start off that at bat, but ground ball to get out of trouble, and at least Weens holds on to the lead and stops that momentum. But on the momentum side of things, now things have shifted towards Wilsey. Everything is going his way. Now that pressure is kind of on Weens to put up his own big inning here.
Yeah, and Weens put up 8 in the first. Wilsey answered back in the third with 8 of his own, right? And I talk about how you're going to have to slow down Weens at some point. This would be the perfect time to put up a 0 there because it's the bottom of the order. You just came off of scoring 8 in the bottom of the third. And if you're Wilsey, you have all the momentum, right? So trying to take advantage of that would be, it's just perfect timing now.
And as you see, we got Camilo Doval on the mound. That'll just be a foul ball for Devers, making it a 1-2 count. And Doval is interesting here. He's got the 3 pitches, but he has a faster cutter than the sinker. And I think the name of the game with Doval is to throw some away sinkers, try to get those ground balls. What a take on a down and in sinker that was just pixels outside of the strike zone. But the name of the game is throwing the velo hard inside. That's crushed to center field. Rafael Devers going perfect. I talked about how he should throw a sinker away. He did it there, and then Weens still crushed it. You know what? Maybe the name of the game is just to throw whatever pitch and just hope they don't hit it at this point, because I don't know who to throw these guys right now.
Yeah, and I think that sinker was meant to be maybe a little bit more. I thought he caught way too much of the plate, and the way Weens have been swinging the bat, he wasn't going to miss that one.
It's just unreal, man. Like, the thing that's crazy about these games that they're such good hitters, honestly, you really can't pitch them too much. It's just like a couple clutch pitches that make the difference for your outs in an inning a lot of the time. It's really just like sticking to a general routine and repertoire through a lot of these at-bats just to see if they swing aggressively, but it feels like that mistake is just inevitable that they make you pay for.
Yeah, it's just like, how do you pitch to them, right? How do you get it's kind of like you say, you just try to throw good pitches and hope that they hit it right at people. It's kind of like your best chance.
Yeah, it's why they go to the away pitch a lot. That'll be a fly ball to right field. It's hit very high, though. It doesn't have the legs to go. It does not. That's right at the warning track, just underneath that with Toro here, make it 2 outs. And like, yeah, it's like, I think that's why you see the away pitch is a very popular pitch, because it's difficult to get that right timing and PCI placement on that away pitch. But I'll tell you what, Weens has been all over them this game. He's actually done most of his damage on away fastballs, as that's a backdoor cutter, hit the left center, and Weens has found it again. Another good inning for him, and I think this is why it's a big deal to, at the very least, take that first lead, because it puts your pressure on the opponent to keep up with you. And Weens is at least got a good job of holding on to that lead here as we move to the middle game here.
He has 17 hits. We're still in the fourth. I think he has like 7 or 8 perfect, right? So he's still locked in. He hasn't scored 8 again in the inning, which is good.
That's insane.
But therefore, Camilo Doval, if you're Wilsey, you got an inning out of it, right? He got the last out in the third. He got 2 outs here. He gave up 2. You know, you live with that, right? You move on. Now you bring your starter and hope Roy Halladay can kind of calm wins down a bit.
Yeah, you go to a starting pitcher, just try to get a couple innings out of someone. Try to hope that they just don't read him well. We've seen some situations where starters come out of the pen and pitched a few very strong innings. And as weird as it sounds, you'll still take an inning where a pitcher only gives up 1 or 2. Yeah. Those big innings are really the scary ones. So if you can just have a pitcher that can stay in the game and minimize damage, then that's exactly what you want. But at least Weens, what he's been doing after that big first inning, he's at least been scoring consistently at the plate, still putting up 1, 2, or 3 every couple innings. So he's at least kept that pressure on Wilsey. Now the question is going to be who is going to have the next big inning.
Yeah, and that might be the game changer, right? Whenever we have that, and because right now, if you're Wilsey, you went to the starter, but you're back in the game, right? You're only down 3 now. You were down 10 earlier. As Babe Ruth rounds that one to second, that will do it here in the 4th inning for wins. But you're back in the game, so maybe the strategy of the pitchers that you're going to bring in might change a bit or whatnot. So big spot here, and it's going to be big spot every inning from now on. But you know, big spot here. You're trying to keep at it, right? You're coming off of putting 8. And you know you cannot put up a 0 here if you're Wilsey.
Mm-hmm. I think the key that made that inning work for Wilsey is that he started to be a little bit more selective. These players are so good, and they put up good swings on so many pitches. But I think sometimes you got to be a little selective at what you swing at and try to look for the mistake pitches to swing at. And I think Wilsey being a little bit more selective, and you see a more patient approach here as we've advanced to the middle games. I think that's what's made the difference for him. Just seeing a lot of pitches, working at bats, got to a 3-2 count there. Just slapped the single up the middle with Juan Soto. That's one that you'll take. Not the best swing, but you at least worked the count, saw a lot of pitches, and now you have a leadoff runner on. And now you're probably just guessing pitches here. That's a line drive to the right center field gap. Trey Turner won't get it. Everyone will be running. Is he going to send the runner home? He will. Jorge Polanco's going to third. He's going to be there. An RBI triple for Polanco, and Wilsey is still going 14-12 now.
I mean, he does it all, right? Long at bat, he was extremely patient in that first at bat of the inning. And then the second one, he was extremely aggressive. Obviously, a mistake pitch that just hung. But it was also the second batter there for Clark Smith. He just came into the game. Maybe you want to get a feel for him, get that timing down, see how Wilsey how Wins is decided to use that Clark Smith here. And it worked out great. One across with 14-12 game as Mike Piazza swung a little early on that one.
And yeah, we talked about it a little bit with Piazza before. It feels like you have to like anticipate pitches when you use his cards more. If it's a swing animation or something along those lines, that'll be a fly out as well. And 2 quick outs in a row for Weens on the mound. And I think that was a great pitch for him to go way cutter out of the zone. Feel like he has to anticipate the velocity and get to swing and miss. And that's the thing that's crazy about this momentum. Sometimes all it takes is for 1 or 2 swings to throw someone off, and that rhythm at the plate kind of changes. A couple great swings to start the inning, and then a couple bad at bats for Wilsey in a row here.
Yeah, and we've seen plenty of 2-out rallies, right? There's still 2 outs. the inning is still not over if you're Wins. So you're trying to limit the damage, and he will not do that. That's Rafael Devers hit a perfect.
Rafael Devers, 14-14. Wilsey has officially tied the game yet again. We have a brand new ball game here in the bottom of the 4th.
And he went to the same pitch that worked out earlier, right? That slurve middle into a lefty. It just did not happen. It did not work out that time. Wilson was able to make that adjustment and just hit that perfect bomb.
Yeah, and I talked about it a bit before, but that's why these players are so good. They make adjustments so well. Sometimes you can only get away with a pitch like that one time, and then they see it a second time, and they are ready for it. And Wilsey absolutely was there, but that'll be a ground ball to short, and we are still tied 14-14, brand new ball game as we head into the 5th. And a reminder, if you are just joining us, Wayne started off this first inning with a 10-0 lead. Now we are tied 14-14.
We're in the
Crazy,
5th inning.
man.
We're in the 5th inning. Just, it just doesn't make sense.
This is what I mean about these players being the best. Like, they're such good hitters. Like, they are genuinely not out of a game when they're down 10. Like, that's what's so crazy about it. And, you know, if this is like me playing Legend Ranked, then if I give up 10 runs in an inning, I'm mentally chalked. I probably already quit the game at that point. I don't have the patience to deal with that. I don't think I'm coming back. But these dudes are in basically every game that they're in, no matter the lead. And this is what makes the best players the best. They can come back in basically any scenario.
And there's just money again.
Left center. One speed will be chugging along the bases. It should be a double. Nothing more than that, but it will be a double for Grandal. I think you're only scoring him on a home run at this point, though. So,
and that's
we'll see
probably
how that develops.
That's probably the only way Jasmani can get a double too. Perfect into the gap, and he can just jog around to second. As Chipper smokes one. What a swing!
Is he going to send him home? He is. Grandal should score. He tried to throw home for the sake of it. I respect it. The funny enough, there actually was kind of a chance there. That wasn't even like that, like easy for him to score there. That's a hard grounder right to first, and that's a big double play. Aggressive swing, but just grounder right to Devers. So even though Weens gets off to a good start this inning, very quickly we have 2 outs now.
And those double plays are huge, right? Rally killers, if you will. They got a little bit on top of it and hit it right to the first baseman. But again, there's still 2 outs. We've seen what they can do. So it's not the inning is not over as Trey Turner smokes one to right field. That's going to be another double there.
Yep, and he'll actually be able to make it a second very easily here.
He's safe.
That would have just been a single if we were still talking about Yasmani Grandal.
Yeah, for sure. We got Jorge Polanco again here.
Yeah, and this is undamaged for both sides here.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see him in every lineup, right? Like he's too good.
Yeah.
We know how much these top players like, and for good reasons. They like their 125 clutch, and as you can see it here for Polanco, runner in scoring position, 125 clutch. The PCI cannot get bigger, and Polanco is gonna smoke one, another double, maybe triple, but that's gonna be another run score here by Wins.
Yeah, it looks like we might have a play at third, but he should make it in there. Jorge Polanco has just been finding gaps. This card is more of a contact-focused card, but when you throw him on this Devers team, that power gets very solid. And even though the home runs are what's only being hit by him here, he's just finding gaps, keeping innings going, and that card has just been crushing it. But they have a lefty-lefty at bat with Devers at the plate here. He has to keep Devers in here if he wants to keep the boost, too, since we're only in the 5th. As that'll be a hard ground ball, and that's the type of pitch you want to throw in a lefty-lefty at bat against one of these players, in a way cutter. And that's going to roll over and end our inning. But still 16-14 lead now for Weens.
Yeah, I think that was a good move there by Wilsey, right? To bring in the lefty, put Devers on a lefty-lefty situation there. You're just trying to get out of the inning and limit the damage. You already gave up 2. You just want to get out of that inning, and that's exactly what he did there with Alvarado.
Yup, and that's the thing that's crazy about this game. Like, if you're just joining this and seeing 16-14 and wondering, man, what is going on here? Are these dudes just throwing batting practice out here? But genuinely, if you look at their season stats, these two are amongst the best hitters in the game. For perspective, that's a ground ball off of Roy Halladay's back. That'll be a single for Trey Turner. For some perspective here, Wilsey has played about 115 games this season in ranked. He has a .526 batting average. And he's up to a 1,394 rating. And these are the best hitters in the game. The muscle memory, the reaction time, the really good PCI control. They're such good hitters. You genuinely cannot pitch these guys.
I mean, it's ridiculous because you got to put in perspective as well that, I don't know, take 9 or 10 games out. All the others are legend, right? Legend difficulty. So the fact that he's hitting .526 when most games have been on legend, it's insane.
Yeah, I think for some general perspective on that, if I remember correctly, with previous community stats being shared on games, I feel like legend difficulty stats are like sub 300 on that batting average for the entire community. Like, most people have a tough time with it, but Wilsey and Weens are hitting over 400 on there, like by a long shot. Wilsey's up to 500 in the current season. It's just unreal how good of hitters they are. It really is just a testament of that hitting skill, how many runs these hitters score. As that'll be a fly ball to right field, and a couple outs here for Wilsey here in the bottom of the 5th. a little off that approach, I guess. Hasn't really found the swing here this inning. And, I mean, it's big for Weens to take a couple-run lead here. But if you could pitch a shutout inning here and see a pinch hitter, Vladdy, coming up to the plate here with 2 outs, trying to keep this inning alive for Wilsey.
Yeah, first time we've seen this new Vladdy Guerrero who does fit that Rafael Devers boost. 109 contact with 125 power against lefties in this situation. So good pitch hitting there by Wilsey. Obviously, he knows that he had to pitch with Matt Strum. He guarantees Vladdy facing the lefty.
Absolutely. And this card gets great power versus lefties. He fits the Devers boost. It's a perfect matchup. And the beauty is with the DH spot is that's a fly ball to center field. That'll end our inning as Vladdy will be set down. But that Vladdy card in the BR program is great for this Devers team. And this is a DH spot. He could even play another platoon matchup here as we go into the later part of the game here.
Yeah, and that was a big serial there by Wins, right? Because you don't know, you don't get many of them, if any. So you scored 2, you got a 2-run lead, and then put up a 0. You hold on to that 2-run lead going into the 6th. Plenty of baseball left still, but you're happy with the holding Wilsey to no runs there in the 5th.
1 ball.
Absolutely. And Jose Alvarado came into this game for a lefty-lefty matchup. Even though he's a gold reliever, he does have the sinker and cutter pitch mix. So he does have this stuff, but I will say he's actually done a pretty good job against these players. But that feels like a perfect time for a commentator, Jinx.
Yep.
Not there. Gets a strikeout, and then you have a first out here in the 6th.
And you see the PCI, he was swinging at that cutter. And that's why everyone talks about sinker cutter, because you want to tunnel it. It's hard to hit, right? Especially on Legend, how fast the pitch speeds are. And, you know, he swung at the cutter, but it was the sinker. That's why we saw the strikeout there. But, yeah, he also, even though he's a gold, he does have good per 9s as well, right? So he's a little tough to hit because of that as well.
Yeah, I think what's worked for him here is that sinker. That sinker getting up to 98, 99 miles an hour and getting that faster sinker. Weed's just been a little bit behind on it. He's used to those slower sinkers from other pitchers earlier on in his game, so he hasn't made that adjustment yet to time it up. You see, he is ready for the inside velocity here. 2 early foul balls. This time takes it to make it a 2-2 count.
That was a professional take right there. That was a professional take because he's going, you know, he's pitching up and in, cutter, sinker, four seam. You got to be ready to turn on it because at one of those pitches, the sinker is just going to come back into the strike zone. You don't want to go down looking.
Yep. Attacking inside. Ooh, went down in sinker. Beautiful pitch there. Great sequence to get his eyes inside off the plate on the cutter. Get him looking away and that down and away sinker. Kind of get his eyes back outside, but come back inside with the sinker. So a great sequence there from Wilsey on the mound to make it 2 outs. And I mean, I'll tell you what, I mean, even though these are great players and, you know, sinker cutter is the name of the game, it is tough to pitch with the pitcher with only 3 fastballs as his pitches.
Yeah, he had to change eye levels, right? Like that's the only way that he was gonna get out of it. He threw 3 or 4 pitches up and in, and he decided to go low and in. I think that's why, you know, he wasn't able to catch up to that one. But at the same time, if you're, you know, you just want Alvarado to get a few outs. You're not asking for much, right? And what a take. I don't know if it was frozen or it's the best take ever. But now with a full count, Babe's going to smoke when that's going to be foul. But he went back to that sinker on the black. There's that
Beautiful
cutter.
pitch. Yep. You could just tell Weens has been early on the cutters and just a little bit behind on the sinkers. That's just been the name of the game for Jose Alvarado on the mound, and I think Weens is reading that well. A great inning there, and middle part of the game here, no more big innings for at least a couple innings now. Offense has slowed down a bit, so we saw a crazy 10-run comeback earlier in the game. Now it's 16-14, and I'm interested to see who finds the offense again first.
I mean, it's too, you know, Wins open up the score with 8 in the top of the first. It's just impossible to keep up that pace, right? So we knew that would slow down, and we knew that Wilson was going to make this a game. That's exactly what we have as Polanco hit one dip to center field. I think that's not going to have enough legs. It won't. That's going to be the first out. But, I mean, Wilson is still in it. He didn't score any runs in the 5th. He needs to start scoring, right? Obviously, because at some point you expect Wins to have another – maybe not a big inning scoring 8, but this score, Wins is going to score more than 16 runs, right? So You gotta keep putting the pressure there and stay within range.
Yeah, and I pointed out earlier that I think I noticed Wilsey start to be a little bit more patient and see more pitches and start to be selective. But also that might come. Ooh, that's a great swing from Mike Piazza as I talk about that. Is that'll be a solo home run to center field. Now a 16-15 ball game as Wilsey tries to chip away. He's been trying to be a little bit more patient as we advance in the middle part of the game here. And that patience sometimes doesn't work, as that's going to be a fly ball to the center. I mean, center field. That's left field scan. Make it 2 outs. Because it's tough when you're being a little bit more selective. You're not always ready to swing. And you sometimes get those late swings like you see there, that inside cutter.
Yeah, it's just so tough. And obviously that cutter is coming in at 100, right? But you got to think also sinker outside at 95. You don't want to be too early on that, but you also have to gear up for that cutter, as Devers is one up the middle. Abraham Toro with the diving play over the first. That's going to be out number 3. We'll see. Cut the lead in half, though, with that solo bomb.
Absolutely. And, like, it's like the trade-off you take. These players are so good, and they have great reaction time. But a lot of the name of the game is just anticipating the velocity and being ready to swing. And that's why these players are such good hitters. And sometimes when you try to make adjustments, you overthink things at the plate. And you don't look like your normal self. And that's kind of what's been happening as you develop to these middle innings here. Some swings that don't look as good as these guys had earlier in the game. And I think it's just going to take someone to mentally click, because that's a great swing on a down the way sinker from Grandal. He's safe.
The one speed.
He actually slapped the tag on him too. I didn't expect that to happen. I thought he was just gonna, let him have the bag, but he slapped the tag. That was like, I mean, I know we don't have replay reviews in this game, but I would be going to replay.
I want to take a look at that one. And I was about to ask, how long is Wilsey going with Alvarado? He was on 27 pitches, and he just waited for somebody to get on base to get him out as Chipper hits one deep to left field. Here we go.
Randall watch. He's keeping him at third. That's smart. You have nobody out. No reason to send him.
With 2 outs, maybe, right? With 2 outs, maybe not there. Are we going to have a sacrifice?
With 2 outs, it's probably not even worth the risk. If I have 1 speed, I am running the bases as safely as possible. I don't trust it no matter what. That's going to be an intentional walk here and make it bases loaded. Going to get to the top of the order, try to play the handedness matchup. Look for a ground ball here, hopefully, with Trey Turner up. But this is a scary situation for Wilsey.
Ball, that's out.
Yeah, Trey Turner is tough to double up, right? We know that. Hits that one deep to right field. That's going to hook foul. But, I kind of want to see a fly ball to the outfield and see what happens with Grandal.
Oh, and there we go. Right to the outfield. Play it. He's not going to throw a home. That's going to be an RBI single for Trey Turner. Bases still loaded, and this might be that big inning like we talked about. A lot of runners on. 1 swing could add a big chunk to Ween's lead here. Jorge Polanco also just a double away from the cycle here.
Yeah, and a double here would be massive, because 99 speed at first, you got to think that there's going to score all 3 of them, and that would make it a 20-15 game. So big spot here for Weens.
Ball.
Got to be careful here. If you're Wilsey, you got to hope that he's too aggressive at the plate. Great take on a down and in changeup. That just shows how patient Weens is being right now. 3-1 count. Down and away sinker, a little behind on it. Now a full count. What pitch does he throw? Backdoor cutter. And that is crushed to deep left field. Jorge Polanco doesn't want the cycle right now. He wants a grand slam. Now a 21-15 game for Weens. What a swing.
Yeah, Weens will definitely take the home run there over the double. 21 runs scored. He still has nobody outs in the top of the 7th. So he's still got 9 outs to play, and we might be looking at a 30 spot here.
Yeah, it's just so insane to think about. Like, we talked about how there were a couple of innings where they slowed down, but yet we still have a 21-15 game. And that'll be a quick strikeout for Rafael Devers. Like, even when these guys slow down for a few innings and don't score as much, they're still putting up like 20 plus. It's just insane.
Yeah, because a bad inning is scoring 1 or 2, right? I think we might have 1, maybe 2 half innings with zeros there, but bad innings is 1 or 2. Good innings are 6, 7, 8 plus, right? So
yeah, so that's a big inning for Weens here to kind of build some separation from Wilsey, and It does not mean that he gets to relax and take the foot off the gas. He still has to hit because Wilsey has put up a big inning, came back down 10 already. So this game is far from over here as we're advancing to the late game, but it's big to get that lead, get a little bit more of a comfort, and you can maybe get away with trying to pitch more aggressively on the mound. That's another hit up the middle, and Weens is still going. A 2-out single with Brian Reynolds as we're getting towards the heart of the order here.
Yeah, it's danger spot here. You got 2, 3, 4. We know what Babe Ruth is capable of, right? So the inning is still not over, but if you're Wilsey, you need to get out of this inning now. You cannot allow any more runs. You're already down 6, and just you want to take charge of the game.
Yeah, and there are probably 2 hitters that Weens is using that he's probably very confident with, lefty-lefty. It's Babe Ruth and Juan Soto.
Yeah.
Babe Ruth got the max contact and power still, and you'll see a lot of sliders down and away, kind of testing him to see if he'll sit back on it. And if one ends up too much in the zone, Weens has punished them all game.
We got a full count.
2 in a row just outside the zone, though, and great patience from Weens. 3-2 count. Runner on first will be running. Gets in the way fastball. That's it high and deep to right field. And that one is going to go. Babe Ruth tallying more for Weens. 23-15 game now. In a big inning for Weens here as we've gotten to the late part of the game. And Yasmani Grandal is now 6 for 6 with another home run. I believe his 3rd homer of the game. 24-15 now.
I know Babe Ruth just went deep, but I think Weens might have a new favorite card, right? Like he had Grandal might be his new favorite card.
This game, it is unreal what he's done, and it feels like even when Weens slowed down a bit, he was putting up good swings with Grandal. That switch hitter, a catcher, it's so big to have. Even though Piazza is a great card for a lot of these guys, getting a switch hitter who you could throw right in the 3 spot is really big for this. We saw Weens go for more of a switch hitter focused lineup, and it seemingly helped him here. 24 runs here in the 7th.
Yeah, and if you want that Devers tier 3 boost, you know you're going to have one, or you can have one player that doesn't fit that boost, and that's Grandal for Weens, right? As Chipper hits a liner there, and Wilsey finally gets out of this inning. But for Weens is Grandal, that card that doesn't fit that boost, and that just tells you how much he likes that card, how comfortable he is, and he's been the MVP of this game so far.
Absolutely. Yeah, those really are the keys. Mookie Betts, here's Wilsey's card, who doesn't fit the captain boost. Has not been as efficient at the plate. Only 1 for 3. But shortstop might be a position that he needs help with, which is why he's gone for Mookie Betts. But this card still is great for a lower overall card. But I'll tell you what, Grandal has been like an MVP with that performance this game. I believe is this 6 for 6 with 3 homers, something like that. Something along those lines. It's just an insane performance.
And I think they didn't say it, but there's Mookie. Yep, there's Mookie. That's going to be a solo shot. Wilsey makes it a 24-16 game, a little bit of football scores there. But Grandal has 3 home runs. He has that single that almost got thrown out at first. He also has that double. So I will say he's a triple shy of the cycle. Don't think we're going to see it, but he is a triple shy of the cycle.
If we saw a Yasmani Grandal triple, it truly would be a Christmas miracle, but we're 6 months away from Christmas, so it doesn't feel like that's bound to happen. That would be the craziest thing ever if I were to see that, honestly. And even crazier than someone scoring 24 runs. A Yasmani Grandal triple would be even crazier.
If you're Weens and you... I was going to say, if you're Weens and you hit one into the gap, right center field with Yasmani, I'm sending Yasmani to third. Just for the meme.
I'm with you there. I would rather just see a Grandal triple. As that's hit the deep right field, and Wilsey's found it. I was going to say, there's a big inning for Wilsey to try to get right back into this game, and great start. 24-18 game now.
Wow. Just wow. And that's Alvarado, right? Yeah, that was Alvarado that he was very effective for Wilsey, right? So Weens is going to Alvarado late in the game. Just not up to a good start so far. And as Chipper hits another one.
24-19. Here we go. Both these dudes look locked at the plate in the 7th inning. 5 runs for Wilsey in this inning and not even outmade. And Alvarado has thrown 3 pitches, given up 2 home runs, and he still hasn't faced a third batter. I mean,
how long do you keep it in for, right? I don't know how many
Yeah.
arms he still has left in the bullpen and starting rotation, but you
Yeah.
still have a 5-run lead, but you've seen it, right? You know that 5 runs is not nearly enough.
Yeah, it feels like Willsie's just been all over the velocity. He's swinging aggressively right now, ready for the velocity. Been all over each type of fastball, cutter, sinker, four seam, and that's what the difference was between him and Weens. Is that's a ground. Let's get past the diving shortstop Jorge Polanco, and Willsie keeps going. Another good swing.
99 Ellie De La Cruz from last year makes that play, right? I love
yeah,
that
he
card.
made every play
6'7",
comes up.
6'6", 6'7", with the speed and
It
the
was a
reaction and
lot.
everything. Oh my God, routine, he would have made it. But here's Roy Halladay, second time seeing him now, this time for wins.
Ball, that's inside.
Yeah, I
We
think
still-
Roy Halladay's a key one here.
Yep.
If you can get some length out of him, even if he gives up a few runs, that's driven to deep left field, and that is a beautiful swing from Jorge Polanco. Oppo Taco, and we talked about how Weens had a big inning. Willsie
Yeah.
bounces back, and it's 24-21, and there's still nobody out here in the seventh. That's also driven to
Another
left
one.
field, and that's also gonna go 24-22.
What is this? I've seen some crazy scores. This one is up there. It's 24-22. We're still in the 7th inning.
Nope.
We still have 2 full innings to
Ball
go.
one,
Keep
no
that in mind.
strikes.
I'm with you, Coach, down there in the
Yes.
bottom left corner. This game is making me sweat. This is just a crazy
inside,
game. So
ball two.
many runs being scored. And we're still in the 7th. We still have an 8th and 9th inning, and this is a 2-run game. As that's a fly ball to center field, and there's an out. Roy Halladay got an out in the inning.
What a start to the inning, though. What a start to the inning.
And just a reminder, this is a best-of-3 series. We also have another series that will be going on between Kreiner and Alex K. We'll be watching game 1 of theirs in just a moment. This is game 1 of the best-of-3 between Willsie and Weens. And I'll tell you what, if this is setting a precedent for the day, we got a long day of some insane esports today. I'll tell you what. What a
This-
game.
It doesn't. I mean, can we have a better start than this? I don't think so. As Devers goes deep again, I think that might be his 3rd home run. I don't know. I've seen both Devers just go crazy. 24-23 right now.
Absolutely
This is crazy.
unreal. This is like like Willsie has responded nearly perfectly this inning. As that's a fly ball, that'll be another out. Make it 2 outs here finally. But this is the perfect response to that big inning. Put up a big inning of your own right after.
He was down 10 runs earlier, and it feels that was so long ago. It feels that was ages ago. But no, it was in this game. He was down 10 earlier in the game.
Ball one.
Battle back to make this a 24-23 game. Time run now at the plate.
Ball, that's outside.
Unreal. Just unreal performance from both of these players to get going with the bats so soon. As that's a fly ball to center field. That'll finally end our inning. That might have been the longest 7th inning of all time with the amount of runs that was scored between both sides. But now 24-23, basically at a brand new ball game as you get to the late innings here. There's a hard ground ball, but right to short. Not a bad swing, but a very aggressive swing to start off the inning for Weens there.
I mean, whatever the over/under in runs was before this game, I'm sure we hit the over.
No.
Oh, Babe Ruth
Oh, look
almost
at
made
Babe.
that play about territory there. He went all out there.
Ball.
Wow, like the hustle. I like the hustle.
I mean, listen, I'm the same way. Like, even if I'm not going to catch the ball, I'm diving for that ball no matter what.
One ball.
Even
Every
if my
time.
player's
2 strikes.
head slams into the wall, I'm still trying to make
Ball,
that
that's out.
diving play.
You got nothing to lose, everything to gain in that situation. So why not go for it?
3-2.
Full count now for Trey Turner. Polanco waits on deck, who's been huge for both.
And that's driven to right field by Trey Turner. I don't think that's going to go, but that should be a double here for Weens.
Yeah, so double. I mean, and you need insurance runs if you're Wins, right? You need some insurance runs. You got Polanco now at the plate. You got to score. You got to keep scoring because Willsie will probably score. 99 speed is going to hold him at 3rd. So running the corners now with 1 out. We got the bottom of the order, but that doesn't really mean much, right? We got Devers. 1 for 5, and this is past the 7th inning, so we can use a pinch hitter for Devers. We'll see if we see one here. It doesn't look like it because he's going to be facing a righty in Clark Schmidt.
Ball 1.
We just lost Scan for a second. He's going to join us
Hey.
in just a few minutes. Yep. He just lost some power. He'll be back in a second. But we got Rafael Devers now for wins. Again, some insurance runs are needed if you're wins here because you know what Wilsey is going to be doing in the 8th. And obviously, you are the visiting team. You want to have a nice, comfortable lead going into the 9th. Full count here. He sends the runner. He's going to strike out looking, and he's going to throw to second. That's going to be a strike him out, throw him out by Wilsey. And that's probably the first scoreless inning for wins, and it couldn't come at a worse time. As Wilsey's now is down 1. Meat of the order, we got Babe Ruth, Chipper Jones, and Vladdy coming up on the bump right now. It's still Roy Halladay. We'll see how long he's going to stay there. He's going to bring in a lefty in Andrew Miller. We also already saw Andrew Miller for Wilsey. Babe Ruth 3 for 5 already. He's going to have to go lefty-lefty, which obviously we know that they can do that. No problem, right? Fastball dotted there at 97.
2 strikes.
And we haven't seen that pitch a whole lot. I think they know that each other, they know each other. They know that they're sitting that red. So it's tough to throw that fastball up and in, but what a take there by Wilsey. Full count. And that's going to be a leadoff walk, and that's usually not good. We got Chipper Jones, who already went deep in this game. Fastball down the middle. He's going to go deep again. 2-run shot, and for the first time in this game, Wilsey is going to take a lead. 25-24. 1-run lead here by Wilsey in the 8th. And now, no matter what happens the rest of the inning, he's 3 outs away from walking away with a Game 1 victory and completing the 10-run comeback. Now we got Vladdy, so Andrew Miller has not been able to get an out just yet. There's Vlad. The new Vlad from the BR program, who's very good with the Devers Blues, very good offensively with the Devers Blues. He came from the bench earlier in this game. That's going to be a hard grounder to first. That's going to be out number 1 there, finally for Andrew Miller. And we see that new Polanco, 3 for 5 in this game. That's going to be hit foul. He is a single shy of the cycle. We have a couple, cycle alerts already. We talked about Jasmani being a triple side away. The other Jorge Polanco, I believe, was a double away when he hit that grand slam. That's going to be perfect right to the third baseman. A little bit unlucky there from Wilsey, but he is seeing Andrew Miller just fine. So, and I think Wins knew that. He's going to go to the righty. Mariano Rivera, that World Series reward, is going to have to try to get a couple outs against Mike Piazza.
Nope, that's a ball.
Mike Piazza is 4 for 5 in this game already. The 1-1, that sinker is dotted low and away. And that's one of those pitches that you don't really see often,
2 balls,
right? A lot of the times you see the sinkers inside, the slider and cutters outside. But full count now for Mike Piazza, and that's another perfect. His 5th hit of the game. I think it's going to be a single. Yep, it's going to be a 2-out single. Wilsey needs and wants more runs. He knows that 1-run lead is probably not going to be enough against Wins. Now we got Brian Reynolds. This is supercharged Brian Reynolds against Mariano Rivera.
Ball 2.
2 for 5 in this game. Not a lot of speed at first, but if he hits one into the gap, left center field or right center field, should be enough speed to score.
Did he go?
Cut it. He did not check the swing. That was a beautiful pitch. It was just late anyways. The 2-2 now for Reynolds. Going to foul that one off.
3-2.
And we have ourselves another full count. 2 outs. The runner expects to be on the move. There he goes. Brian Reynolds hit one deep to left field. 93 of the bat. I don't know if he's going to have enough. It won't be. But Wilsey does take the lead for the first time in the game. And now he's just 3 outs away. Now, if your Wins, you got Abraham Toro, Brian Reynolds, and Babe Ruth coming up. We've talked about Babe Ruth being his favorite cards for obvious reasons. But Wilsey's going to bring in Daniel Bard. to try to get the save. Wins is gonna roll one over to first. That's gonna be out number one. Tyron will be at the plate. Welcome back. Yep. So Scan will be joining us in just a second, but we got Babe Ruth. Wins is down to his last out in the bat of Babe Ruth. So if you're Wins, this is the guy that you wanted to play, right? This is your favorite card. And what a game this has been. That's a circle change. Babe Ruth is gonna get a single. Wins is still not out. He's still not back, and he's still not out. So Yasmani Grandal, of course, it's gonna be Yasmani. 6 for 6. He is the go-ahead run.
I'll tell you what. I mean, if you want anyone up with the game online, it's got to be Yasmani Grandal here. What down your final out? Big at bat here for Weens.
We did talk about the triple, right? He is the triple shy of the cycle, and a triple here would tie the game up.
Great takes at the plate, though, to see some good pitches. 3-1 count. That's crushed to right, but foul. 3-2. The runner on first should be running. This is a big pitch. Weed's going to take a second to pause, take a breather. Big pitch here. Daniel Bard got the good velocity, but tough control here with him. So you got to be careful with what you choose to throw here. 3-2 count, 2 outs. Runner is running. That's hit to right.
That's down.
On his head. The runner on third is going to score. Grandal is running the second. He's going to be there. Yasmani Grandal with a game-tying double in the top of the ninth. 7 for 7 this game for Weens.
And I think Wilson knew it, right? He was pitching very careful to Yasmani because he knows how comfortable he feels with Yasmani at the plate, obviously being 6 for 6, now 6 for 7. He got chippered now with the go-ahead run at first. There's not a lot of speed there. We will say that.
But that's big to at least tie it, but tie game might not be enough here with Wilsey to play. 3-1 count here. Great patience from Weens. Pitch. Hit down the line. Just foul. 3-2 pitch here yet again. Yeah, it's big that you have the 1 speed on second now, too. That's driven to left. Another foul ball. Now, I'll tell you what, I don't think you take any risks with Grandal here.
No.
You probably just move him to third and only score unless you know it's going to happen. Ooh, that's a lucky foul ball right there just below the strike zone. 3-2 pitch yet again. And Weens is just fighting at the plate here.
Yeah, he's extending the at-bat, and he's going to work a walk. That is huge because now 1 swing can make this a 3-run game, and obviously you need to take the lead here if you're Weens.
Yep. Big at bat here. That's hit hard. You could tell Weens just slightly off on some of these swings. Might have a tougher time reading the ball because of that lighting. That's driven to right field, though. That's going to hit a gap. Yasmani could score easily. That should score 2. And now it's a 27-25 lead for Weens here in the top of the 9th.
I mean,
unreal. 52, just unreal
52 runs
battle.
scored. 52. That I'm not great at math, but I think that's 52 runs scored, and it's not over yet.
Some people don't even score 52 runs in an entire ranked season. That's driven to left field.
Make it 54.
And we're getting even more. 29-25 game for Weens now, and big top of the 9th inning here to not just come back and tie the game, put up another big home run there to make it a 4-run lead here.
I mean, I did say earlier that we had a chance at seeing a 30 spot. We're 1 swing away from seeing a 30 spot from Weens, who he got Polanco's 5 for 6. I mean, a double shy of the cycle. And you don't see that swing often. He's going to foul that one off, though.
Hunter Brown out of the bullpen, a new season award pack card. And I don't believe I saw him used much, so I wonder if it was a late change or maybe just Wills never even had to go to him in his games. Definitely not someone that Weens has seen too often over the last couple days of games. But still, an 0-2 count.
That might be the exact reason why he brought in Hunter Brown, as he's gonna get that
gets a strikeout.
Yep, it works out sometimes. You know, using those pitchers that they don't see often, right? It works in your favor. But we'll see. Is down 4, bottom of the ninth. We've seen him put up 4+ multiple times, right? He's gonna have to do it one more time here to steal game 1.
And Mariano Rivera, one of the better relievers in the game. It's big that he's on the mound here. But the question is, how many more relievers does Weens have left? If Mariano can't get it done, who do you go to? Do you even have anyone left to go to? That's tough. But that's big that Weens did that. Now, again, 4-run lead. That's a bit more pressure for Wilsey to find it. You can tell he's being a little patient here to start off this inning, trying to get that pitch count up, see a lot of pitches. Now it's a 3-2 count. Down to the way changeup, beautifully located. That's going to be a ground out to start off this inning. And that's big day. We got the bottom part of the order here. Mookie has 2 homers this game, but has been a slower performer for Wilsey at the plate here. And there's the 3rd homer. Commentator Jinx, take note of it. It happened again. And a Mookie Betts tank, 29-26. That ball was hit very far, 491 feet.
It's not over. This is not over. Top of the order now.
It is not over. Yeah, and it's big to get to top of the order. Trey Turner is one of Wilsey's favorite cards, according to the survey that he filled out. Very good hitter, but it's quickly down 0-2 here.
Ball 1.
And you got Mariano with 23 pitches already, so you got to think that he's already in the yellow, right? He's being patient. He's seeing some pitches. He's down 3. His game's not over.
Wow, dot of a slider down and away. I think Wilsey thought that was going to get out of the zone, but it dots the corner and a big second out. So now if Wilsey wants to come back down 3 here, he needs to do it with 2 outs, but he's got the heart of the order coming up. Babe, Chipper, and Vlad. And like I mentioned, I think Vlad is the DH. So we saw him come in as a pinch hitter earlier in the game. He would have an opportunity to pinch hit for him, but doesn't matter. A lefty's coming in. He probably would keep him in anyway now.
Yeah.
And in comes Ryan Yarbrough.
Tough lefty, right? Tough lefty. Even though it's Babe Ruth, he's still a tough lefty. All you need is 1 out from him right now and just get out of this game. Wins was up 10. He just wants to get out, just get game 1 in his belt and just move on to game 2.
Ball 2.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. Yarbrough kind of comes into this game to be a slower, control type pitcher, try to get some early swings out of him. And there's that early swing, high fly ball to right field. Is it going to get all the way to the wall? Right at the track. And Weens with an incredible game 1 performance. 29-26 game 1 win. A combined 61 hits between the 2 teams. Just an unreal performance. I mean, we mentioned how offense was very probable with these 2 players because of how good of hitters they are. But a 29-26 is about all you could ask for, at least from a viewing perspective.
We did say that we were going to see a lot of fireworks. I was still not expecting almost 60 runs scored. That was a little too much.
Is crazy to start off the day with that good of offense. But yeah, we still have 2 more games in that series, which is just crazy.
Can they keep up though? Can they keep up scoring like that? I feel like they are going to have to do it.
Just look at all of these swings. The thing that made these 2 so incredible this game is just the amount of just impressive swings on the away pitches, the hitting the velocity inside, the clutch at bats. They both had their moments. This was a 10-run lead for Weens earlier in this game, and Wilsey came all the way back. Wilsey had a lead again, and then Weens took it back. It was just an unreal back and forth performance for both sides.
I mean, and if you're Wilsey, did you just walk Yasmani Grandal next game? Right? He went 7 for 7. He had 3 home runs, 3 doubles and a single. Yasmani Grandal was huge. I mean, MVP of the game, right? Even though you scored 29 runs, the entire offense is probably the MVP. But what a performance by Weens. And if you're Weens, you were up big early in the game. Winning that game was huge because you did allow, right? I would say allow Wilsey to get back in the game. Wilsey worked his way back in the game, but you needed to win that game after being up so much early in the game.
Absolutely. Wilsey was our only player yesterday in the group stage to go 3-0 in the first round robin of games. He was the only one to do that. So we all know, everyone knows, Wilsey is a great hitter, arguably the best hitter of the bunch here. So to come out and out hit him, and just no matter what he did offensively, be one step ahead of him is just an impressive way to start off game number one. And, you know, that might be big to kind of set the tone for this series.
I mean, I don't think we can have a whole day of games like this. There's just no way. But we'll see. We'll see. We got game 2 coming up next. We're gonna take a short break and come for game 2. And we got Kreiner and Alex Hay as well as they await.
Absolutely. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Is defined by moments.
It is intense.
The joy of victory and the thrill of overcoming challenges. Welcome to our home of competitive gaming, where we can all experience exciting esports moments
The final 1v1 of the game here.
and celebrate the pros and the rising stars,
I do want to see a female in the NCS.
bringing you guides and deep dives
Horizon can go up, but she can't go up fast.
and tournaments where the community competes.
Wait! Did he get? No way!
Whether you're in a heated match
Back, let's go.
or watching along at the edge of your seat,
A duo taking down a trio!
let's create moments from the games you love.
He'll take it.
Join us and subscribe to our channel to follow everything esports on PlayStation.
PlayStation. PlayStation.
The story of Rickwood Field embodies the romantic spirit of baseball. Willie Mays would begin his career with the Birmingham Black Bears right here in this very ballpark. And I am excited that you will have an opportunity to play at Rickwood Field as Rickwood comes to MLB The Show 24.
everyone? Welcome back to the MLB The Show 24 Championship Series. We just saw some craziness in Game 1 between Wilsey and Weens. My name is Scan. I'm with Yayo here. And, man, that was just our first series of data we'll be watching. What was even that game, Yayo?
I'm tired already. Like, I don't know how they're going to do it. Wins is, 3 wins away from becoming a champion again. But it feels so far from where we're at now because he just put up 29 to win that Game 1.
Unreal. And yeah, we still have another good series to watch. We'll be watching Alex K versus Kreiner, another 2 great players. Kreiner, who has multiple championships under his belt, and Alex K, who has been great this year, finished 2nd place in the first tournament of the year, the Bullpen Bash. We'll be watching these 2 play their first game. We did just see Weens versus Wilsey, though, a crazy 29-26 win in Game 1. They'll be playing game number 2 while we are watching Alex K and Kreiner play. So we'll have some updates in how their game 2 goes. But Alex K and Kreiner, will just be tuning into them now. And I'll tell you what, if Weens versus Wilsey is going to be a great series, this is also going to be a good one.
I mean, I expect fireworks as well, but there's no way it's going to be another 29-26 game, right? There's no way. We'll see what stadium they go to. I think sometimes Alex K might play at Ship It, so we'll see if that has a factor as well. But offense is gonna be on point anyways.
Yeah, I would say I don't know. I mean, both of these guys are great players. This Alex Kakil's name is here, but we'll be seeing Alex K versus Kreiner. Alex K actually finished 2nd in our first Bullpen Bash. He was someone who played against Alex Kakil, who you saw there, and they had a good battle, but Kakil during that Bullpen Bash was like an unstoppable force. But Alex K is back here, outplayed him here in this qualifier here. Here's Alex K's info. Again, 19 years old. His favorite card is Larry Walker. We saw him a bit in the first tournament, but Alex K here is not going to be using them, but still is one of the best hitters of this bunch. And, I mean, he's got a tough opponent in Kreiner, so he's going to have that offense today.
Yeah, I mean, Alex K have come close a couple times. He's won a couple of community tournaments. I would know. I ran a couple of them, and he won both of them. But he does like that Larry Walker. I mean, he's one of the best offensive players as well, right? He's come close a lot in this Bullpen Bash earlier, like you mentioned. But this lineup, again, similar to the other one. We got that Devers boost. There's that Mookie as well. We got Polanco and that new Vladdy. We saw him coming out of the bench in Game 1 of the Wilsey Wins matchup, but he's going to be hitting cleanup here for Alex K.
Yeah, and a key thing with Vladdy this time around, the minor difference is that he didn't come into the pinch hitter as a DH. He's actually playing right field. He's electing to play Vladdy in right field and then DH Brian Reynolds. So some interesting outfield choices here that we'll see how they'll play during the game. But very similar lineup with the Devers boost. Maybe just slightly different order of things. Babe Ruth hitting 3rd and Vladdy cleaning up here. I think the only main difference here, this is a lot like Wilsey's lineup.
Yeah.
With Mookie Betts at short, just a different order of players. But we got to talk about Kreiner. One of the probably the most notable of our MLB The Show esports competitors. He's been doing this for a while now, has multiple championships. His favorite card is Babe Ruth. And like we've seen him a lot, but for him to be his favorite card says a lot. But these are all of his social medias if you want to follow him as well. Kreiner, it's so funny, we talk about it a bit, but he's been doing this for a few years now and in this position so many times. So definitely a tough opponent for Alex K, but I mean, Alex K was also in this position literally this year, and this is Kreiner's lineup. The key difference here, Castellanos and Tatis on the left side of the infield. He kind of changes up, and Tatis yesterday did damage for him.
Yeah.
So he's my player to keep an eye out for Kreiner here.
And you mentioned him being 19. He's been doing this for a while. He became a champion in 2021. He was just 16 years old, maybe 15, who knows? But he was very young when he won. He's been doing it for a while, so he does have that experience, though. Multiple-time, 3-time champion. So I think that experience, we'll see if it comes to play. But Juan Soto hitting cleanup, as you can see with that little arrow up. He's playing up today as well, so that's why we're seeing him in a lot of these lineups.
Yeah. Juan Soto already has pretty good contact. He fits the Devers boost, so even though he's slightly lower on the power in comparison to other good cards, that boost is perfect for him to get him to around the 100 mark for both sides. So that's why you're seeing him left and right here. You see, though, Kreiner going for less switch hitters than what we saw with the Weens. Only has 1 or 2 of them, if I read that correctly. And I think both these players are good hitters. I think we're going to see a similar theme, though. Who can just get off to a good start offensively first? Who can set the tone for the game? And both these guys are actually very good hitters, too. We talked about Wilsey hitting nearly 500 in the ranked season. Yeah. They aren't necessarily doing that, but both of these dudes are used to big performances. We saw a crazy game last night between Kreiner and Weens in a tiebreaker that ended up being about, I think it was a 24-22 win for Kreiner, or for Weens. It was something like that. So both these guys capable of scoring a lot of runs, and here we are back at Laughing Mountain. So I'm definitely expecting a lot of runs again.
Yep. Yeah. Expect 15, 20 plus runs, both from both players. We did see Jasmani, who was the MVP of game 1 for Wins. Jasmani was on the bench for Kreiner as the backup catcher there with his 1 speed, but we'll see if it comes to play at some point.
So Alex K is at the plate with your black colored jerseys on, Kreiner on the mound in the white and red. Thankfully, I'm not going to get mixed up with the Philly jerseys this time around. There are at least some drastically different colors. Half of the game of commentating these games is discerning the 2 players, because sometimes you get some overlap in the jerseys. But Alex K at the plate here, looking to set the tone offensively here. And Shohei Ohtani again on the mound for Kreiner.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of both good and bad Shohei Ohtani in game 1 between Wins and Wilsey, right? Wins put up 8 in the first. Wilsey was kind of struggling the first couple innings. Then he got loose, but there we see our first base hit of the game there from Alex K.
Yeah, and there's Brian Reynolds in the 2 spot for Alex K. Big first hit to get the offense going here, but we got to see who finds a home run swing here first. Oh, and that ball is crushed to right field. Cutter that catches the middle part of the plate, and Babe Ruth sends it to orbit. 2-0 lead for Alex K. And we mentioned this with Ohtani. He's got the stuff, but definitely does not have the control, and that cutter caught way too much of the plate there.
Yeah, and that was Babe. Every player is gonna have Babe. He's gonna do his damage, and there's Vlad down the line. He's gonna hook just foul. But we saw Wins put up 8 in the first. We said how big that was. He did ended up winning the game, though it became a very close game. But if you're Alex K, you want to have a similar start. You know you're gonna need a lot of runs against Kreiner.
Absolutely. And a big thing with Vladdy here, he's facing the righty. We saw him coming as a pinch hitter for the lefty matchup, but he's hitting cleanup. And presumably because he can hit the righties just as well versus lefties. He has him right in the heart of the order here.
We got a full count.
Makes it a 3-2 count with Vladdy here. Got to be careful what you throw here. You don't want to throw him something easy to hit, but he's going to miss his spot. And Ohtani yet again struggling to start off a game here. A 1-out walk here.
And we talk about the... No, it's
being...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. We were just out of sync there, us too. Alex K is being very patient here. 18 pitches already here in the first. And I feel like that's the name of the game with Ohtani. He's trying to make him throw strikes, make him find a zone.
Yeah, the control is the issue for Ohtani. We're seeing here, he already walked Vladdy. There, 20 pitches already. It's just tough to control, but you also got to be careful because you don't want to leave pitches down the middle because you know what these players are going to do to those.
Almost like in many cases, you'll take the walk over them getting something to hit because these dudes punish mistakes so often. So you may as well try to aim on the corners and just hope you find a zone. That is a sinker that gets absolutely demolished. Perfect from Chipper Jones. Now a 4-0 ball game for Alex K. And yeah, he is starting off hot at the plate.
So I guess we are having another 29-26 game 1 here in the semifinals. Good to know. Very similar start already, right? 4 runs across, only 1 out. So Alex K looks like he is locked in.
As there's this is probably some connection. There we go. Sometimes it happens if someone's connection is off. All these players are streaming their games individually so we can watch. And sometimes their individual connections just might not be the best that moment. So that might be why you just noticed a little bit of a lag there for that moment. Alex K might just be going through it with his internet right now. But now an 0-2 count. Roy Halladay in here in the first, by the way. And that's going to get up through the infield. One out hit, and Alex K is just all over the ball right now.
Yeah, this is the start that you wanted, right? We're seeing Roy Halladay already. So Ohtani is out immediately. Again, very similar to the other game one, as Devers is going to hit one through the hole. That's another back-to-back singles here. So, again, big first inning for Alex K. It's huge for him.
Yeah, 4 runs is already good, but you're getting through the order. You're putting that pressure on Kreiner, seeing a couple pitches already. And Ohtani in most of these games just has not gotten the job. I mean, it's only been 2 games, but most of these players, he hasn't gotten the job done. I think Weens got like 3-ish innings out of him, and that was kind of about it. So Ohtani is kind of gotten crushed here to start off in his tournament. I'm interested to see if in later games they change up who they start.
And I think that's one of the things where, Ohtani on paper is the best pitcher in the game, right? On Legend. But the control issues is a problem. So, but at the same time, it's season 2, right? It's still early. We got some connection issues there, but it's still early. And there's not a lot of good pitching options. It doesn't feel like there's plenty of options there. We see some Clark Schmidt. We haven't seen Paxton at 87. Paxton, who's usually pretty decent. We saw some people using them earlier in the tournament as well. So the pitching matchups, it just feels like it's sort of limited at this point too.
It is. It's like it feels like there aren't that many pitchers who are going to really get the job done.
Yeah.
You just got to find someone who you're comfortable with and just hope they get you outs. We are flipped over to Weens versus Wilsey here while they sort out their connection issues. Unfortunately, this is something that happened, so thank you all for being patient with us. But we do have Weens versus Wilsey. We talked about game number 1, a 29-26 win for Weens. And here we are in game number 2. Teams now flipped. So Wilsey should be the team on the road here. And he's up 3-0 here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, good start for him there. Obviously, he's remained hot. The only 2 quote-unquote bad innings were the first 2 innings, it feels like, of game 1. And then he put up 26 in the next 7 innings. So he's definitely locked in. He's off to a good start. And like we talked about the road team, you want to put the pressure on. So you put the pressure by scoring 3, and then you get to score this first. And this is a perfect start for Wilsey as he's trying to force game 3.
And we watched something there for the first time. Yasmani Grandal got out. It took until game number 2 for it to happen. No, he's not. He's not going to be going 8 for 8. He actually got out. He's human. But seemingly a good start here for Wilsey at the plate here to start off with a 3-0 lead. And I mean, it's how you want to start after losing game 1. You want to take that opportunity to get going offensively first.
And we got Ohtani here, so we know Ohtani already gave up 3 in the first. And we got another solo shot there by Devers. So Ohtani might not be the move, but, again, they're going with Ohtani. See how it works. I'm assuming, Ohtani is going to have a short leash every single game anyways.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. Weens was the only one to kind of have some success with Ohtani to get a few innings out of him. And he did only give up 4 in the first and felt like it was good enough to keep him in this game. But, yeah, it seems like Wilsey might be making the adjustments and reading the ball out of his hand a little bit better now. A home run to start off the inning, a single with Mookie Betts. Now you got the top of the order. And this is an opportunity for Wilsey to give himself an early comfortable lead, or more comfortable lead. As that's crushed to left field. Perfect off the bat of Trey Turner. And this is what Wilsey needs. 6-0 game. And now it's like the opposite of game 1, where Wilsey got off to the hot start here first here in game 2, and now that pressure is on Weens to limit the damage and to maybe get it going at the plate.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where sometimes these players mercy rule themselves, which is crazy to see and say, right? But sometimes it just so happens they get so locked in that they take that big lead. Obviously, it's 6-0 still in the second. Plenty of baseball left. But that's what they're always going for. They're going for that big hits, big innings. As Babe Ruth, it's a perfect, beautiful swing on that changeup, because that's a pitch that you don't see often from them. But it was the off-speed. He went up taco there with Babe Ruth. So 7-0. Wilsey is definitely locked in right now.
Yeah, that's a great swing. 79 miles an hour on the changeup. that is a tough pitch to sit back on and then still be ready for the higher velocity sinker. It's a great swing out of Wilsey. Another perfect on an away pitch. This one going to right center. 8-0 for Wilsey now. And Yarbrough is coming to this game, and he has not gotten the job done either. Wilsey is just that dialed in at the plate right now.
Yeah, if you're Wins, you're just gonna have to find that pitcher that's gonna get you outs, right? You want a couple outs. You want to just move on, trying to get some outs and shorten this game. Obviously, he knows that he's gonna have to score, right? And he knows he can. He just scored 29. But at the same time, you're down 8. You need outs right now, and that will be one.
Yeah, that's a great pitch. Curveballs are pitches you don't see thrown often in these competitive games because they typically take them. But if you're going to throw it, that's a spot where you want to throw it just below the strike zone in a way. I think he was able to tell that he was ready for the away pitch. But it got him to just bite at that sweeping curve to get a ground out there. So even though it was like a good contact, good swing, that pitch is below the zone, so it's going to be a hard hit ground out. And that's what you do against players like this. You know they're going to hit the ball. So you got to try to force them to hopefully hit the ball as a liner or a grounder.
And I think that, like you mentioned, that curveball was in the perfect spot to, it's difficult to get under that, right? It's just below the zone. Like that circle change, he caught a little bit too much, even though he's right on the black, caught a little bit too much. It's enough to get under that one, but not with that curveball that he threw earlier.
Another pitch here, check swing, makes it a 1-2 count. And it just, this inning is just kind of like staying alive. Like Wilsey's just fighting in these at bats, seeing another pitch. The pitches that are great pitches, he's just fighting off for taking. And it just, this is what makes him such a tough hitter. Like he's getting the PCI close enough to the ball and like every swing where he's just staying alive. And that is just driving that pitch count up. And almost makes you wonder if you're Weens, like what do you throw to try to get it out? Inside sinker there, and that's roped down the line. That'll be a double for Jorge Polanco, and that'll be another hit for Wilsey this inning, who's currently up 8-0. And just to remind you all, this is game 2 of this series. We watched game number 1 before between these two, and Weens picked up a 29-26 win. Also, Alex K and Kreiner are starting game number 1, and they are getting going with that, but there were some internet issues that they're seemingly trying to work out. So we'll be back with them, presumably at some point soon. But right now we got game 2 between these two, and Mike Piazza hits that ball into orbit to left field. And this is like deja vu, the game number 1, but on the other side of things now, 10-0 lead for Wilsey now as the away team. It's almost like we're at the exact opposite point of what happened in game 1, where Weens was up 10-0 to start.
Yeah, and literally that Jorge Polanco at bat was key. As you were saying, all those foul balls, I think it was helping him to time out this Yarbrough after seeing Ohtani. You need a couple pitches. He got the timing down now. He went back-to-back perfects with that double and a home run. Now, 10-run lead. And like you mentioned, Weens was in this same position, so he knows the exact opposite can happen. He can come back, but exactly what you want if you're a Wilsey fan, right? Trying to force that game 3, putting that pressure as the road team. It's still, even though they're so good at this game, it's still so tough to come back from down 10.
Yeah, and at the very least, it's so big to get that lead because it's like a mentality shift. A lot of being good at MLB The Show is mental. It's a lot like real baseball, is that's going to be a ground ball to end the inning, where your mental at the plate matters so much in how comfortable you are to hit and your strategy coming up. So being down 10 just adds a lot more pressure at the plate. You know you have to find those swings soon. It might make you more aggressive or swing at pitches that you normally wouldn't. So that's why it's so big to get off to an early offensive start. Is that's driven to left center, and that's going to be Weens' first hit and his first run. 10-1 now. Also, we talked about Hunter Brown coming out of the bullpen last game. Wilsey decided to start him off this game, and he pitched a shutout first inning, and Weens might just have to adjust to him and see that ball out of his hand. Like I mentioned, I don't think he's seen this card much, as he is a pretty recent card and wasn't used much yesterday.
Nope.
And
Ball 1.
he might have found the adjustment with that first swing here.
Yeah, I think he had even last year he had a diamond version that it really wasn't used much.
No,
You know, he
that's
doesn't have that sinker
Ball 2.
cutter meta pitches. It does have a hard fastball with that splitter that I know is liked by many. But it's also a different, you're trying to confuse your opponent, right? A little bit over the top release. You're just trying to give him a different look as Juan Soto works a walk. That's very realistic right there. But, you're trying to confuse your opponent. Even if you get a couple innings, of a few runs, you're happy with that, and then you can go to the pen again. This is game 7 scenario for Wilsey. So I don't think Hunter Brown is going to have that big of a leash anyways, if he gets into a little bit of trouble and the game gets a little bit closer, you expect him to go to the pen.
That's a fly ball to the right field, just a little off in that PCI placement though. That'll be a fly out to the warning track. 1 out here in the bottom of the second. And yeah, it really is. That's sometimes the game. These players have faced a lot of same pitchers. Like we've seen a lot of Roy Halladay, Clark Schmidt, Shohei Ohtani. A lot of these players with the sinkers and cutters and similar motion that we've been seeing, as that's driven down the line by Jorge Polanco. That'll be a 1-out double here, and Weens has an opportunity to chip away at that 10-run lead. Well, now 9-run lead with Rafael Devers up here. And yeah, sometimes you got to change it up, try someone different, see if it works. I mean, it worked for about an inning for Wilsey last game and to start off this game, but this is why these players are so good. They make those adjustments, they read those pitchers so soon. It just might take them a couple batters to find it again.
Yeah, and it also means that you have Shohei Ohtani out of the pen available, right? So he is technically the best option, even though he wasn't very good in game 1. But you'll still have him for later in the game, or if you're getting to a position where you need outs, you need two plus innings, then maybe that's the spot that we see Ohtani. But I expect to see Ohtani at some point.
Absolutely. I could see him coming in if you want to try to get someone to roll over a cutter, like come in versus a righty, throw that away cutter or splitter and try to get a rollover ground ball. I could see that type of scenario happening. But this is a big at bat for Wilsey on the mound here. He's kind of set the tone offensively here, up 10-1. If he can kind of squash this rally here, stay up 9, then he could potentially run away with this game in the next inning. As that's a fly ball to center field. Fastball pretty well located to get a just late swing, and Hunter Brown gets through, honestly, 2 pretty strong innings here for Wilsey.
Yeah, you can't ask for more than that if you're Wilsey, right? You put up 10, you gave up 1 through 2 innings. This is a perfect start for him.
And like we talked about last game, that bullpen, it's big to be able to chip away at that early. Lou Trevino in the game here for Weens now, so another pitcher just to try to keep on navigating this game. And Lou Trevino is a very good reliever, but we've seen him early game in a few of these games to try to halt the offense. So to be able to get him early, I think is kind of a big deal. If you have another close game, late game, you're limiting the amount of good bullpen arms they have left.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, and you just want Trevino to get a few outs. You want him to get out of this inning, right, with little to no damage. Your wins, you're down 9. You cannot allow another big inning, right? So that's kind of like what Williams would like, but it's only a matter of time before his offense gets going. So I think that's why he has to kind of stay within range, avoid the mercy rule.
Yeah, and another thing to talk about as we're watching Weens' pitching perspective here. He's electing to use analog pitching. That'll be a fly ball to center field. And you'll see some of these players elect to use analog pitching on legend difficulty in comparison to the more popularly used pinpoint pitching. And let me ask you, have you given it a go at all this year using analog?
I gave it a go at the beginning of the year, and as Babe Ruth smoked one, that's going to be perfect double there, probably off the wall, yep. I did try it out earlier, and I felt like, I used analog for years, and I forgot how it was. I felt like, oh my God, I'm so used to pinpoint now. But it's still a solid option, right? We had 2 of the players, I believe Alex K is the other one that uses the analog pitching. It's still a very solid option. It is the same motion. I think that's what helps with analog. You don't have to worry about different pitches or different, because sometimes you get the cutter and you have to go right, but you went left and it messes up the whole pitch. But with analog, it's the same motion. You go down. So, you gotta, they use what they feel comfortable with, and that's what we've seen.
Yeah, now's a big strikeout to end the inning. 3 great pitches to kind of halt that rally. Gets Wilsey looking at a sinker down and in. And yeah, it's an interesting little debate. These players on Legend actually switch to analog, and my theory from testing it is it feels like with the analog, if you slightly mess up, it doesn't hurt you as much, since with pinpoint, sometimes a slight timing issue with your motion or being slightly off on anything, it sometimes feels like it could be very punishing with how big the pars are on Legend. Yeah. But with analog, I feel like it finds more consistency towards the middle. But obviously the downside of analog is if you don't have that down and you're off of those motions, I feel like it's very easy to hang a pitch, especially like trying to aim like breaking balls outside of the zone or like fastballs in on the hands. It's easy to slightly mislocate that, get that over to plate. That is crushed to right field by Brian Reynolds. And here comes Weens. Good swing off of Hunter Brown. 10-2 ball game now.
I think that's why we don't see a lot of fastballs or cutter up in the zone, because they just don't miss it often, right? We see a lot of the times as Babe Ruth hit one to right field, that's going to be gone. Wow. A wall scraper there. Laser. Yeah. 101 of the bat, that left in a hurry. That makes it a 10-3 game. You know, so we see Jesse Chavez, and that will do it, right? That Jesse Chavez, this is a very interesting card. We've seen a lot. Jasmani pops that one up. You know, 0 for 2 so far, but still 7 for 9 in this series for Jasmani. But Jesse Chavez becoming a very popular pick. Sinker cutter guy, good per nines, and you know, hits per nines and clutch as well. And it can work kind of like with the, you know how you were mentioning, you're trying to throw like off speed outside of these guys because they're so geared up as well for the fastball. And that's sometimes kind of like your only way. So he's not, he doesn't throw hard, but he locates, and that's why we like it. Whether you use analog or pinpoint, he's gonna dot.
Yep, it's a lot like Yarbrough, where you have the slower velocity, and I was gonna say it's a very aggressive change. He gave up a couple homers, and it's still only 3 runs total in a few innings, and he was like, nope, get Hunter Brown out of here, get Chavez in, and he got 2 quick outs. And I think it came down to him going to the slower pitcher. He now has to stop sitting on nearly 100 on the 4-seam, and now has to slow down to like the 92 on the sinker. But there's the adjustment to the gap by Juan Soto for Weens, a 2-out double. And it feels like that's like a lot of the game here is you got to change your pitchers in a particular order to try to change up that velocity, slightly mess with their timing at the plate. And you got a couple outs because of it, but now it's interesting to see if Weens makes the adjustment timing wise and could put up some more consistent swings here.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to make good pitches, especially with the control pitches. You cannot have the mistake pitch. And if you're that pitch was a great swing, it was just a better swing by Weens, right? So you kind of live with that. It wasn't a home run. You still have 2 outs. You can still get out of this inning up 7.
What a swing by Trey Turner past the diving second baseman. Gonna keep this inning alive. 2 runners on, and an opportunity for Weens, if he puts up a good swing here, could really chip away into that what was a 10-run lead. That'll be a foul ball down the line. Just misses that one.
Feels like deja vu all over again, right? 10-0.
Yeah.
Now 10-3. One swing can make this a 10-6 game in the third. Like, I don't know. I feel like we've seen this before.
Yeah, feels very similar to how game number 1 went here. And I gotta say, Wilsey's trying to find the corners of the zone here. He hasn't really found it with Chavez much, and Weens is doing a great job of being patient, trying to make him throw something in the zone. Inside cutter, that is one that you're lucky. You celebrate that one getting out of play foul, because that is one you don't want to swing at. That's nearly in on the stomach. But now a 3-2 count. Runner on first should be running here, so a ball to the gap should score him easily. Hard ground ball. It's through the infield. Runner will stay at second. So the runner moving doesn't change anything there, but 10-4 now for Weens as he's chipping away bit by bit.
Yeah, I mean, we got ourselves a game there. It's Alvarado. He was effective in game 1, right? So I'm not surprised that we're seeing him here early in the game. It's a big spot. It's a 6-run game. You gotta put Devers in that lefty situation. You know they cannot pinch hit with him until after the 7th inning. He's gonna hit that one, lazy fly ball to center field, and you know you limited the damage, and that's kind of like what you wanted for if you were Wilsey.
Yeah, that's a swing that he just missed. He was just underneath that sinker, caught the middle part of the plate. seemingly ready for that pitch, but just misses the PCI. And I mean, it's good managing the fact that that's Devers. He's the captain card. If you want to maintain the boost, you have to keep him in there. You can't make a drastic pinch hit decision this early into the game with that captain. So he kind of has to hit lefty there, and he executed there to get out of that inning. But still a 10-4 game is where you kind of want to respond and just try to keep that distance away from Weens, because like what we saw late game last game, once that game gets close towards the later part of the game, that's going to be a grounder to first. Anything can happen. All it takes is one big inning and someone could take a big lead. So being able to keep that distance from Weens is really big here.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of like the key. You want to hold on to that 5, 6, 7 run lead if you can, because once, you know, one big inning can make the same way Wilsey did in game 1, right? He had that big inning where, you know, it got him back into the game, and it was a brand new game. He actually ended up taking the lead late in the game as Polanco smokes one to right center field. That's going to be a 1-out double there.
Jorge Polanco has just been doing damage. And if you are just joining us, this is game 2 of the best of 3 series between Weens and Wilsey. We saw game 1 end up as a 29-26 win for Weens. If you want to see any of the progress in any of the series, you can see their names below the score bug on the bottom right part of your screen. And game 2 has been very similar to game 1, but just the teams flip-flop. Wilsey off to a 10-0 lead. Weens trying to kind of come back and chip away at that lead. And it's 10-4 here as we're getting to the middle part of the game. And Alex K and Kreiner are also going to be playing. They're still working out the internet issues that they had. So we will be getting game number 1 out of them soon. But we got these two playing in a crazy series that's driven to right field. And Mike Piazza goes yard. 12-4 lead now for Wilsey.
And that's big. That's big. That's what I was talking about, how you're obviously trying to keep that lead. You know, you want to keep that pressure on Weens. You know, obviously enforce that game 3, which I would not be shocked at all if we see a game 3. You know, Wilsey has been a different player after the first couple innings of game 1. He's just been the Wilsey that we know. And he did it again with Brian Reynolds, 13-4 now with that perfect solo shot.
Yeah, this is what Wilsey did a bit yesterday. He was the only player to go 3-0 in the group stage. And when he's at his best, he kind of ambushes you offensively. He gets off to an early big lead. It puts that pressure on the other team to keep up with them. But he's just relentless offensively. 13 runs here in just a few innings. That's another home run. Lefty with Rafael Devers. And that is going a mile. 14-4, and instantly responds to a good inning from Weens, and now it makes it a 10-run game again, and we're getting to mercy territory. At this point, we're at the 4th inning with a 10-run lead. If Weens is down 10, then it's game over. So this is the time to have that 10-run lead if you're Wilsey.
Yeah, 3 outs away from the forcing in game 3, right? But it's one of those things where, I mean, they just don't miss those quote-unquote mistake pitches, right? If they catch a little bit too much of the plate, they're just going to make you pay. And that's exactly what that pitch was. You know, there's Moogie again. I think that's his 3rd straight perfect. And that was a great pitch, right? But it wasn't able to get under it. So that's the only reason why it wasn't a home run. But they just don't miss those pitches that catch a little bit too much plate.
Yeah, this is that momentum, too. That was a second away sinker that he hit to the opposite field in a row. Yep. So some great swings out of him there.
That's inside.
And another pitcher for Weens here in the 4th. So we talked about the mercy rule and how there's an opportunity. The mercy is always good to take the opportunity. That's a ground ball. The short shouldn't be a double play because Trey Turner at the plate, as the inning will stay alive. I'll say, even though we're around mercy rule territory, but it's big to get off to this big lead because now that opponent has to play against the mercy. Weens has to pitch with a little bit more pressure, go to some good relievers earlier, just so he could stay in this game and avoid the mercy. He's going to keep it a 14-4 game, but if Weens goes scoreless this inning, then Wilsey bounces back with the game 2 win.
Yeah, and that's a pitch that Wilsey probably wants back. We've seen him destroy that pitch over and over again, especially with Babe Ruth. But hey, he does have that Alvarado, who's been very effective, I feel like, for at least one of them in game 1 it was. You got Abraham Toro, again, 3 outs away from forcing game 3. and you're trying to end it as soon as possible. You don't want to give Wins any hope.
Yep. And even though in theory this could end the game, one lesson I've learned with these good players is that those final outs are always the hardest to get. So even though that we are in mercy territory, and if Weens doesn't score, he loses, these 3 outs are going to be the hardest 3 outs to get because he knows the game is on the line. He's going to be very focused in these at-bats. And these players are so tough to get out in these scenarios. Now a 3-2 count to start off the inning, and Abraham Toro is just fighting to stay alive.
Yeah, and the perfect example was in game 1, right? Wilson was up 1, 3 outs to go. He had 2 quick outs in the top of the 9th, and then it just so happened that Wins was able to fight off. He got a single, then the home run, and then the inning just opened up with that 2-out rally. He was able to, to come back there in the last inning. That's what happens, right? Like when they have those good at bats, extending the inning, and the big innings follow.
Oh, that's inside.
Absolutely. And I could just tell from Weens here, like we talked about last game, as the game started to progress, Wilsey started to be a little bit more patient since he wasn't finding things offensively, started to see more pitches, and it feels like Weens has started to do that here in the 4th. Still ready to swing the bat, but just trying to see some more pitches.
Inside,
already 9 pitches out of Alvarado, just a couple batters in. Now another 3-2 count. Babe Ruth looming on deck. Going backdoor cutter. It's going to be a hard grounder to third, but with the runner running. Actually, that was a line drive. He caught it in the air. That's a double play. Goes for a hit and run to try to avoid a double play. But Chipper Jones catches it in the air. And that's a line drive to right field. And Wilsey very quickly has a mercy rule win here in game 2. This is what happens when there's pressure and the game is on the line.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of over managing from Weens there, trying to do a little too much by sending the runner, and it utterly costs him there. And we're right back to a 1-1 series just like that.
I mean, that was unlucky, right? Like they're trying to send the runner to stay out of the double play. They know how good they are, that they can put the ball in play. They trust their skills, that they won't strike out. It just so happened that it was a line drive and ended up being a double play regardless. But Wilson came out firing, and we've seen both road teams coming out on top so far in this series. So it's going to be very interesting game 3 with a chance of moving on to the finals.
Yeah, that's how you respond. You set the precedent offensively. You score a lot of runs early. You put that pressure on Weens. And we talk about momentum, and momentum is really a thing in these games, how it kind of goes back and forth between both sides. And momentum absolutely shifted towards Wilsey early in this game. And the second that Weens started to get his own inning of his own, Wilsey bounces back, gets right into mercy territory in the 4th inning, and just executed very well. That pressure kind of got to Weens there. Maybe overthought sending the runner there. And I think that was the difference there. And then that last at bat got very aggressive after that line drive double play, and that ended his game. And if you're Wilsey, I mean, things might really be on your side now. You just had a dominant game number 2 after losing a close game number 1. Now I think, like you mentioned, I mentioned to see what happens in game 3. Who's the away team? Who can get a chance to score offensively first? 'Cause that's been the trend in both these games. The away team has kind of started with big innings in the first couple innings, and they kind of set the pace. But in game 2, Wilsey didn't even give Weens a chance to come back.
Yeah, and it is crazy how this works, right? Because it's a best-of-3 series. If you're Wins, you're averaging about 16.5 runs a game, and you still tied at 1 in the series, right? Which is crazy to think about. But game 3, it all comes down to this. This is game 7, obviously, for both. I'm curious to see if we're gonna see another pitching change and pitching matchup, right? We saw Wilsey bring in Hunter Brown, and it kind of worked out for him. He slowed the bats of Wins down in the first couple innings. So I'm curious to see if either one are making any changes, or if we're going to see the same old Ohtani again.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Weens does with that. But that is game number 2 of the series. We're going to take a couple-minute break after that game. We'll be seeing game number 3 between Wilsey and Weens here soon. And Alex K and Kreiner will be getting going here as well, since they have some issues they're working out. And we'll be back in just a few minutes to catch up with that.
Gaming is defined by moments.
It is intense.
The joy of victory and the thrill of overcoming challenges. Welcome to our home of competitive gaming, where we can all experience exciting esports moments
The final 1v1 of the game here.
and celebrate the pros and the rising stars,
I do want to see a female in the MCS.
bringing you guides and deep dives
Horizon can go up, but she can't go up fast.
and tournaments where the community competes.
Wait! Did he go? No way!
Whether you're in a heated match
Back, let's go.
or watching along at the edge of your seat,
A duo taking down a trio.
let's create moments from the games you love.
They'll take it!
Join us and subscribe to our channel to follow everything esports on PlayStation.
PlayStation. PlayStation.
The story of Rickwood Field embodies the romantic spirit of baseball. Willie Mays will begin his career with the Birmingham Black Bears right here in this very ballpark. And I am excited that you will have an opportunity to play at Rickwood Field as Rickwood comes to MLB The Show 24.
everyone. Welcome back to the MLB The Show 24 Championship Series. I'm scanning with my friend Yayo here. And, man, this Wilsey versus Ween series has been crazy. We're on to game number 3. We saw a crazy game 1 between these two with a 29-26 win for Weens. Wilsey bounces back for game 2 with a 14-4 Mercy Rule win. And we've got a crazy game number 3 in store.
For sure. Like, we've had 2 crazy games, right? Because one of them had 50-plus runs scored, 29-26. There was a big comeback from Wilsey. He ended up taking the lead late in that game to then just allow Wins to end up winning, I guess, in that 9th. And then, but he bounces back with that Mercy Rule. So I'm surprised at how the games have gone a little bit, but I'm not surprised that we have a game 3.
Absolutely. And we also will be having Real Alex K playing Kreiner, but they've been troubleshooting some personal issues they've been having with setting things up and getting going. So hopefully they get going at some point soon, but we will be watching game 3 between Wilsey and Weens. We've seen both games this series, 2 opposite type games. We had a crazy back and forth, crazy high scoring game and another Mercy Rule. And honestly, I don't know what to predict will happen here in game 3.
Yeah, I me either. I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't expect the Mercy Rule, though. I expect Wins to make some adjustments. You know, he went Otani game 1 and 2, so I don't think we're going to see Otani. I would be surprised if Wins goes with Otani, but we'll see. We'll see. Both of them have been obviously locked in offensively, just especially Wilsey after that first couple innings in game 1.
Yeah, so we are even back to a 1-1 series like we talked about before. This winner of the series will move on to the finals, and this is big for this tournament because there is a $25,000 prize pool. First place gets $10,000, second place gets $5,000. So getting top 2 is big. You kind of double your potential money if you get to that top 2. So I mean, it's big to get to today through the top 8, but very big if you can make that top 2. And I assume these two are going to put a lot of energy into this final game.
I mean, there's a lot of pressure in this game, especially, you know, Wins is a former champ. Wilsey still hasn't won the quote unquote big game. But this is a $2,500 game, basically, right? Game 7 of the series. And we're going back to laughing, and I expect a lot of runs again. Here we go.
And we talked about pitching. We talked about trying to find that right starting pitcher for the situation. Last game, Wilsey sent out Hunter Brown, and it worked. But all games, we've seen Shohei Ohtani in some capacity. This time, though, it's Wilsey on the mound with Shohei Ohtani. He decided to switch up from Hunter Brown and go back to Shohei. Weens at the plate here.
And I think Wins is, you know, has hit Shohei Ohtani very well. Obviously, he scored 8 in the first in game 1, in the first inning of game 1. So interesting that, that Wilsey went back to Shohei. All he needs is a couple innings, just slow down the bat and not let this game get out of hand early.
Yeah, and I think I get the mentality too, because he pitched a couple innings with Hunter Brown. He basically just saw Hunter Brown just before. Yeah. So once he got a read on him, he quickly pulled him. So maybe just go into Ohtani just to give him a different look, maybe save Hunter Brown for later. That'll be a fly ball to right field. That'll be a first out for Weens at the plate here. And we talked about it. Game 1, Weens was up 10-0, set the pace offensively. But Wilsey came back. They battled all the way to the end, and Weens crawled out with the win. And game 2, Wilsey did the same thing. Big first inning, took a 10-0 lead, but he got the mercy. So I think if you're Weens, you want to try to do the same thing as game 1. You want your own big inning here in the first or second inning so you can set the pace for this game.
And we talked about the road team, how they can put that pressure on the home team, and especially in a Game 7 scenario. I know you're a Yankee fan. I'm a Red Sox fan. 2004, coming back down 3-0, forced a Game 7. The Red Sox did, and they had that big first inning, and it felt like the air just got sucked out of Yankee Stadium, and that's exactly what we need to see here or the road team wants to see. Just put that pressure, have that big inning, and come out on top.
That was a great swing of Babe Ruth, and I just want you to know I'm really disappointed that you had to bring up 2004. We didn't have to do that, but you brought it up, and I'm going to beef with you on that now.
Sorry.
But swing out of Weens there to make it put some pressure here, and Yasmani Grandal was the key factor in Game 1. When, what was it? Was it 6 for 6? 7 for 7?
7 for 7.
7 for 7 in Game 1. as Weeds came out with the win, but cooled down a little bit in game 2. And I wonder if Wilsey just found out how to pitch him, found out what pitches work. But now a 2-2 count, now a 3-2 count.
And Jasmani's always
to get.
Yeah, obviously Jasmani's a different hitter with runners in scoring position because that 88 clutch, it's a little bit lower than his contact numbers. He does have a running scoring position now, but he still has that 115 power. That's going to get through. That's going to be a base hit. The runner will hold at third, though. So running the corners, only one out.
Yeah, good hit from Grandal. Just kind of slapped the ball up the middle. And a big at bat here, 2 runners on. This is a scary at bat because the double play is in order. And Wilsey probably knows that. So he's going to really try to get Weens a little impatient to force a ground ball here. So you got to be selective here if you're Weens. Look for a pitch you can elevate to at least try to get that 1-run home.
Yeah, I think these plays are
2-1 count.
Yeah, they're so good that obviously the double plays are huge in every scenario. But if you can get 1 swing and 2 outs, it's massive, especially here in the first inning and get out of of this inning scoreless with the double play. It's obviously what you want. It won't happen as it will happen something that's even more rare. That's a strikeout. I think that might be the first one we've had all day. It feels like.
You just got word as well. Kreiner and Alex K are getting going in this game. They're going to be setting up, getting back to the 4-0 game before they disconnected. So we will be able to see them in just a moment. But this game, obviously a big moment going on right now. 2 runners on the corners, 2 outs. Opportunity for Weens to get off to an early lead. We've seen it each game. The Way team has put up a pretty solid first inning. As you flip over to the right side, you'll see a home run off the bat of Kreiner in the bottom of the first. Now a 4-1 game, and Juan Soto hits a perfect to Jupiter on the left side of your screen. Now a 3-0 game in Weens' favor. And we talked about it. I mean, someone has scored and got going offensively in the first in each game. And Weens gets 3 on the board. Might not have been as big of innings as we saw in the first 2 games, but does a good job of capitalizing with 2 runners on there.
I mean, you still take the 3 runs. It's a game 3 of a best-of-3 series. You're already putting the pressure on Wilsey, especially because you were 1 swing away from not scoring any runs, right? And we're gonna see Clark Schmidt here, so that's the adjustment that we've seen from Weens, which is what I was expecting, some kind of adjustment. So Clark Schmidt on the bump as a starter.
Yeah, and just to remind everyone, since there were some issues with Kreiner and Alex K's game, they're just getting going with game 1. So we will be able to watch them in just a moment, but we're in game 3 in this series. Winner moves on to the top 2, to the very finals here today. Weens on the mound. You're a Way team in this game. It can be confusing because Wilsey is running Phillies uniforms. I think they might both be Phillies fans, so that's why there could be that confusion here. But Wilsey is at the plate here. And back to what you talked about with Clark Schmidt, I actually like this card a lot. I like his motion. It's interesting, at least as a different look. He's got the sinker, cutter, changeup mix, and it's actually been like used very often out of the bullpen in these games. But we decided to give him a start this game in game 3.
Yeah, he does seem like very deceptive, right? And the sinker and cutter 95, 96 is not too shabby either. Right. So, and again, all you want from a starter here is 2, maybe 3 innings, not a whole lot of runs. And as he gets, hit in the back with that sinker by Babe Ruth, he's going to be infield hit. But yeah, it's one of those, pitchers that he seems very Mike Mussina-like. I remember that Mike Mussina from a couple of years ago, kind of like that same delivery, same pitch repertoire as Chipper Jones. Is a perfect. I mean, that cutter was just down the middle. They're not gonna miss that one. So 3-2 game. So we have a brand new ball game. It's not like the other 2 where it was big first innings from the road team and the home team wasn't doing much on the bottom half of the first. But this time we see the bounce back there, or the answer back from Wilsey.
Yeah, and I like the Mike Mussina comp with Clark Schmidt here because there are a lot of similarities here. And the thing is like he's got a little bit more velocity, but it's definitely like a control type pitcher. And with how these players hit the fastballs, you miss a spot, they'll crush it. But I think the key is that cutter. That cutter is actually a little bit of a quicker cutter, kind of like Roy Halladay cards.
Yeah.
Where it's not significantly slower than the sinker. So each hitter has to kind of adjust and pick up what that different timing is. A lot of sinkers and cutters But a really important thing is the velocity difference between those sinkers and cutters. And the players have to kind of pick up on that and adjust to that between pitchers.
And I think that's a solid inning, right? If you take the 2 runs,
You'll
you
take
take the lead, you take the lead after 1, and just work from there. Now, if you're wins, you just got to keep the foot on the pedal.
Yeah, I mean, we got Ohtani on the mound for Wilsey this time around, as that is demolished to left field by Jorge Polanco. Beautiful swing on a down and away sinker. And Weens takes a 4-2 lead here in the second.
He's been so good this tournament.
The thing about Weens that he's been doing so well is that he's just been so good on the away stuff. Yeah. So many opposite field home runs for him in this, as that's crushed to right. And another perfect. That one, an absolute laser, 16-degree launch angle. And that was a no-doubter for Devers. Now 5-2.
And there's Ohtani again getting hit a little bit, right? You've given up 1 plus inning. Like, how much longer are you going to go with Shohei if you're Wilsey? Obviously, you know that you can put up 15, 20 runs, 20, even 26 in a game, but you don't want to fall behind that much, right? This game 7 scenario, this game 3 of a best of 3 series. So I wonder how much longer he's going to stick with Ohtani. He's almost at 50 pitches already.
Yeah, we've seen in a few games, and at least one of the games say there were some managerial decisions that kind of came into play. A lot of pressure in this game, so you're interested to see if anyone, starts to overthink or try to do a little too much at the plate with the managerial decisions here. It's game 3, a lot at stake. What a swing again on a down and away sinker from Weens. Another opposite field, perfect homer. And he's just been on that all day, and I think that's your sign. You probably got to take out Ohtani before this game gets out of hand. And in comes Roy Halladay.
And that would do it. Yeah, that's what I was talking about with Shohei Ohtani. He was like, yeah, you've given up 6, not even getting to an inning and a third. It just didn't work out that time, but at least he's still within reach. Obviously only down 4, but you have to start getting those outs now. Top of the order for wins the second time.
Yeah, and interesting to go to Halladay here too. You're getting a slightly faster cutter out of him in comparison to Ohtani, but a little bit more control. You're also getting a splitter. Those are the big 3 pitches you're going to see out of him. The 3 fastballs and then the splitter. So interesting that he went to another pitcher with a splitter and, a kind of similar sinker cutter and all of that right after Ohtani. We saw earlier Ryan Yarbrough or like a slower control type pitcher after him. Roy Halladay kind of somewhere in between. That's going to be a walk here. And Weens is just looking very dialed in at the plate this inning.
Yeah, and you don't want to give a guy that's so locked in free base runners, but at the same time, like you mentioned earlier, a walk sometimes is better than a home run. But Babe Ruth is up with a runner at first. You're already down 4. You got to be very careful, which he is. He's kind of pitching around the corner. He's in the corners and everything, but trying to avoid that mistake pitch. But he's falling behind in the count because of those.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about it, I think, in game 1, where early at points in the game, I think Weens was pitching kind of aggressively, trying to get early strikes. But at one point, he was trying to aim around the corners and just decided to be very patient. Great down and in sinker to freeze him to get a strikeout there.
You don't see that often.
We talked about the balance of being aggressive and being patient. Sometimes someone's not finding the corners, so you try to take more pitches. On the downside, take the risk of looking at a pitch like that, or even more than that, being late on a fastball that you probably would have been ready for if you weren't trying to see more pitches. Very late swings on fastballs you don't see often with these guys. And if they are doing it, it's typically because they're trying to be patient, trying to see more pitches.
And obviously they're going on hour number 3 of playing as well, right? With a lot of pressure with the tournament and what's at stake. Sometimes you might start seeing some fatigue. I'm not sure if that's what we're seeing here, but it's very unlikely to be very late, like you mentioned. It was only a 93-mile-an-hour cutter after going down looking on a sinker inside. So we gotta keep an eye out on that. But it might be just the Roy Halladay effect. It might be working out. He got two outs here, haven't allowed a run yet.
Absolutely. Sometimes just players just don't read a new pitcher that well. It takes a few batters for him to make the adjustment. We saw with Ohtani on the mound, Weens was all over those down in the way sinkers right there. But with Halladay, this might not be seeing the ball the same level out of the hand. And another down and in sinker gets him freezing. He's just not seeing that ball out of the hand well. And we saw it a couple times with Wilsey where he kind of needed to throw some aggressive strikes, and he's gotten out of jams because of it. So a good job to keep it at 6 here in the second.
That's a ball.
Yeah, you take that, you go ahead and pat Roy Halladay in the back after that one because he's still within range. Obviously, you know, you got to score some runs here. But as Mike Piazza says, a line drive there, that's going to be a leadoff single, and that's how you start those innings, right? He's been locked in ever since inning number 3. I mentioned this from game 1. So you got to keep that, you know, you got to keep within range. That's going to be a line out, but that's not even a terrible swing. It's just a little bit off the plate on that cutter.
Yeah, just a little bit of aggressive swing. The 0-0 count where you can see some more pitches. He was ready for it, but was aggressive. Maybe could look back and wish he was a little bit more selective. That's also a fly ball. That one is going to go to center field, though. Got enough of the launch angle and oomph on that swing. Now it's 6-4 game, and Wilsey's responding with 2 runs of his own here in the second.
And just Devers has been good. He's been so good this whole tournament. As Mookie hits one deep to right field, I don't think that's going to be enough. 79 of the bat, but Devers just reminds me so much of that season 1 Nolan Arenado captain who is like, yeah, we're using a captain to make the other cards better, but that card itself was probably my best hitter from in a lot of the games. So same thing with Devers.
Yeah, Devers got a great swing on him. You know that contact is a little bit lower in comparison to some of the hitters. He's got a swing that a lot of people like, and especially these guys have high parallels on them. So that contact actually doesn't get too bad. Swing and miss to end the at bat. I gotta say, this game to start, we're seeing more strikeouts than we're used to. We actually heard this stat from Prof earlier. Was it that these players strike out? Was it? Did he say 2 times a game, or was it just less than 5 times a game?
Yeah, I think it was 2. Yeah, I think it's on average it was about 2 times a game. So
which is a crazy stat to only strike out that little in a game. And we saw 3 strikeouts in just that inning between the 2 of them. So it could be fatigue. They could just be not reading the ball well. Wilsey was very aggressive with his swings that inning. While we've seen with Weens, he's gone for the more passive approach, trying to see more pitches, trying to take pitches on the corners. Hard hit ground ball and a diving play at first by Rafael Devers.
And I think what you're saying is that we're done seeing strikeouts for the rest of the game, which I wouldn't be shocked either.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see strikeouts often. How good these dudes are. They make so much contact, but even if they're off in their swings, you know, it's so marginally off. That's a splitter that catches too much plate. Crushed the deep left field, and Weens is right back at it. 7-4 ball game now. And he's just trying to keep the foot on the gas, is trying to stay ahead of Wilsey here. The thing that's just unreal about these guys is that it feels like no matter what, even if they have a rough inning in a lot of scenarios, they're still scoring like 1 or 2. Like they still have a couple really good swings in them every inning, even if not everything goes their way. You know, a hard hit grounder, that was a diving play to start off the inning. That's not a bad swing, but an aggressive swing to start off the at bat. They still find 1 or 2 every inning to still put up something.
Yeah, it's crazy because, you know, like you said, even the outs, they're loud outs. They're still decent swings for the most part. The misses are still not terrible swings. As Devers hit one deep to right field. Babe Ruth with the robbery. Red Sox on Red Sox. Well, I guess that's a Yankee card, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's a Yankee. He's a Yankee. He's not a Red Sox. I mean, you don't expect to see Babe Ruth robbing Homer. Funny enough, I think there was actually a game yesterday where Weens played Kreiner, and I think Weens robbed Kreiner of a home run with Babe Ruth. This time, Babe Ruth is robbing Weens of a homer. I was almost going to call that a Laughing Mountain special, but Babe Ruth did not let that happen. 7-4 ball game here, though, and that could be a big out to you know, kind of stop that rally that Weens could have had. This could have been a 9-4 ball game with that inning still going.
Yeah, and even though Babe Ruth is not there for the defense, he still made that play like you mentioned. So, I mean, and he's also due up first, so I already expect a home run. Almost. It's just late on that one.
Yeah, this is just like a game of adjustments. These dudes are great hitters, and they're putting up some good swings, but you've also seen some unordinary swings out of them. You've seen some strikeouts. You've seen some swings that they typically would have hit that they're just missing. So, you know, neither of the players are really too dominant at the plate at this very moment. like they could be. So it's really just a game of maybe who can find it first. See who still can just score despite not hitting perfectly right now. I mean, so far it's been in Weens' favor, but that's a great swing from Wilsey. Perfect. Juan Soto going yard again this game. 7-6 now here in the bottom of the third.
And shout out to Roflo in the chat. He cannot believe that Babe Ruth robbed that home run. As a lot of people cannot believe, but hey, it was very high and not hit too hard. So, good for Weens, right? Or good. Wait, who was it again? The uniform
was in the field.
Me again.
Yeah, Wilsey was in the field. He robbed it. So it was a good for Wilsey there to rob that. And that's the chaos of MLB The Show. You've got the bad fielding captain, Rafael Devers, making diving plays at first base. You got Babe Ruth making jumping catches at the wall. That is just the chaos that you see in this game.
Yeah, it's like obviously you have a technically or overall a bad defensive team when you use the Devers boots because they all have under 74 fielding. But you're taking the offense over that. At there's occasions that obviously it costs you defensively because they're not Gold Glovers around. But it's similar to like I mentioned, the Nolan Arenado boost as Mike Piazza goes deep there. That Nolan Arenado boost, you were like, okay, my team will not be the fastest, but it's the best captain boost that I think we have. So we're rocking with that one.
Yeah, and Wilsey made his way back. 7-7 ball game. You see on the left side, it's game number 3. And he's putting up more good swings. As we also see our game 1 between Kreiner and Alex K. They had some connection issues and problems getting their games set up. But they are just getting going in their game right here. So 2 different cadences for these series here. I see game 3 here. 7-7 ball game between Weens and Wilsey. Winner takes all here. Alex K and Kreiner are just getting going. So kind of different paces as we're advancing through the day here. As that'll be a ground ball. 2 outs here in the inning. And I mean, Wilsey responds, ties his game 7-7 here in the 4th. But slow start to the 4th inning here for Weens trying to respond and maybe try to take a lead himself again.
I think this game just has to feel that it's just going to come down to the wire, right? I wouldn't be shocked at all. We're tied here, but a word on the Kreiner. Kreiner was down 4, and he scored 11 unanswered so far. And I think there's the term Turney Kreiner is just different, right? He's the 3-time champion, and he's at it again.
Absolutely. Still a 7-7 game. Too many 7s on that scoreboard for my liking. I don't like that. 7 runs, 7 hits apiece as we're getting towards the middle part of this game. And I'm going to say it now because we saw a crazy game 1 and game 2. And in games like this where, we might say the offense is slow. They've each still scored 7 runs in less than 4 innings here on Legend, which is a tough thing to do. But with how many runs these players are capable to score, as we get towards the later innings, I expect that run total to get big. As you get later in these games and players start to focus more and make those adjustments, that run tally might get big here still. You might think they might be tired or it slows down, as that's a perfect for Wilsey. That should give him his first lead of the game. 8-7 now. Momentum on Wilsey's side. And I feel like it's a matter of time before both these guys make the adjustments and put up those big innings like we've talked about a bit here. They both just been a little bit off, but I think they're bound to find it soon.
And that's to be expected, right? We're expecting them to have those 4, 5, 6 run innings at some point. But it's also crazy that we're in the 4th inning. We're talking about like they're not even in their A game. It doesn't feel like they're in their A game because of what we saw in game 1, right? We saw over 50 runs. So I think it was over almost 60 runs. Yeah. So it's very difficult to do that again. And, they're doing their best. They got 15 runs across already. We're not even done. We're still here in the 4th inning. So, but yes, I expect 15+ runs again. I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, from each side.
Both these players are some of the best hitters in this tournament. And we've seen it. What a swing. Perfect. There's something about those down and away changeups are breaking balls. If you hit that opposite field is a perfect. They're some of the best feeling swings. Yep, he's saving it as a clip too. He's saving that for the vault to look back to. What a swing from Wilsey to make it 9-7.
We'll see that one on Twitter later today because the way he sat back on that changeup was just beautifully. And then with Trey Turner, he almost had that little bit of a golf swing and just launched that to right field. That was amazing. So 2-run lead now from Wilsey, who lost game 1 29-26, but it ended up winning game 2 via mercy rule, and now a 2-run lead here, trying to move on to the finals.
Absolutely, and we'll get my MLB The Show nerd glasses on as Babe Ruth is fighting in his at bat here with one out. That Trey Turner is also an extreme pull hitter on his cards. Changes up those timing windows, moves them up. So a lot of times players will throw him away to try to expect a very early rolled over swing. But a lot of these players in this tournament have done a great job of sitting back on the ball, even if they're just slapping a single to right field. They've done that a lot over these last couple days. But to sit back, get underneath the ball, hit a perfect home run is very impressive.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where Trey Turner has had a good card for multiple years, right? This chase pack, Trey Turner has been out for multiple weeks as well. They played the game so much that it's almost, I mean, it looks effortlessly, from them, especially from a Trey Turner card that they've been using so much for multiple years now. As Chipper hits a hard grounder to second, that will do it for Wilsey, but he does take a 2-run lead. So, sometimes you just feel comfortable with certain players, and it feels like Trey Turner is one of those players that every MLB The Show player feels comfortable with.
Yeah, there's a list of like 5 to 10 players that whenever they get cards, you see used all around. I'm thinking Ketel Marte, Chipper Jones, Trey Turner, like we mentioned, Mike Trout. There's like a bunch of players that just have swings that so many people like. And sometimes it's like the swing animation, like it's a mental thing with the animation. Sometimes it's just because the builds of their cards are typically very solid. But I'll tell you what, Trey Turner is always one of those guys, and it's for a reason.
Oh yeah, he doesn't disappoint, and another one that he's gotten a good diamond card the last few years is that Jorge Polanco, and this event Jorge Polanco came out at the right time too, like perfect timing because it fits all the boost, and it's right before the summer circuit, semifinals and finals, and all these players have him on their team for a reason, right? High contact, high clutch, very good power still, even without the boost. And like you mentioned earlier, the boost just makes that Jorge Polanco so much better. But the fact that he's a switch hitter, there's another strikeout. So third one for Roy Halladay this game. So he's over the average now. But, that Jorge Polanco being a switch hitter is also such a big advantage, from the offensive standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. That Polanco card is great. And I want to take a note of that strikeout there because we've seen a bit more strikeouts at the plate out of Wilsey here. Out of Weens at the plate. And, I think it's big that Wilsey bounced back and took the lead because Weens has just been a little bit off at the plate. He had been scoring runs, but the strikeouts, just not seeing the ball well out of Halladay's hand. And to take that lead and see that momentum still go his way on the mound, he might have a chance to build some separation here in the bottom half of the fifth here. If he puts up some good swings, Weens has kind of cooled off offensively here, but that's going to be a fly-out start off the inning for Juan Soto as we look at game 1 on the right side between Kreiner and Alex K. And Kreiner has 19 runs in the 4th inning. 19 to now 5. And Kreiner is off to a hot offensive start on that right side. Obviously, Alex K is no slouch of a hitter himself, but he's got to score. Is that 5 runs to avoid a mercy rule here in the top of the 4th?
That's insane that he had 19 runs unanswered. Keep that in mind that, Alex K scored 40 in the top of the first. Kreiner, 19 unanswered. Obviously, they ended that streak with that home run, but mercy rule territory here for game 1, which we had in game 2 in the Weens-Wilsey series. But that's big. Now keep in mind that is game 1 in the Kreiner Alex K matchup, and we are game 3 in the Weens-Wilsey matchup. So two very, very, again, another amazing offensive performance by Kreiner that we're seeing. 19 there is just insane.
Yeah, and just to clarify on that screen, Game 1 and 2 are on the games are not meant to be labels for what game they're in. The tallies on the right show which game in the series they're in. You see there were no tallies in the other series. You see each team has a win in this series here. That's just like a label that series is series 2. This is series 1 that we're referring to. I think there might be some confusion on that. Thought I'd clarify that. But this is game 3 of this series between Wilsey and Weens. That's going to end our inning. So still a 10-3 lead in Wilsey's favor. And I mean, Weens is kind of slowed down offensively, struck out a bit more than ordinary at the plate. Could be fatigue, could be something off in the approach here. That's going to be a weak chopper to short. And it's past Mookie Betts. Would have been a tough play with 99 speed, but that is definitely a hit. And sometimes all it takes is just those little dinky hits to get you going offensively.
Yeah, he needs a second after that one. You know, you beat him, right? Wilsey beat Weens with that pitch. He got what he wanted. Weakly grounder to short. Mookie with a good defensive card there did not make the play, but as we take a look at the replay here, you know, so you got to move on from that. You're trying to get out, focus on the hitter. You still got the lead. So you know, 99 speed at first though. Jorge Polanco now at the plate, but we do have to mention, I think Roy Halladay has been solid. You know, 47 pitches. We're here in the top of the 6th. He came in the 2nd, I believe, right? So he's been, I mean, decent. We talk about if you can get 3 or 4 innings from anybody, it's huge.
Yeah, the swings just have not been the same since Halladay's entered the game. Weens is a great hitter, but he's genuinely looked uncomfortable. And when you're playing against good players, it's big to keep in starting pitchers that are doing well because the confidence gets up and you have the energy to keep going into games. So that is very big. And we're in game 3 between Wilsey and Weens. As we look over here, we have our game between Kreiner and Alex K. These are the final moments. Ground ball from Babe Ruth ends up being a game-ending double play. Roy Halladay also on the mound for Kreiner over there. And Kreiner with a dominant game 1 win, 19-5 your score. And what a showing. Ground ball, and Mookie Betts makes up right away for the missed ground ball. He's going to get the out at second there. Now 2 outs here in the second. And man, I don't know how you feel if you're Weens. You get a little lucky hit and you're like, okay, let's go take advantage of it. And then you hit a hard grounder and then you get a diving play. Like, it's a tough feeling right there.
Yeah, and that could have been a double play anyway. So you take the force out, right? You're like, hey, at least you have Abraham Toro hitting here instead of going into the bottom of the 6th. So you take that. You got a little bit lucky first, then unlucky, but lucky that he wasn't able to turn 2, and now you're trying to make him pay with a little 2-out rally. Full count now.
Now a 3-2 count. Runner should be running from first. Ball to the cap should score him.
Oof. Oh,
he's had a tough time reading those down and in sinkers. So I wonder if he froze on that pitch or genuinely just read that as off the zone. Because all game with Halladay on the mound, Weens had a tough time reading those down and in sinkers to lefty hitters.
And you mentioned earlier how Wilsey was attacking Weens outside a lot, but in this game, we see a little bit of an adjustment of a lot of the cutters and sinkers inside. And it's been causing Weens some trouble with that, right? So good adjustment there by Wilsey. You know, the time run now with Brian Reynolds still at the plate. That's going to be an adjustment from Weens.
Yeah. Ready for the down and in sinker there. That'll score 2. And that's what makes these players so good, man. Like, they might have a couple of bats or a couple innings where they just don't see something well. And then he saw that down and in splitter and was totally ready for a down and in sinker off of that. Gets a couple runs, and this might be big for Weens. He had a tough time versus Halladay. Gets him out of the game. And now Jose Alvarado is in here in the 6th.
Yeah, and this is a big spot. You gotta get out of this inning if you're Wilsey. Obviously, you know, you wanna end that 6 and end that 6th inning and get that last out of the inning and still hold that lead. But it is a Babe Ruth. It's no easy task.
Yeah, he's one of those really good hitters, lefty. And here he goes again, slaps the ball to center field. And we're just like that. We are back even to a 10-10 game. And yeah, this is the momentum. Weens just made the adjustments he needed to at the plate, put together some good swings, and we are even here again. And this might be a very key at bat. Yasmani Grandal was Weens' MVP in game 1, going 7 for 7. Game 2 here, though, was really a non-factor in game 2, and is only 1 for 3 in game 3.
He's due,
so this
right?
Might be yeah, it feels like he's due.
1-1.
And also no runner in scoring position, so you're getting that full PCI size with the 102 contact.
And that's a big difference. Like, it might not look like a big difference going from 88 clutch to 102 contact, but it really is, especially on Legend. You'll take any PCI advantage as you can. Wow.
Ooh, great take. Very patient at the plate. Runner gets on. 2 runners on for Chipper Jones, who does damage versus lefties. And I want to keep an eye out on this at bat because Wilsey is attacked down and in to Weens here. And Weens had a tough time reading it, but made the adjustment. There's a down and in sinker. And I'm interested to see if Weens just sits on a down and in sinker at some point in this at bat.
Yeah, and he already made the adjustment earlier that he ended up having that perfect. I think you can see that he made the adjustment there. He was early. He was waiting. I think that's the pitch that he's sitting on. And at the same time, it's Alvarado. So you know that everything that he's going to throw is going to be 95 plus. So at least you don't have to worry a whole lot with that at least the speed of the pitches coming in.
Yeah, and I think what Wilsey's done well is he's attacking inside. Weens did such a great job on hitting the away sinkers and such. In this game, he's establishing inside, and now he can sprinkle those away fastballs in and get Weens off those swings. Another strikeout for Weens. And I think if there's anything, pitching is tough with these players, but it feels like at points in this game, Wilsey has made the good reads on the mound and throwing some of the right pitches at the right time to get strikeouts. And that might be the difference in this game as we progress to these later innings.
Yeah, and obviously we're tied at 10. I'm curious to see who's going to try to kind of get that momentum, right? You know that at some point, one of them is going to have a big inning or is going to have a chance at a big inning. And who's going to come through in that clutch situation? They both know what's at stake. We get another strikeout there. That's a beautiful pitch on that cutter.
What do you do on that at bat? Just all of those sinkers and cutter is down and away. What a sequence. Just... And that's what you got to do against these good players sometimes. Sometimes you find a weakness in an at bat, and you just got to keep on pounding away at it. As that smack to the gap, that'll be a double here from Mookie Betts. Good swing from Wilsey as we get to the top part of the order. And like, these players are so good at like guessing next pitches. Like if you throw one pitch, what is the next pitch you're likely to go to? But sometimes you need to just throw the exact same pitch or a similar spot over and over again and make them hit it. 2 swings in a row though with Wilsey. He's going to capitalize on down and in sinkers. Now runners on the corners as game 2 is starting between Kreiner and Alex K. And Alex K is the one setting the tone this game, as that's a home run on the right side of your screen as he makes the 2-0 lead over Kreiner. If you missed game 1, that was a 19-4 win for Kreiner. A very quick mercy rule.
Yeah, and we've had mercy rules in both series, right? And that might be something that some people don't expect, but they're so good offensively that when they get hot, they just won't stop, right? I don't expect every game to be mercy rule, though. I expect Alex K to bounce back and put up a fight there, as he's, put up 2 early. And now he's going to be the home team. We talked about earlier the stadium, right? We saw for the first time in the tournament, we see Ship It, and that is Alex K home stadium. So it's going to be tough to score 20 plus in that stadium. It's going to be a little bit tougher. So we'll see if that's advantage Alex K or not.
Ooh, bobbled at second by Toro, but he is going to get the out at first. With the runner running, I don't think he's getting the double play. So good job for Wilsey to at least get a run home there. Avoids the double play. Runner on second now extends his inning. As that's a hard grounder, but right to Chipper Jones at third. But Wilsey takes an 11-10 lead. Gonna take a moment to go back to the home screen. Sometimes you see players hit buttons when they have a tough moment or something that they're not happy in. And they kind of do that to vent out that frustration for a moment. That might have been what we saw there. But Wilsey's on top here, 11-10, progressing to the late innings.
Outside.
Yeah, he has to be happy about that, right? Especially after the way game 1 went. He scored 26 runs and ended up losing still. So you're happy that you're in a game 3 situation. You got the lead late in the game. You are the home team. So it feels like everything is in your favor. So stay focused on what's at stake right now.
And you see, that's a very high fly ball hit by Juan Soto by Weens at the plate. He saw that swing. He saw that he timed that inside sinker. And right away, he's like, okay, get out Alvarado. Get someone else in here. Get the righty in for Trey Turner. And I think there are going to be two different types of pitches you see here that he's done damage on. The down and in sinker or the away changeup or cutter. Is he going to be able to sit back in the away stuff? Will also hit the inside stuff. There's the away cutter. But he just misses the PCI. That's going to stay in the park now. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th.
And Wins have been locked in on those away pitches. No matter if it's a lefty at the plate or a righty, he's been going the other way beautifully. And he just missed that swing. He had the timing. The PCI just wasn't there, but he's been locked in on those. And that's another good swing outside as he went to it. But Mookie, very athletic play over there at short, is going to make the play. So scoreless inning, and Wilsey got the 1-run lead and 6 outs away from advancing to the finals and securing at least $5,000.
Absolutely. As that is crushed to right field, just going to go foul. And going back to that Weens inning, when you're hitting, it's very easy to, as some people would say, slam that PCI and move your stick all the way out when swinging. And that was the difference on that one away cutter with Trey Turner. And that just might be the summary of Weens at the plate here. He just has not been the same at the plate. The PCIs have just been a little bit off. He's been reading some pitches a little bit off here. And he's only got a couple innings to find it. Wilsey has not been perfect either, but he's just been one step ahead of him as he's gone into the later part of this game. And that's how you want to start off an inning here, with a leadoff walk.
Yeah, Mastram, it looked like Mastram wanted no part of that, Vlad Guerrero. And that at bat, he came in with an 0-2 count and just threw 4 straight balls. As Jorge Polanco hits one deep to left field, he got a little bit under it, and it will not have enough.
Man, that's just been what's been the summary of this game for this latter half, especially. Both players are hitting well, but they've been just off on these swings that they were probably hitting earlier.
Yeah. They were just so locked in that game 1. It's something
it was like so much energy went into that game. And I wonder if you still have that at this point.
And sometimes, sometimes in those games, you feel like maybe the player on the losing side is going to take the more toll, but it looks like it might have been on Wins, right? He put so much into winning that game 1, which was huge and extremely important. But then Wilsey bounced back and got the mercy rule, and now the lead now, which is very interesting.
Now 3-2 count. Runner is running, trying to make something work, and there's the hit and run. He slaps it through the infield, and that's the late game baseball that you see. It's and that's what I think what makes these players so good. He was totally anticipating an away pitch there in a 3-2 count. Hard grounder also hit, but to first this time. There will be an out made this time, though. But now 2 runners in scoring position for Rafael Devers. And before I talk about the steal attempt there, we got a big at bat here with 2 outs.
Yeah, and that hit and run was beautiful because it could have been a double play, right? So he stayed out of the double play, which is the reason why you send the runner in that situation. And then obviously Devers stopped that grounder to avoid getting a base hit, but he wasn't able to turn 2. Now a base hit. Can score 2 here. What a pitch.
Ooh, but late. Yeah. Great pitch. Aggressive pitching from both sides here in the game, and it's worked out for him. Still an 11-10 game, and I want to quickly touch on this. I loved that that both guys have done it, but sent the runner in a 3-2 count, and I think it comes down to predicting that you're getting a down and away pitch and hoping you get it through the infield. Is that driven to left field by Rafael Devers? And Weens is going to tie this up. Opposite field home run by Devers. And it is 11-11 here in the top of the 8th.
That's why it's so huge to not stop hitting, right? Now we got ourselves a tie ball game in the 8th with everything that's at stake. This is when you start feeling pressure. Wins has been in this situation before. Obviously, we've seen Wilsey make some deep push in some tournaments as well. But hey, Lou Trevino is a tough pitcher here. Let's see if Abraham Toro can get Wins the lead now.
Great patience from Weens here taking some close pitches. Now a 3-2 count, and he's going to fight that off. He'll live to see another day at the plate. 3-2 again, and there's the down and in sinker. Absolutely roped just right to Babe Ruth. And that's been the difference in his latter part of the game. Earlier in the game, Wilsey was able to establish that down and in sinker for strikes. It was a pitch that froze Weens at the plate a couple times. But Weens is ready for it at the plate now. And there's a great swing on a down and away pitching. That, like we talked about it earlier, that might be a sign that he's finding the approach to plate, being able to sit back on those away pitches.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like he hasn't missed an away pitch. So if he make the adjustment to still turn on the inside sinkers and cutters, then it's a problem. But hey, Wins need runs here. He's gonna have to do it, go lefty against Danny here. But it is Babe Ruth, right? So it is his favorite card.
Yeah, and we talked about Babe Ruth still being good lefty, but that's a dot of a sinker. Great pitch out of Wilsey, makes it an 0-2 count. Great take and an 0-2 count. Got to be careful to try to not roll over something here. Wilsey trying to go away, get an early rolled over ground ball here.
Count is 3-2.
3 straight cutters away, and Weens spits on all of them. 3-2 count yet again. Goes sinker this time, and he gets the ground ball he's looking for, and that ends our inning with a double play.
Yeah, that's massive. That's massive. And we can see here on the second matchup, Kreiner ended up winning game 1 via mercy rule. He was down 2-0 in this game. Very similar to game 1. He had 19 unanswered runs. And in this one, he has, well, make it 8 because Jorge Polanco just went deep, giving Kreiner an 8-2 lead, getting close to that mercy territory as well. So this is very interesting because Kreiner, again, just 1 win away from advancing to the finals.
Yeah, Kreiner just hasn't given Alex a chance to get comfortable. He's like he's just kind of ambushed him in that game 1, scoring 19 runs in just 4 innings. In game 2, Alex got a couple run lead, but right after he bounces back and is up 7-2 now. So Kreiner looking great at the plate. But we're in the last couple innings of this game. Bottom 8, 11-11. Game 3, winner moves on to the finals with a chance to win that $10,000 prize. And that is driven to right field by Trey Turner. And that is going to be a go-ahead 2-run homer for Wilsey. 13-11 here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, and I was going to say, leadoff walks are never good. You don't want to start the inning with a leadoff walk. That's what Wins did there. And Wilsey made him pay with another upper tackle on an off-speed from Trey Turner. And he has that beautiful launch swing, kind of like golf swing, as Babe hits the one that just went nowhere. And he wants that one back.
Yeah, that's one of those where you felt like you got all of it with the swing. He's going to clip that, save that to the archives. Is that rebound of a swing perfect to right field by Chipper Jones? This will just be a single. And Wilsey putting up some good swings here in the bottom of the 8th, looking good at the plate. Obviously close game here in the latter part. 2-run lead is very likely not enough to have any sort of comfort in the lead, as this will be a fly ball to deep right field. Does it have a chance? It does not. That'll be caught at the track for 2 outs now.
And looks like Wilsey is locked in again. But in game 1, very similar to this, even though it was a little bit higher, more runs. But he had a 1-run lead going into the top of the 9th. Now he has a 2-run lead. So
this is where like the home field advantage is big. Both players have not been on their game entirely offensively. Still good at the plate, but they both have hit so much better. So in a close game, being able to be the home team here and have the last at bat, there's a completely different type of pressure here.
Yeah, I think Wilsey's aware that he needs more than a 2-run lead. He will not get it, but he is 3 outs away from advancing to the finals of this.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, these are going to be the 3 hardest outs to get. We talked about it in the first game, and even when we were close to mercy rules, the final outs are the hardest to get with these players. They focus and put so much energy into these last innings. Weens needs to score 2 to tie here in the top of the 9th, but also tying is very likely not enough with how good of a hitter Wilsey is. So it's tough to kind of be focused on trying to tie, but also just staying locked into your approach. You might see some pauses where you might see some quick breath, take a little break to try to focus.
They're
That's
trying
a
to lock in.
1-2 count. And that'll be a grounder right to second base. That's just a perfectly located sinker.
I mean, Danny's par is just so good. His control is very good. Obviously, sinker cutter as well. But talking about the lead, you know, I remember interviewing Kreiner earlier this year on our eSport interview. And one of the things that he said is like, if it's the home team and he's within 4 runs, he feels confident still and comfortable, right? And I think that's the same mindset that all of these top players have. Hey, just let me be within 1 swing. Because if you're within 4 runs, you can load the bases. 1 swing will tie it. You have a chance. So if you're Wilsey, obviously you're trying to end this game right now. But Weens, you know you need to score at least 4 or 5 because you're trying to extend the game. But I don't know if 2 runs will be enough. So we'll see.
I want to look at 2 things here. Chipper Jones is 0 for 4 this game, but has 3 strikeouts. You don't see that often. A single player with 3 strikeouts with how good of hitters these are. Also, a defensive sub there for Wilsey. I think Esteury Ruiz got subbed somewhere into the field. Not sure where he is, but I assume that may be a factor as we're in the late games here. It's worth keeping an eye out on. But if Chipper's going to bounce back from being 0 for 3 with the strikeouts, this is the bat to do it. And I can just tell Wien just has not seen the ball the same in the plate in the latter part of this game.
Yeah, what he did in game 1 is crazy, but he definitely slowed down quite a bit. And that's going to be a single. That's that sinker that gave him trouble, especially the first 5 or 6 innings. So that will be a base hit. Tying run now at the plate in Juan Soto. It's going to be against a righty. So let's see if he still has that advantage.
Yeah, he's had a tough time elevating that down and in sinker, really just seeing it well. That does get through the infield down. That might just be all he need, just to have a little bit of confidence on that pitch. Now ahead 2-0 in the count with Juan Soto. 1 swing ties it here. Seemingly a little patient here, taking that down in the way, forcing him. Weens has been very good on the away pitches. Is that slapped up the middle? That's getting through. Couple little singles through the infield here. Tying runner is on first for Weens at the plate.
Yeah, and you take them however you can get them if you're Weens at this point. Tying run at first, go ahead run at the plate. Trey Turner, who has been huge for him all tournament long, 2 for 4 today, or in this game.
Yeah, and I could tell Weens just being patient, trying to see some pitches, looking for a good pitch to hit. But Wilsey is just attacking low. On the 2 lower corners, he is just throwing everything down there.
He wants that double play, even though Trey Turner is very tough to double up with that 99 speed.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, Weens has not elevated the low stuff as well this game. So he's just been attacking low to at least keep the ball on the ground. That's a hard ground to first. The play to second is there. The throw back to first. And Wilsey comes out on top. Hard ground ball. We talked about the double play being tough to turn, but if you're going to turn any of them, it's going to be a smoked ground ball right to first. And Wilsey moves on to your top 2 and just barely squeaks out a series win versus Wilsey.
I mean, amazing performance, right? Amazing performance coming back after losing the first game. You scored 26 runs and you lost game 1. The way you bounced back, mercy rule in game 2, and just winning that game 3 as well. That is an amazing performance. I mean, he has to be feeling good, obviously, after that. We're here now on the Kreiner game against Alex K. Kreiner won game 1, and that will be a 2-run home run? 2-run home run by Mike Piazza, and Kreiner extends the lead 12-4 now. And he's getting close to another mercy territory here for Kreiner.
Man, Clark Schmidt just entered this game, and first pitch, Kreiner just ambushes him and hits a home run. Just Kreiner's right now, from what we've seen of the series, just seems relentless at the plate. Scored 19 runs in 4 innings in the first game. Game 2 here already has 12. So for him in his first 2 games, he is looking dialed in at the plate. That's another great swing. And if you're Kreiner, you'd love to find a way to score 2 this inning to get into mercy territory yet again here.
Yeah, and Kreiner, obviously a 3-time champion. Close to
Bro, my mom
another
is
2-run
crying,
ball.
bro.
Now we are in a mercy rule territory.
What the hell, bro?
For a 2-0 lead. But what a performance by Kreiner. Again, 3-time champion. Wilsey already advanced. That's trying to win that first big tournament for him. So that will be a very interesting matchup.
Absolutely. But this is big, though. 14-4. I mean, this is a tough position to be in. You're down 1-0 in the series if you're Alex K. I mean, you know you're a good hitter, but Kreiner has just been a step ahead at the plate. He's been crushing the ball. Like, I don't know how you can go into the bottom half of this inning and try to focus up.
The batter.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Alex K, like, you feel like, what do? You're probably thinking, how are you gonna get this Kreiner out when he's locked in? He still has nobody out. So, I mean, he's already up 10, 3 outs away from advancing to the finals again. So another amazing performance in the clutch for Kreiner. It's crazy how good he plays in these kinds of tournaments.
It's crazy. And like last night, we had a group play. Everyone played in 2 different groups. The top 2 in each group advances. That's hit down the line. Another hit for Kreiner. He just can't get out right now from the looks of it. And Kreiner was one of the players who was in a 3-way tiebreaker. Kreiner, Weens, and Frosty were each in a 3-way tiebreaker. They played 2 more games, and Kreiner managed to come out on top. And it's just like there's another level of like persistence to be able to hit so well and play so well after a long time. And it's so difficult, and especially in this game, there are a lot of ups and downs. Sometimes you feel like you have good swings that don't go your way, and then the opposite way around for your opponent. And it's tough to stay even keeled. And I feel like if there's anything that Kreiner does so well, he just stays so consistent in these tournaments so often. It's so impressive.
Yeah, he understands how important it is to stay level-headed, not get too high, not get too low. Is that going to be an RBI single? Maybe? Maybe not.
No, he's out.
Good throw there by the left fielder. Who was that? Babe Ruth with a strong throw, yeah. But he knows how important it is to stay level-headed in these tournaments, and I think that's why he's such a tough out.
Yeah, I actually go back to old MLB The Show tournaments. I had interviewed a previous champion, Otoxi, in an interview, and one of the things that he said all the way back in like MLB 20, MLB 21 was that it was so key to never get too high, but never get too low. And I think that's what makes the best players the best, because obviously it's easy to get emotionally invested in this game. There's a lot on the line. It's a lot of pressure. But you know how baseball is. We know how this game is sometimes. You know, things sometimes don't feel like they're always going your way. And it feels like the best players who tend to do it the best always just stay cool no matter what.
I think that's why we see as Kreiner gets another base hit, he's going to send him this time around 93 speed. That one should score. It will. So 15-4 lead now. But I think that's why we see Kreiner with the huge comebacks late in the game all the time. Like yesterday against Frosty, he scored 5 in the 8th, you know, to come back. And that was ended up being such a huge win, right? That's the reason why he's here today as well. But we see him win so many games via the walk-off when he's the home team, because like I mentioned earlier, he thinks like, hey, if I'm within 4, I'm still within reach. And a lot of players might be like, no, there's going to be a lot. Obviously not these top players. As Juan Soto hits one deep to right field, that's not going to have the leg. So Kreiner up 11, going to the bottom of the 4th. He's 3 outs away. As Alex K is going to try to avoid the mercy rule.
Yep, if Kreiner wins, he moves on to play Wilsey in the finals here. I'll tell you what, this is as tough as it gets if you're Alex K. But if anyone can defy those odds, it is Alex K. He's been in some tough scenarios. He's beaten some great hitters in this tournament and previous tournaments this year. So don't expect him to not go down without a fight here. And we'll quickly take a moment here. That's a ground ball through the infield. The placement in this tournament does matter, not just for this tournament. Obviously, the current circuit, there is a prize pool, 10,000 prize for first place, 5,000 for second. Your placement gives you circuit points, which will affect you getting an opportunity to be in the grand finals, which has a 50,000 prize pool at the end of the year. So we had these 8 players play the last 2 days to try to do well in this circuit, but other players even played to get circuit points with a chance to make those grand finals during the fall circuit with how they do. So this placement is big not only for this tournament, but also for the big prize pool and the grand finals later in the year. That's it hard to right field, just right to the right fielder. He sent the runner off of first, and that's going to be a double play.
There's that arm from Vlad, right? That I think he has 90 plus. He probably have 99 arm. and it helped out there. But he's not going to be able to catch that one. He has another chance to show the arm as he throws the second, but that was the arm that was able to get the double play, and now Kreiner is 1 out away from winning and advancing to the finals, but one swing away or one swing from Alex Kay, and he extends this game.
That was almost reminiscent to game 2 between Wilsey and Weens, as that's a fly ball to right field, and Kreiner is gonna pick up the win. 2-0, 2 mercy rules versus an incredible player in Alex Kay to move on to the finals versus Wilsey. That is a great showing from Kreiner there as we move on to our final best of 3 series of the tournament. Who gets first? I mean, I'll tell you what, I would not have expected a 2-0 mercy rule sweep for Kreiner, because Alex Kay is a great player, but just didn't have it today, because that's what happens some days.
Especially via mercy rules, right? I didn't think we had, 5 games, 3 of them ended via mercy rules, 2 of them of Kreiner over Alex Kay. So that's kind of surprising there, but that's how locked in Kreiner is. Again, a 3-time champion, and now he's going to be facing Wilsey, who's trying to win his first, arguably the best hitter, as you were talking about earlier, the best hitter in the ranked seasons. Here we can see some of the highlights from the games. This is the Wins-Wilsey game. So we have the storylines, right? The 3-time champion against the one of the best players in the world trying to win his first. This is going to be electric.
Absolutely. Incredible games on both sides of the bracket here. We went the distance between Wilsey and Weens. 2 games were an absolute battle between the two. That home run robbery by Babe Ruth that we just saw actually was probably very pivotal in this game, since this was just a close game as this game got to the end between Wilsey and Weens. But this was just a battle. Who was able to just keep going offensively for longer, but Wilsey was just a little bit ahead. As you see, he came out with the 2-1 series win. On the other side, though, after some issues getting games going, Kreiner just was locked in at the plate, put up some big runs, picked up a 2-0 series win. I mean, Wilsey has not even been in that situation to be mercied yet. Yeah. So I'm interested to see who is going to out-hit the other here, because based on these games, these 2 have been the best 2 hitters so far.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. I don't know, obviously Kreiner won mercy rules both games there, but the pitching, how are you going to slow down Wilsey? Scored 26 in game 1 via mercy rule, and then kind of slowed down maybe a little bit with wins there in game 3, but Kreiner hasn't shown any signs of slowing down. So how are you going to slow down Kreiner, who's been here before? He did have that long day yesterday with the qualifiers. It's gonna be fun to watch.
Yeah, and then we had a 3-game series there. Wilsey probably put a lot of energy into that versus Weens, but Kreiner his days honestly just starting. He got started his games a little later, played about 8 total innings between those 2 games. So interesting to see how this develops. We'll be getting into this final series in just a moment. We're going to take a few-minute break. We have a big prize pool at stake here. $5,000 at stake in this final series in just a few minutes, and we'll be back to see that.
Gaming is defined by moments.
It is intense.
The joy of victory and the thrill of overcoming challenges. Welcome to our home of competitive gaming, where we can all experience exciting esports moments.
The final 1v1 of the game here.
And celebrate the pros and the rising stars.
I do want to see a female in the MCS.
Bringing you guides and deep dives.
Horizon can go up, but she can't go up fast.
And tournaments where the community competes.
Wait! Did he get? No way!
Whether you're in a heated match,
Back, let's go!
or watching along at the edge of your seat.
A duo taking down a trio.
Let's create moments from the games you love.
They'll take it!
Join us and subscribe to our channel to follow everything esports on PlayStation.
PlayStation. PlayStation.
The story of Rick Field embodies the romantic spirit of baseball. Willie Mays would begin his career with the Birmingham Black Bears right here in this very ballpark. And I am excited that you will have an opportunity to play at Rickwood Field as Rickwood comes to MLB The Show 24.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the MLB The Show 24 Championship Series. I'm Scan with my friend Yayo. We have made it to the final series between not between Yayo. Congrats on being the championship, Yayo.
Thank you.
Between Wilsey and Kreiner in our final series. Man, how are we feeling right now, Yayo?
I mean, I'm not shocked, right? We have Kreiner, who's been in this position before. Wilsey, we talked about being one of the best hitters in the game, if not the best. So this is the matchup that a lot of people expected, but I have no idea what's going to happen.
Absolutely. This is going to be, if these first two series said anything for this final series, some absolute fireworks at the plate. Kreiner with 2 Mercy Rule wins, Wilsey with a lost ball, scoring 25 plus runs, and then a Mercy Rule versus Weens, and then a battle of a game 3 versus him. So I'll tell you what, we got 2 of the best hitters in the game in this final series here. And I'm really interested to see who can keep that tone here.
And we talked about Kreiner having that long day yesterday and Wilsey having the short day, right? But today they kind of flipped, right? Very long and probably took a lot out of Wilsey from that first series against Wynn, especially that game 1. But Kreiner kind of cruised through his 2 games, Mercy Rules. He hasn't played probably not even 9 innings yet. So Probably a little bit of a fresher Kreiner than Wilsey, but we'll see if that's a factor in the series.
Absolutely. It's honestly tough to predict who actually gets it going first. Anything really could happen at this point. We're going to be getting into game number 1 between these two in a moment. And it's actually very interesting that both these two are matched up because we pulled some stats from their current season. And Wilsey has been crushing it this season. Has about a 500 batting average, is just a hair under 1,400 rating in rank this season. He's also, of course, against Kreiner, who I believe actually made 1,400 rating in ranked for his very first time this year. So two of some of the top few players in the game, some of the best hitters in the game, going head to head in this final series here.
I mean, they just put in the time as well, right? And you're just looking at the rank side. That's not even counting the friendlies that they take, right? We know Kreiner and Wins are very good friends who, hey, he's going to be facing the guy that beat your friend if you're Kreiner. So you have that extra motivation there aside from the $10,000, and being a 4-time champion. But still, they put in a lot of the times friendlies. They just played as well the Tampa Bay Invitational as well, the Raid Invitational. So there was a lot of preparation that went into that. So this is peak Kreiner right now, especially because of all the games that he played aside from the ranked games.
Yeah, and that goes without saying. These two have had to go through a lot of great players in this tournament. So it has been no easy feat for these two to get here anyway. All of our top 8 players are some of the best in the community, and a lot of them even played well. But these two are the two that made their way to this point. And I mean, listen, we had a very chaotic series between Weens and Wilsey to start. From a viewer perspective, I'm hoping we get all of that same chaos here in this finals here.
And this is going to be interesting. Again, game 1, we see Ohtani again. It feels like we haven't seen him in a while, right? We saw him basically every game in the Wins Wilsey matchup, but it feels like it's been a while because he had very short outings over there. So here, leadoff single by Wilsey with Trey Turner, and Babe Ruth is up.
Absolutely. Good start to the game. Ohtani on the mound yet again here, by the way. I think Wilsey's seen Ohtani in basically all of these games that he's played here to start.
Yeah, he probably feels comfortable at this point with Ohtani, but that's going to be a single followed by a walk. So we've seen Wilsey get off to hot starts in the semifinals. So he's off to a good start in this one, even though he still doesn't have any runs scored. He got Chipper up though.
Yep. 0-2 count here very quickly though.
Ball. That's inside.
Great take on an inside cutter there though. Gonna keep this at bat alive.
Ball 2.
Wow, 2 great takes on pitches that are close to the zone. That's a tough sinker to take right there with 2 strikes. Takes another low pitch to make it a full count here. I don't know what you throw him here, to be honest. I don't know what gets it out here. I think you just throw and hope he doesn't hit it. That's it high and deep to right field. Is it going to stay fair, though? Just foul. 6 feet foul. So 3-2 pitch yet again. And Wilsey's just staying alive.
Yeah, I think that cutter was it caught a little bit more play than Kreiner had wanted. So it was he got away with it. Now 2 fouls there back to back from Wilsey staying alive and extending the at bat.
Man, 18 pitches already in the first inning for Ohtani. It feels like as of right now, unless something drastically changes, is that driven the deep left field? That one is going to stay fair. 3-run home run for Chipper Jones. And Wilsey is off to a 3-0 lead here in the first.
Similar to what we saw in game 2 against Wins, right? He put up 3 or 4. That will do it for Ohtani. He couldn't even get 1 out. And now we see Ryan Yarbrough. And that's the switch that we've seen. We've seen from Ohtani going to Yarbrough as Juan Soto goes lefty-lefty and welcomes Yarbrough into the game. Now Wilsey's up 4-0. But those are the changes that we've seen. Ohtani, hard thrower, righty, switching over to Ryan Yarbrough. That's more of the control guy.
Counts 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, this is how you want to start the game if you're Wilsey. 4 runs, no outs made, all the way to another pitcher. And he just seems to be reading the ball real well out of the hand this game. That's a double down the line. That'll be another hit for Wilsey. And I mean, we talked about how he maybe slowed down versus Weens in the latter part of that series, but it looks like he has picked his bats up right away here versus Kreiner to start.
Yeah, and it's like at this point, what you were saying earlier, what do you throw here? You just want an out, right? If you're trying to get that first out. But, you know, this is a good matchup for Wilsey. Yarbrough against Mike Piazza with a runner in scoring position as well. 124 clutch.
Ball, that's low.
Taking for
Reiner's
ball
trying to
too.
get him to bite at some of these cutters and sinkers just outside the zone. But I think the difference here is that Wilsey hasn't. He's taken the pitches, and the pitches that he hasn't been ready for, he's just at least been able to fight off.
Nope,
That's hit hard down line. It's also going to be foul. And he's just driving up that pitch count. He's seeing a lot of pitches, getting into full counts. Goes up and in sinker, and that ball is hit high and deep. Does it stay fair? It's just foul yet again. So another 3-2 pitch goes backdoor cutter, and there's another foul ball.
And this looks more like the Wilsey that we saw in game one, right? Where he ended up putting 26 runs after going scored. It's the first 2 innings, I will say. That's a perfect down the line. That will be 5 runs, and he still doesn't have an out. That's going to be a single.
He's at the
Nope,
second
he's pushing
now.
for second.
No,
He's safe.
He's in there.
Took the risk, and it pays off. 5-0, runner on second, and Wilsey is off to a very hot start in game 1 of this finals. That's also hit up the middle. 40 speed. He's going to send him home.
Yeah, that
And
ball
make
just
it
wasn't hit.
6-0.
Yeah, that ball wasn't hit hard enough to have a play at the plate. 40 speed was going to be enough. 6-0, still nobody out. This looks like that wins inning in game 1 where he scored 8, batted around in that first inning.
Yeah, and this is the big thing. You have those innings sometimes where it feels like everything goes your way, momentum's on your side, and those are really the innings you got to take advantage of. But that's going to be a ground ball to second base, throw to second, he gets you out there, but safe at first. And that's another one of those swings where it's like you feel like it's going your way because that easily could have been an inning-ending double play if he hits it a little bit harder. And it keeps the inning alive, and Mookie Betts crushes a fly ball to center field. 8-0 lead for Wilsey here in game number 1.
Yeah, that's a crazy start to the game. And we saw Kreiner in games 1 in his series in the semifinals. He was hot, right? He put up 19, then won, I think it was with 15 runs in game 2 in 4 innings. But, you know, we know what he's capable offensively, but being down 8 this early is tough.
It's no easy feat. I mean, we've seen it. We've seen the crazy comebacks. We know that it's difficult to get a player, especially like Reiner, out of a game. But this is exactly what you want to do. If you're going to play a good player like him, you got to prove that you can hit. And he's doing that here in the first. Batted around, 8 runs, already onto the 3rd starting pitcher in just the first inning. But Ray Halladay came in, got 2 outs, and we're out of the inning here.
Yeah, Ray Halladay has been pretty effective, right? But we haven't seen him start 1 game. It doesn't feel like. It feels like it's been Ohtani. We saw Clark Schmidt as well. We saw that Hunter Brown once, but we haven't seen that pitcher start. But you know, here talking about Hunter Brown, that's who Wilsey is going with. Not sure when was the last time Kreiner saw Hunter Brown in the bump, but we'll see if he can get some runs and answer back.
Yeah, Hunter Brown was effective in the Wilsey series. He went to him out of the bullpen in game number 1. It worked for him, and Wilsey remembered it and started him in game number 2. So he's back here to start off game 1 versus Kreiner. And yeah, just giving him a different look. That away cutter is going to get a weak chopper. Is he going to make the play at first? He does. That's going to be a quick first out for Hunter Brown.
Yeah, and after putting up 8 in the top of the inning, if you're Wilsey and you get away with a scoreless first, you're feeling pretty good at that point.
Another hard hit swing, or a hard hit swing for Kreiner, right to the second baseman. And 2 quick outs here in the first for Hunter Brown and Wilsey.
Ball,
Well, Hunter Brown might be the move, I guess. Nobody's seen him. Nobody knows how to hit him or what to do with him. So looks like it's working out.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how often they have faced this guy in their own ranked games or anything. I presume they haven't much, just because we haven't seen him much in the qualifiers, as that is also going to be an out. And Kreiner goes down 1-2-3 in the bottom half of the first, as Wilsey holds an 8-0 lead here in game 1.
And that's a tough start for Kreiner. We know he can bounce back. He's shown it before, but it's a tough start. It's very, very similar again to the first game between Wilsey and Wins, as Wilsey goes deep there with Chipper Jones. It's going to be a play at the wall, and Turner misplayed it, and that's going to be a leadoff triple. But very similar start to that game one where Wins was up 10 early in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being off to a hot start offensively is good, but of course you don't have the mercy rule. So if Kreiner could just, avoid getting to that point, he can come back. Is that driven to right field, though? Does it have the legs? It's right at the track, but it does get a run. So 9-0 lead for Wilsey here. And it just feels like Wilsey's just putting a lot of good swings here. Even the ones that result in outs.
Yeah.
He's still all over the ball.
And, Roy Halladay, we talked about like limiting the big innings, right? Like those 6, 7, 8 run innings. Roy Halladay kind of slowed the bats down there to get out of the first, finally put a stop to the rally. He gave up one here, but he does have an out as well. You take that. If you can just, limit him to one, you take that. Sometimes it's the small wins.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of just got to stay in the game somehow. I mean, we talked about it a bit with Weens and Wilsey going head to head. Even if you're down 10, these players are more than capable of coming back. It's just a matter of staying alive and just trying to find that big inning of your own. And for Kreiner, with his start he was on, he has a combined like nearly 30 runs between his first. I think he did it 30 runs in 2 mercy rule wins in his 2 games versus Alex K.
Yeah.
I mean, he's definitely more than capable of coming back down 9 here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough task, but he has the skills to do that as he gets Polanco to hit a fly ball to center field. That's gonna be out number 2. But he also has, similar to Wilsey, right? Wilsey lost game 1. He was able to bounce back, force a game 3, and end up winning a close game 3 against Wins. Kreiner can still do that as well. He is the home team in this one. That's another thing, right? We've talked about the advantage if you maintain the game close going into the 9th. Mike Piazza hits a deep fly ball to left center field. That will do it. Roy Halladay again, not too bad. 1 2/3, I think.
1 run allowed?
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, you'll take that. 1 run allowed in an inning and a third so far. You try to ride with that momentum. Try to, slow down Wilsey for a bit and just try to make your own adjustments versus Hunter Brown. And, yeah, we see that pitch mix on Hunter Brown. 4-seam cutter. I don't think he has outlier in this card, so you're not getting the 100+ mile per hour on the 4-seam, but you still got a pretty fast 4-seam, slower cutter. And the one thing I like out of pitchers like Hunter Brown is that faster slider. He gets to around 90 miles an hour on that slider. A lot of players tend to like that out of pitchers. Good to mix that in with the cutter.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's been working for Wilsey. I mean, why not fix what's not broken right now?
And it looks like Kreiner might need a second or two. He regroup. He's down 9. He also knows how important that is, right?
Yeah.
He knows he needs a couple runs at least in this inning.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that Kreiner does it's a notable thing he does. If he needs to take a moment to breathe and pause, he does it. I'm not 100% on the competitive player lingo, but I think I've heard people call it like a Kreiner pause or something along those lines before. It's something it's notable to him. And sometimes what you got to do if you're, off your approach, you need to take a moment to pause, recenter, try to mentally reset, almost just like real MLB hitters do.
And a lot of the times we see it late in the games, right? We might see it in big moments in the 8th or 9th inning before, they try to hit start a rally as Kreiner gets a perfect with Piazza, and now Kreiner's on the board. So, hey, it worked out for Kreiner doing it here early in the 2nd inning as 2 batters after the pause, he goes deep.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Hunter Brown here is for a lot of players, that higher velo and the slower cutter might be a problem. But if that 4-seam misses the spot, a 97 mile per hour 4-seam in the middle of the zone is cake for these guys because of how good of hitters they are.
Especially without outlier, right? When it coming in at 97, 98, it's just not fast enough most of the time.
Yep. So you can't miss those spots. You got to make sure you're getting them just on the black or in on the hands like that. 2-1 count here. Now 3-1. And we talk about the lineups a bit and the players who've consistently shown. We start to get the part of that order that's been a little different for Kreiner. That's driven to right field by Jorge Polanco. Aggressive 3-1 swing, and he's ready for that inside slider. 9-2 ball game now. And I think this is a key part for Kreiner here. A couple of these lower in the order players are big for him. Nick Castellanos and Fernando Tatis Jr. are some lower overall players who are outliers for him. So to be able to keep this inning alive, maybe show up with these guys in the bottom part of the order, give him a chance to put up his own big inning and try to chip away at that lead.
Yeah, we didn't really see much of Kreiner in the semis. So this is the first look at Nicolas Castellanos today, right? So he hits a liner to left field. But yeah, because the teams are so similar, but there's always that one or two cars that are different per stream. We know that Rafael Devers is probably the best captain right now, especially in this kind of tournament, no wild card, season 2 cars only in core. So everyone's rocking that Devers, and he's been good. But you know, Kreiner decided to go with Castellanos there.
Absolutely. But 2 outs here in the inning. Kreiner showing some life, putting 2 on the board here in the bottom of the second, but has yet to find that big inning like Wilsey has. And it's kind of big. We're getting closer and closer to the 4th inning. So there isn't a clock in baseball, as that's a home run. In on the hands by Rafael Devers. That's going to go 9-3. And Kreiner's had these swings. He's found the solo homers, but hasn't strung together too many hits yet. So he's just kind of chipping away bit by bit that 9-run deficit.
Yeah, you want to stay within range.
Yeah, you just want to stay close. If you're not going to find those big innings, you at least want to put up swings like that and keep chipping away. It almost feels like it's inevitable for these players to find those bigger innings, as that's going to be a fly ball to center field. Tatis is going to end the inning on that weak fly ball. As we move on to the 3rd inning, still a 9-3 game in Wilsey's favor, but Kreiner showing some life here in the bottom half of the second.
Hey, like I mentioned earlier, the small wins, right? You know, he ended up winning that second inning, held Wilsey to 1 run in the top of the inning, then came back and scored 3 with 3 solo shots. And now here in the top of the 3rd, 1 pitch, 1 out. Again, small wins, stay within range. You're the home team. You can just fight till the end, right?
Yeah, we've talked about it a bit on these esports coverages where, you know, sometimes the game of winning innings and just trying to outscore your opponent in an inning. And Kreiner does that in the second, albeit still he's down 6. But he at least outscores. It shows that, you know, momentum could start to swing back his way. But a big inning for Roy Halladay on the mound. He's been somewhat effective for him, only allowing 1. As that's hit down the line by Devers and will only be a single. And this could be a big out to get 9th spot in the order. You'd love to just get a ground ball double play out of Mookie Betts if you're Kreiner. You do not want runners on as you head to the top part of the order.
Yeah, and there's Vlad. At least he has the arm, right? He might not be good defensively, fitting that Devers boost, but at least people have to respect that arm. And Wilsey wasn't able to push to 2 with Devers. 3-0 now.
3-0.
Great patience at the plate here. This is where it gets interesting. You get those runners on first. It's almost like the hitters know the other pitcher's pitching to a double play. That's a great pitch to take, even though it's a strike. That's a tough cutter to do anything with. 3-2 pitch. Gets the ground ball. Polanco ranges all the way over from second base since he was going to cover the bag on the steal. And that will be a ground out. No double play. But now that runner moves to second.
And for a second, I thought that Polanco wasn't going to be able to make that play. He just sat back and waited for the ball to get to him. But he, again, scoreless inning here in the 3rd from Roy Halladay. He's working out so far. Kreiner is trying to get a little bit closer to that 6-run lead now.
Yeah, and that last inning, Kreiner started to make some adjustments to Hunter Brown. He put up some better swings against him. So if you're Kreiner, I mean, you may want to just hope that he keeps him in a little bit longer. Hope you can find those adjustments. He's going to take a look at the card here. Look at the quirks, see if anything comes into play here. Those quirks do come into play more than some people think, but Hunter Brown does not have any here. Leadoff Trey Turner here, and that's going to be smoked right back to the center fielder.
Yeah, and I think, you know, maybe Kreiner was trying to figure out what is going on with this Hunter Brown. What do I need to look for, right? He does have 5 pitches, but nothing too special. It doesn't seem like it's special. That's a hard hit ball right at the first baseman. And 2 quick outs here for Kreiner. And
yeah,
the same thing
Yep, you go.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing that we're talking about Roy Halladay that's been slowing down, Wilsey
0-1's
since
the
he
count.
came into the game. Hunter Brown, if he can get through 3 innings, giving up 3 only to Kreiner, like that's a good start that's a good spot from your starter there.
Yeah, you celebrate that all day. And that last swing with Kreiner's one that didn't go his way. Hard hit ball, very good swing, just right to the first baseman. And when you're down, that's what you need to do there is just kind of stay composed, stay in your zone, expands the zone on a high fastball there. That's going to end our inning. And we actually had a shutout inning there.
1, 2, 3
Here in
there.
the
Yeah,
third
you don't see
inning.
that often. That's something you don't see.
But we're progressing more so towards the middle part of the game here. We're in the 4th inning, meaning if Wilsey gets ahead to a 10-run lead, then the mercy rule could come into play, and this is worth keeping an eye out on, because Kreiner's been a little bit slow offensively. If he can pick it up, start chipping away at that lead, because he's down 6, and he's got a bit of a deficit to get to here.
Yeah, that's a good pitch. That sinker that we saw, we saw in the first series how effective it was against Wings, and we see it often, but that time it didn't work out as it was away. And this, we've seen a lot of those swings, right? The sinker away to lefties, and they just go with it to left field. It's just they're just so good with that pitch going with it.
Absolutely. That's driven right to center field, right to Trey Turner. Now a 7-run lead for Wilsey as we're progressing towards the middle innings. And we talked about, the previous series. Previous series were a best of 3, but Kreiner picked up 2 very dominant mercy rule wins versus Alex K. But Wilsey went the distance, had to battle versus Weens to get to this point. And it seems like
1-1.
Wilsey just had the momentum all the way so far to start game 1. We're in a best of 3 series here. We saw Wilsey come back down 1, as that's going to be a ground ball the first. But, best of 3 series, losing game 1 and just not really finding your footing offensively is a tough spot to be in. So interested to see if, no matter what, if Kreiner wins his game or not, if he at least finds that momentum at the plays, that's also going to be a ground out. So surprisingly enough, last couple innings, pitching is dominated. Only 2 runs scored in the last couple innings. This one 1 run for Wilsey makes it a 10-3 game.
Yeah, they say pitching wins championship. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't be able to tell based on the scores that we've seen. But sometimes you do have to get those outs and those, quick 1, 2, 3 innings or scoreless innings.
Ball. That's inside.
I'm really interested to see how Kreiner makes any adjustments. I've had like a tough time quantifying what's been up with them, as that's going to be a check swing strike. It just seems like he hasn't read the ball at Hunter Brown's hand well. He's been check swinging, kind of expanding inside and inside cutters. And Wilsey's just kind of been persistent in keeping the ball there.
Yeah, and we'll see how long Wilsey goes with Hunter Brown too, because the last time against Weens, he only gave up 3. I think he went back-to-back. Weens went back-to-back home runs, and it was a quick out there. He took him out. We thought it was a little bit earlier than with Mo, so we'll see how far he can go. There's Juan Soto with a perfect solo shot, making it a 10-4 game. So we'll see how long Hunter Brown goes there for. Again, he probably does have Shohei Ohtani on the rotation that he's going to be available out of the pen, so that's a very valuable asset as well.
That's a very encouraging swing if you're Kreiner too. Was dialed up on the inside stuff, got a cutter, and even though it was middle part of the plate and a very hittable pitch, he perfects it to center field. So a good read on that cutter. So that's encouraging if you're him. I feel like that cutter is the key pitch out of Hunter Brown here, being able to slow down at the cutter or at least read that it's a cutter instead of the 4-seam. And I think that's what Kreiner's been struggling with. But that swing's promising, and yeah, like you mentioned, I want to see if he pulls the plug on Brown quick. He had 2 swings good in a row against Hunter Brown earlier, and he yanked him versus Weens.
Yeah.
If Kreiner puts up a good swing here, I wonder if he pulls him.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about Kreiner that has been getting all these runs via home run. That's the 4th one, right? That might be his 4th hit, all solo bombs. He will need to get some base runners and have those big home run at some point if he wants to come back.
That's going to be another line out. That splitter has just been tough to hit. Another early swing on that. And like we talked about it with Weens versus Wilsey, is that's hit high to right field. And that should be a fly out again. And I think we've been able to tell these players have been locked in the most when they've been able to sit back on the away pitch and hit it the opposite way. And I don't think Kreiner's been able to do that as much here to start. He's crushed a mistake still, and has still scored some runs. He's still in this game, but has just not had that timing on the away stuff yet against Hunter Brown here.
Yeah, and on average, he's, you know, 1 run per inning, right? We're in the 4th. He has 4 runs. 1 run per inning is not going to get you a win against somebody like Wilsey that is putting up 15+ runs every single game, right? So you're going to need those big innings at some point. But he's still, you know, within 6. The game's still, you know, far from over. Got plenty of baseball left.
So now 10-4 to game. Halliday's still on the mound. We kind of have like a comp version of a pitcher's duel here as we progress towards the middle innings. Only a few runs scored off of Halladay and Hunter Brown as we've progressed here. I know a lot of people see 10-4 score and they're like, oh man, that's still a lot of runs, still good offense. But I mean, both these players are capable of 20+ games pretty regularly and are more than capable of putting up 5+ run innings. And it just has not happened yet.
For sure. And we're still, you know, Kreiner's still rocking with that Roy Halladay. He's been very effective. And the same thing that we were saying with Hunter Brown, we can say with Roy Halladay. How long do you go with him, right? 40-something pitches. Once you go the 2nd and 3rd time through the lineup, it's at some point you're going to have to change him because the opponent is just going to start timing that pitcher out, and that's when the big innings come. That's a dotted sinker.
Yeah, nothing you can do with that. I think that's one thing that Wilsey has done pretty well. There's some pitches that are just very difficult to hit when they're just right on the black, and especially early in a count, you got to just take those pitches. That slap to left field on a low curveball, like we talk about, you don't see many curveballs, but Wilsey just slaps it to left field. 2 runners are on, and this is, I think, the scariest situation Roy Halladay has been in here.
Yeah, and he's facing Devers. We've seen a lot of the times these players going to a lefty against Devers, especially when they can't pinch hit for him. We're still in the 5th. You cannot pinch hit for him, but he's sticking with Roy Halladay. So interesting there from Kreiner. There's that curveball again. And that curveball earlier, it wasn't bad. It was below the zone. Wilsey was able to get the PCI a little bit under it and stay away from the double play. That's a lazy fly ball to center field. Double play still in order as well. The runners will not advance. And
yeah, that Halladay down and in sinker to lefties has kind of been doing wonders. I mean, it's not an outlier on the sinker, but it kind of catches up on you. And especially coming across the body, those sinkers are sometimes tougher to read. And for a couple of the guys now with Halladay, they've had a tougher time reading that pitch.
And also you have to be thinking about that cutter, right? So you want to lay off that cutter off the plate, but the sinker can be there and just freeze it. And that's what we've seen sometimes, that sinker just freezing some of these players here. But now the 2-2 count. Trying to get that double play with that sinker below the zone. See if he's going to send the runners. He does not. Yep.
Cutter down to the way. It's
a good swing there by Mookie. He went with it. Bases loaded situation. So let's see. Is it going to be up to Roy Halladay to try to get out of this inning? Or is he going to the pen? Trey Turner's very tough to double up with that 99 speed. And he's done a lot of damage all tournament long.
Ball 1, no strikes. What do you got?
And there's 2-0. There's that curveball. We've seen it 3 times this inning. He's still trying to get that
2 balls, 1 strike.
that double play. The defense is not playing double play depth though, so they're playing back. 2-2. Fouls that one off, and we've seen a lot of this from Wilsey, where he fouls off a lot of pitches, just extending the at bat and just waits for a pitch to do damage as he takes that curveball in the dirt for ball 3. So full count here. Babe Ruth on deck. That's hit high
fly ball.
98 off the bat.
Legs. What a catch! That's a big home run robbery for Kreiner. It's gonna score a run, but that's big to not let up a grand slam here. What a catch by Trey Turner out in center field.
Wow. I mean,
Trey on Trey crime.
that
right
is
there.
huge. A grand slam there could have been the dagger in the game. But that, hey, that saves multiple run. Now we see Alvarado here. Good outing, honestly, from Roy Halladay, right? You know, into the fifth, you know, after giving up 8 from Ohtani. Not too bad. Not too bad. You take that.
Yeah, Halladay kept him in this game. He struggled offensively. He hasn't been his normal Kreiner at the plate. And Halladay just did a good job of limiting Wilsey. Wow. So big couple innings out of him, but now you're into the bullpen. And I mean, it worked with Halladay, but now Alvarado comes in, walks the first batter, and now the bases are loaded for Chipper Jones, who does damage versus lefties.
And that's a tough walk because you bring in the lefty to face a lefty, right? Even though it's Babe Ruth, you brought him for that, and then you end up walking him. Now you have, you know, Chipper Jones, who's max out power against lefties. It's a tough matchup here.
Inside, ball 2.
You just robbed the grand slam as well. Bases are still loaded. Wilsey up 7. There's that cutter in there for strike 1.
Yeah, I think that down and in pitch is going to be key. We saw that work with Halladay going down and in sinker on the arm side. I wonder if he's going to go to that at any point this at bat. The 2-2 pitch. Down and away sinker. That is hit high and deep to right field. And that is going to be a grand slam for Chipper Jones. And Wilsey he found the grand slam anyway this inning. 15-4 lead. Make that 16. Perfect off the bat of Juan Soto.
Yikes. And just like that, we talked about all day the big innings, right? This is the big inning. Obviously, he had a big inning in the first, another big inning here in the fifth, and now he's up 12. I mean, he's looking for more damage, but Kreiner, you know, 3 outs away from getting mercied here in game 1 of the finals.
Yeah, and we talked about Halladay kind of got the job done for a few innings to keep him in this game, but the second he got taken out, the fireworks started again for Wilsey, and now I think if Kreiner wants a chance in this game, he's going to need to find a way to do the same with Hunter Brown. He needs to find a way to get some runners on, connect on some swings, and maybe force Wilsey to put someone else because he just has not seen the ball out of Hunter Brown's hand well.
Yeah, only 4 runs through 4 innings from Kreiner is uncharacteristic, right? Like we saw what he did in the semis, and that's a line out. So, you know, Kreiner gets that 3rd out in the 5th inning. Sometimes we talk about how the last out of a game is the toughest. Well, sometimes the last out of the inning can be the toughest as well. Here's the Kreiner pause. Is that what you told me it's called? Well, the Kreiner pause.
The Kreiner pause. It's. I mean, steal for it here. Game on the line. He needs a score. I think it's 2, if I remember the score correctly, to avoid the mercy. Hunter Brown has had his number all game still in this game since the very beginning, and he's gonna have to find it here. Rafael Devers leading it off for him.
Yeah, 4 runs on 4 hits on 4 solo home runs. He's gonna need kind of like that big one. You know, he needs the big ones that gets a couple hits, get a couple runners. He needs base runners right now. Obviously, you take the home runs every time you can get them, but you need a couple base runners on to start it. You know, then go for the fences and stay in the game, extend the game.
Yeah, and it's he actually does need 3 runs. The score is 16-4. He needs 3 runs to just stay alive in this game. So, I mean, we talked about how earlier on that you've interviewed Kreiner, and he said if he's like within 4 in a game, then he feels like he has a chance, but he needs to score that 3 in to avoid a mercy. So, I mean, we're in the 5th inning. No matter what, there's gonna be a tough beat for Kreiner. Not only to just stay alive and avoid the mercy, but to somehow find a way to come back down 12 here.
Yeah, and you know, Hunter Brown is 3 outs away from going complete game on a finals. I didn't think I was going to say that today. On a finals game, so impressive pitching performance by Hunter Brown. Yeah, I'm sure you got a lot of people trying to go get that Hunter Brown and try him out now. Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. It just might be with me and how I pitch with cards like his, but I'm probably giving up 12 runs with him because I just never pitch well with cards like him. But it has worked for Wilsey. He's done a good job of sequencing with them to keep things low for Kreiner here. And I think he's just been getting ahead in a lot of these counts, making Kreiner swing at some tough pitches. That's a smoked ground ball right the first to start off the inning.
Yeah, just PCI there. The launch angle just wasn't. It got a little bit on top of it. That's a big out number one. You got Tatis now with the low contact against righties, even though, you know, we've seen what Kreiner is capable of doing with this card, but that's going to be a perfect there. Yep. Into the right center field gap, 93 speed. We'll see if he pushes 3. He will.
He's going to push it. We might have a play at third. He's going to be in there. Never mind.
He's no Yasmani Grandal. I will say that much. Top of the order now.
That's an encouraging swing.
Yeah.
Kreiner, you've had a tough time reading Hunter Brown. And there it is.
Yep.
Hunter Brown is out of the game. In comes Clark Schmidt. This might be big. This might be a big situation here.
Yeah, let's see if Clark can get out of this. Again, this was going to be the third time through the lineup, right? The lineup. This is Trey Turner's third at bat. And again, a short leash with Hunter Brown and Wilsey. It's the same thing he did against Weens. Let's see how this time, how it works out this time. 2-2 now.
Ooh, gets him to bite in an away cutter just outside his zone. Takes the out at first. And Kreiner is down to his last out, needing 2 runs to avoid the mercy rule. That's driven to right. Just right to Babe Ruth. That's going to end game number 1. Wilsey comes out on top with the 16-5 mercy rule win. Go figure. Kreiner wins 2 games via mercy rule in the first round today. Comes into the finals and gets mercied himself. We got ourselves a game number 2 with Wilsey on top, 1-0. And I think I got to say, Hunter Brown is the MVP of that game. I would have never guessed that, but he is the MVP of that game for Wilsey on the mound.
I mean, obviously Wilsey started off hot, but you had to control Kreiner's bat, right? That's something that we saw in the semis, how hot he can get. And he was able to win both games via mercy rule, but not here in game 1. He wasn't able to bounce back, and it was because of Hunter Brown. So it's going to be interesting. I don't think Wilsey's going to bring Hunter Brown for game 2, so we'll see what happens there. But big win there in game 1 from Wilsey. Obviously, he's won 3 in a row now after losing that game 1 against Weens, and coming back to win and advancing to the final. So here's some of the highlights from that game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Wilsey just started off hot with the bats right away, and we've seen it a few times in this tournament already just today, that the away team being able to come into the game and start off with a big inning kind of sets the pace for the game. But in this scenario, Wilsey was able to run away with the game. There were a few innings where Wilsey slowed down offensively, but Hunter Brown for Wilsey on the mound did a good job of minimizing damage. At one point, it was a 9-3 game, and Wilsey just kind of was able to get out of trouble, kind of avoid any big innings out of Kreiner. And there was a point, Kreiner robbed that homer, and, you know, maybe there was a chance that he was going to stay alive in this game and, you know, set himself up for a chance to come back. But right as he did that, Wilsey just took advantage of another opportunity, hits a grand slam, and was just able to slam the door shut on this game. But game 2 coming up, Kreiner will be hitting first in that game, and we'll be interested to see who gets going offensively first there.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. We'll see. Again, Kreiner wasn't able to have that big inning. He just got 4 solo shots. Game 2, he's going to need to get some base runners on. But we'll see. We're probably going back to Laughing Mountain. So that's where Wilsey is going to be the home team. He feels comfortable there, but we'll see what happens there in game 2.
Yep, and we'll be back to see game 2 in just a few minutes.
Gaming is defined by moments.
It is intense.
The joy of victory and the thrill of overcoming challenges. Welcome to our home of competitive gaming, where we can all experience exciting esports moments.
The final 1v1 of the game here.
And celebrate the pros and the rising stars.
I do want to see a female in the NCS.
Bringing you guides and deep dives.
Horizon can go up, but she can't go up fast.
And tournaments where the community competes.
Wait! Did he get? No way!
Whether you're in a heated match,
Back, let's go!
or watching along at the edge of your seat.
A duo! now, taking down a trio.
Let's create moments from the games you love.
He'll take it.
Join us and subscribe to our channel to follow everything esports on PlayStation.
PlayStation. PlayStation.
The story of Rickwood Field embodies the romantic spirit of baseball. Willie Mays would begin his career with the Birmingham Black Bears right here in this very ballpark. And I am excited that you will have an opportunity to play at Rickwood Field as Rickwood comes to MLB The Show 24.
Everyone, welcome back to the MLB The Show 24 Championship Series. We are in our final series between two of some of the best players in the community, Kreiner and Wilsey. We just saw Wilsey come out on top with the Mercy Rule Game 1. Yeah, after that first game, how are we feeling heading into game number 2?
I mean, I did say I had no idea what was going to happen this series. I was not expecting a Game 1 Mercy Rule victory by Wilson, especially after seeing what Kreiner did in the semifinals. So I'm a little bit surprised by that. So we'll see. I do expect Kreiner to bounce back and make some sort of adjustments and fight a little bit. But Wilson now is one win away from securing that $10,000.
Absolutely. And no matter who gets second place, they're probably happy coming out with $5,000. But being able to come out of the circuit with 10K instead of 5 is a big deal. So Kreiner is certainly going to go down and fight to the end. That's what he does. So I'm expecting this to be a battle of a game number 2. But sometimes this is what happens when good players play each other. Someone just gets off to a better offensive start, runs away with the game, and that other player never has a chance to catch up. Mercy rules are kind of treated differently in a scenario where, you know, sometimes someone might think someone dominated a game purely because of mercy rule. I will say, though, that game, Wilsey did a great job on the mound, but also was just very good at the plate and never really gave Kreiner a chance. So I'm interested to see if that momentum carries his way in game 2, and if you can find a way to find that same success on the mound.
Yeah, and that was, what, the 4th mercy rule that we've seen today out of, what, the first 6 games. That's something that I was not expecting, but we'll see. If we get another mercy rule from Kreiner, I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be shocked at all, as he's trying to force game 3. So we'll see if he's able to do it and bounce back. Wilsey looks very tough right now, especially after that, you know, game 1 performance that he had against Wings. Even though he ended up losing, he still had got the bats going and maybe got those nerves out of the way.
Absolutely. We talked about it before. Kreiner has won some championships. He has some wins underneath his belt, but Wilsey has not been in this spot before. One game away to win it. I believe he's made some deep runs in the tournaments, but I don't recall him being this close to winning a tournament. And this is a big opportunity, one win away to securing $10,000. And Shohei Ohtani is actually on the mound for Wilsey to start off game number 2 here.
Yeah, and that it hasn't worked out well for, I feel like, anybody in this tournament. I don't know. I don't remember the last time I saw it. Like, well, that was a good outing by Ohtani. We haven't said that today, so we'll see what happens. We'll see if Kreiner can get off to a hot start as the road team. That's one of the themes for today that we've seen, the road team having that big first inning. So let's see if Kreiner can do it again.
Absolutely. And the thing with Ohtani, we've talked about it all the time. He's one of the more popular pitchers. He's got some great stuff with that sinker cutter mix. That slapped right field, that is a tough pitch to do anything with that slurve. First out here in the first inning. But the thing with Ohtani is it's easy to miss some spots. And we know these players punish mistakes. Even if they're not on their game at the plate, they tend to always punish mistakes. And Ohtani might throw some. Is that driven to right field by Babe Ruth? And Kreiner has his first lead of the series. 1-0 start here in the top of the first.
His 5th hit of the series, his 5th run, 5 solo home runs. That has been his entire offense so far. Make it 6 as Vladimir Guerrero goes no doubter, perfect on Ohtani. And again, Ohtani might just not be it against this guy. And you were talking about how many games they've played in ranked seasons. I'm sure they've seen Ohtani over and over and over again, and this is what we see.
Yeah, he's an interesting wild card of a player in that it feels like he could be good, which is why players are using him. I think something with the release and the mix of the stuff sometimes can be tough for these players. But on the other hand, they've also really made him pay, and we really got 2 drastically different versions of Ohtani through most of these games here. And that swing by Kreiner is promising. Perfect swing on a down and sinker. In comparison to that first game, very promising swing, and that's driven to center field. And Kreiner might have found the swing. 3rd home run in the inning. Perfect off the bat of Juan Soto. 505 feet. And yeah, if you're Wilsey, you might want to take out Ohtani and just get someone else in this game.
I mean, we said it, right? We've seen it, how he keeps getting destroyed. The thing is with Ohtani, he's probably very good against 99% of the people. But when you're facing those quote-unquote first page players, right, and the leaderboard, they're just going to destroy that Ohtani. And we see it again. But Kreiner, as the road team, similar to the last game, starting off hot, and that's going to be another solo shot. His 8th hit and home run of the series. That's crazy. I don't know how long that's going to go, but he's 8 for 8.
Absolutely unreal. Big home run from Juan Soto there as we get towards the bottom part of the order. Just all solo homers out of Kreiner, but definitely like different like energy off of Kreiner in his first inning. I will say Roy Halladay has been a pitcher that has entered in the middle of the game, has been somewhat effective for people, as that's it high and deep to center field. That should be caught right on the track. It is. And I'm interested if Roy Halladay does get the job done for Wilsey here. He's been someone a lot of people have gone to like their second or third, like their third or fourth pitcher out of the bullpen. But he's here second right away for Wilsey. And here we go. Kreiner's got Hunter Brown on the mound. Let's see how this one goes.
It's like, wait, if it worked out for him, it better work out for me as well. Let's see how that goes. Maybe sometimes that's one of the things where it's like when you as a player see that the opponent brought in a specific pitcher, it's like, maybe it's because they cannot hit him well, right? Maybe that's something that Kreiner thought. He's like, well, let's try it out.
Yeah, I wish I properly remembered. I don't know if Kreiner used Hunter Brown in any qualifiers or not. But all I do know is that Wilsey's been the only one today we've seen used. I mean, that's just dribbled up the middle by Trey Turner, and that's a leadoff runner for Wilsey here.
And Wilsey needs to answer back, right? Giving up 4. Kreiner looked pretty locked in against Ohtani, and then he put up some decent swings as well against Roy Halladay. So Wilsey knows he's going to need some runs.
Yeah, I'm really interested. I mean, that was a very weak swing to start off the game, and I'm really interested if Wilsey's going to have a tough time reading Hunter Brown in the same way Kreiner is. That's a very early swing on a down and in cutter, making a 2-2 count. Great take there to make it a full count here.
Yeah, that was a tough take on that splitter, but that was also a double play pitch.
Another tough take, 2 runners on. Seems like Hunter Brown can't really find the zone for Kreiner here, but big opportunity here. You see Wilsey kind of shying that PCI down and in, might be expecting that down and in fastball cutter or splitter. There's the cutter, but still too early on it.
Kreiner staying low in the zone, looking for that double play. He knows what Wilsey can do if he elevates the ball. That's going to be a grounder to second. He'll take the sure out over the first. Both runners advance, so now 2 runners in scoring position. But he finally got that first out.
Yeah, and that's one of those ground balls. You're like, man, I wish he just hit it a little harder so I could turn 2.
Yeah.
It keeps the inning, this rally alive. Still 2 runners on base. All it takes is a single to get 2 on the board here for Wilsey.
Yeah.
But I will say, still not too many great swings against Hunter Brown here to start.
No, and Juan Soto is the guy you wanted to play right now. As you can see, Kreiner's being very careful because he does have 124 clutch with max out power, you know, and you don't want to have that big inning. That's going to be a line drive to center field. That should be caught, and it will by Trey Turner. But both runners advance, and Wilsey's on the board.
Yeah, and that was Wilsey's best swing against Hunter Brown, but just a fastball scolded right up the middle. Didn't really get that PCI he probably wanted on that, so it results in a line drive. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the first, and Kreiner's a chance to minimize this to a 1-run inning.
And you got Jorge Polanco, who's been huge for everyone. It feels like this tournament, the card has been unreal, and he does have that 125 clutch activated.
That's ball 2.
Absolutely.
1 strike.
I think the name of the game, if you're Wilsey, if you've seen Hunter Brown be effective, I think you just got to see some pitches, got to see how Kreiner's going to attack him. Kreiner's thrown some more of that knuckle curve, which I don't think Wilsey really did much. I'm interested to see what pitch he goes to 3-2 here. Goes down and splitter. Great take. That pitch is so difficult to take when you're potentially expecting a fastball. So another walk, and Mike Piazza comes up as the tying runner here in the first.
And the things that we've seen Kreiner go low and into those lefties as Mike Piazza hits one deep and gone. 3-run home run, tied ball game just like that. But I think that's the key, right? Wilsey was able to get a couple base runners by just laying off on those splitters low and in. All close pitches. Some of them were cutters as well. He was able to get a couple runners on, and those are the big home runs that I was talking about that Kreiner hasn't had. He's had 4 solo shots this game, and 1 swing at the bat there for Wilsey gets him 3 runs and back in the game.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Yeah, that's kind of big. I mean, we talked about Hunter Brown potentially being like a good pick, and it might have worked out for Kreiner. But Wilsey's done all the right things here in the first, all the way up to 27 pitches. He tied this game right back up. and he seemingly got a good enough read on Hunter Brown. He still seems a little off, hasn't really timed many of the four seams and cutters as well as he's probably wanted to. That's driven to right field. There's that splitter. It just got in the zone this time, and he was ready for it. Brian Reynolds, in case you did not know, is supercharged, and he's going to continue this inning here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, that will probably be it for Hunter Brown, I'm assuming. He got Devers up now. I mean, it is game 7 for Kreiner, right? I don't think you have to give him a... And I guess he's sticking with him. He does have 54 ERA, as we saw there on the pause menu after this start. But I thought he would just give him the hook and bring in a lefty maybe against Devers. But he's sticking with Hunter.
No, that's low.
Yeah, that was a good swing out of him. I mean, we saw in an earlier game, Hunter Brown got a quick pull from Wilsey once Weens made an adjustment, put up 2 good swings against him. But Kreiner electing to stick with him. That's another walk, and I feel like now is your sign to pull him. He can't find the zone. The confidence is very low. 18 balls out of 33 pitches. I think he's either get to someone who can find the zone here. And if I'm Wilsey, I mean, we've seen it with Mookie Betts a bit here. You're looking for that down and away cutter. But he gets the inside sinker. He swings, but there's a hair behind it. And that's going to end our inning and keeps it a 4-4 game. But Wilsey responds and ties this game right back up.
Yeah, at least, you got out of that first inning, tied, nothing happened. You just got to log back in and keep putting up those good swings that you put up in the first inning.
And yeah, Roy Halladay on the mound. He kind of got out of trouble in the previous inning for Wilsey. Wilsey, I think, has taken advantage of being able to have some slower innings, being able to pitch somewhat effectively on the mound. And he's probably going to look for that here. I mean, Kreiner just hasn't looked the most comfortable at the plate. He's kind of expanding the zone inside, probably more so than he'd want to. And then rolls over a down away sinker. That's going to be 1 out here in the inning. And I think if Kreiner wants to have a chance to come back in the series and win this game, I think he just needs to make those adjustments to Halladay here early.
Yeah, and we saw, Halladay was effective for Kreiner in game 1. Now he's facing Halladay. Let's see if he can put up some more solo home runs. He's at 8 so far in this series. Game 2 here.
Ooh, that's a hard hit swing, just right to the center fielder. It's probably a ball you want to pull, even though it's good timing. That is just unfortunate for Kreiner to just go right to the center fielder on a very squared up swing. And now it's down to 2 outs here in the inning. And I mean, you got top of the order coming up, which is promising, but you would love to get Trey Turner on to set up the heart of your order here.
Yeah, you need base runners. At some point, solo home runs only is just not going to be enough, especially how Wilsey has been hitting. So maybe start a 2-out rally, a little single or something, and just got under that one. That's going to be a fly ball. So scoreless second for Kreiner, and Wilsey's looking to take that lead here in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, like Wilsey's he got the job done on the mound this inning. Roy Halladay came in and he kind of locked it down for the last about inning and a third. I mean, we talk about the risks of pulling that starting pitcher so soon and how that could go for your bullpen management for the game. But it seems like for Wilsey, that has paid off. The aggressive managing, and in that case, not letting Ohtani stay in that game long and going right to Halladay is kind of a stalled Kreiner for an inning, and he has a chance to take a lead here.
Yeah, we'll see what Clark Schmidt can do. We've seen good moments from Clark Schmidt. Some people have had trouble hitting him. So let's see if Kreiner can get a couple innings at least from him.
And just to remind you all, this is our final series. Wilsey versus Kreiner. Wilsey up top 1-0 in the series. If Wilsey wins, he gets first place in the summer circuit, netting himself $10,000. That's going to be a strikeout. Clark Schmidt gets a strikeout there. That cutter gets the job done there. They get the first out. That sinker does not get the job done, though. Right down the middle. And Wilsey makes him pay. 5-4 lead for Wilsey now. That's just not where he wanted that sinker.
No, that's a mistake pitch that even if you don't hit it perfect, the ball is going to go a long way just because of the fact that it was a mistake pitch.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that you'll see a lot is that's driven to right field. That'll hit a gap. Chipper Jones should have himself a 1-out double here. It's like, that's a couple promising swings for Wilsey in a row to bounce back after a strikeout and then put up 2 at-bats with good swings like that in a row.
Yeah, now you got Juan Soto. It's not getting any easier for Kreiner. He does have that 125 clutch. We've seen a lot of home runs from Juan Soto today. He's playing way up. That's going to be a liner to the left center field gap. Babe Ruth will not make the play, so that's going to be another double, and another run comes across for Wilsey, and now up 2.
Yeah, and I think this is just what Wilsey has been able to do in a lot of his games. He has hit home runs, and he's done a lot of damage with those, but he's doing a good job of hitting the difficult pitches to hit for singles just to the outfield or balls finding gaps. Kreiner has been kind of make or break by the solo home run with how these couple games have gone for him. It hasn't really gone the same way for him. So I think that's one thing that's played in Wilsey's favor here, that, you know, if he's looking to win this game, seemingly an advantage on his side, but now 3-2 count here with 1 out. The pizza man on deck goes up and away. Sinker does not find a zone. Now 2 runners on, but double play in order.
And the things that if you would have told Kreiner, hey, in the first 6-7 innings of this series, you're going to have 8 home runs, he would have taken that, right, and ran with it. But it just so happened that they've all been solo shots, no other base hits, and the first game ended via mercy rule. But he has put up some great swings. Now all he needs is just get out of this. He's praying for that double play, which we haven't seen many today. But that's what he needs right now.
There's a slurve down and away, high and deep to right field. And that will be a 3-run homer for Wilsey. 9-4 lead for Wilsey here today. And Clark Schmidt has just got into some trouble, but definitely did not get out of it. So Ryan Yarbrough is here out of the pen against Brian Reynolds.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of Ryan Yarbrough today. I mean, Kreiner's in a very tough spot right now. He's down 5. Wilsey seems to be hitting everything hard right now. Everything just going his way. So you need to get out of this inning quick. You're already down 5. It's a tough situation. And Yarbrough he's been all right. He hasn't been anything special. You know, there was one of the outings that I don't even think he got an out. He will get one here. That's going to be out number 2 for Wilsey.
Kreiner, it just feels like in this series so far, Kreiner just hasn't really had much of an opportunity to really get going. Yeah. He's had some good swings, but hasn't strung together enough of them to really put up any big innings. And I think the key in this inning for Wilsey is that he was able to just put some runners on, even manufacture a run or 2 with some doubles to the gap, and just kind of build up that pressure. I think an underrated part of this game is pitcher energy and confidence, and being able to string together hits by stringing together walks and hits and get that pitcher's confidence down is really a big part of doing well in this game. And Wilsey is taking advantage of that here in the 2nd inning.
Yeah, it's been now with Devers lefty. This is an opportunity that you have if you're trying to get out of this inning down 5. You obviously don't want to walk him in this situation. There's that cutter. He will walk him. And that's a great take, too. Like, that ball was, you know, part of the ball touched the strike zone. It was a dotted cutter, but, you know, take it for ball 3. Now Mookie, who's been insane.
That is such a difficult cutter to take, especially when you're someone who's ready for the velocity. That is such an easy one to, like, slam that PCI to the top left corner, get early timing on it, chop it to second. But he just takes it all the way. And now another 3-ball count for him at the plate with Mookie Betts. Now a 3-2 count. Runner on first, should be running with 2 outs. That's a fly ball hit high and deep to left. Does it have the legs to hit the gap? It does not. So Kreiner gets out of the inning, but not before Wilsey makes it a 9-4 ball game.
Yeah, this is a big inning from Kreiner. He's going to need some base runners. He's going to need some runs, or this series could be over quick.
Yeah, I mean, Kreiner's been in this position before. I think he knows what it's like to be in this position where it's a lot of pressure. You're already down a game. Your opponent has all the offensive momentum in this second game with everything on the line. So it's tough to balance trying to, force yourself to find some offense and right the problems that you've had at the plate while also not swinging at bad pitches. So it's a tough balancing act. And I mean, the start here, 3-1 count. Now a full count. I mean, if anyone can get it going for him, it's Babe Ruth.
Yeah, that's the guy he wants. That's his favorite card, right? So, you need base runners. You need to keep putting up some good swings. That was a good pitch. That would have been, probably called a strike. It was just a little early on that four-seamer, which we don't really see a whole lot of four-seamers from Roy Halladay, right? We see a lot of the sinker, cutter, splitter, but you get the occasional four-seamer there.
Yeah, with pitchers like Halladay, I think you sprinkle the four-seam in just to kind of get people's eyes on it. The key about it is that it has the velo like the sinker, but it just doesn't have the movement like the sinker. So you like to sprinkle it in occasionally just to get them a little off that PCI. And he did that there.
Oh, that's it.
Just Kreiner just has not been the most comfortable, especially like I know we talked about it before, but when these players are locked, they hit the ball well the opposite way. That's another swing that he was just underneath. Yeah. That's going to stay in the park. That he hasn't had that same success to all fields. He's kind of just been relying on mistakes inside and pulling the ball.
Yeah, I feel like the only pitcher he was facing that he was locked in was against Ohtani, right? He started off hot. He had those 3-4 home runs in the first inning. I think 3 of them were off of Ohtani, but after that, yes, he hasn't had much. As Juan Soto is gonna get the first base hit that is not a home run for Kreiner, and it's gonna be a single.
Good cut. I mean, it might be the swing that he needs to kind of recenter and find that approach. But I really think that it's going to come down to Kreiner having to sit on one of those pitches on the outer third of the plate. You see just a little late on that one. Hasn't been able to find that proper timing on the away stuff this game.
I think with Piazza, we've seen him, has some great at-bats and great swings, but everybody knows that his swing is a little bit on the lower side. So you got to be ready for that fastball sinker inside, but you have to be able to adjust when they go with that cutter or off-speed outside, right? And so he was late on both of those pitches on that cutter and four-seam. He needs that Kreiner pause that you were talking about earlier because he knows this is a big moment. We're, top of the third, he's down 5. He needs some more base running. He needs some more runs.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes are kind of getting higher as we go. I mean, you only have so many outs. We don't have a clock in baseball, but you have only so many outs, and you know that Wilsey can score a lot. There's a good swing on a down-in sinker, but a diving play by Chipper Jones to keep it in the infield, and that ends the inning. And that one, if you're Kreiner, that's a tough one to swallow because you put up a good cut. You slightly chased the sinker, but just couldn't get that through the infield, and that ends your inning. And man, he can't find that offense. He just has not found that rally so far. Just his peppered occasional home run that's been it for him so far.
And again, you're in a tough spot right now with Kreiner. You're down 5. Wilsey's the home team. You're down 1 in the series. This is your game 7. As he gets a pitching change there, we're gonna see Jesse Chavez again. You need that scoreless inning. That's the number one thing that you need, and that's gonna be a good start. They'll take that lineup. Yeah,
you'll take that, especially after how that last inning ends. You're like, the game gives, the game takes. You know how it goes. And I think, I mean, at the very least, I mean, Wilsey has scored 9, but Kreiner's gotten out of some opportunities to minimize the damage. So he's trying his hardest to minimize that damage on the mound. But I feel like there's only so long you could do that with how Wilsey's been. He's just been hitting consistently enough to keep on scoring. And I feel like Kreiner only has a couple more innings to really see if he can find the rally. He hasn't really found it yet, and there's only so much time you have left in the game.
Yeah, even though there's a lot of baseball left, right? We're only in the bottom of the third, but it just feels like, he could probably see the end there because of the deficit that he's facing, and of course him being down in the series. Also knowing how good of a hitter Wilsey is, as he smoked that cutter was able to keep it fair. That's going to be a 1-out single. So there's so many things that are kind of like counting or going against Kreiner right now, and he has to be feeling that pressure.
I gotta say though, a memory popped to my head as we were talking about this. I do remember last year, if you remember as well, I don't remember if we watched the entire game or not, but there was one game in our previous circuits where Kreiner actually played Wilsey. If I remember correctly, he had like a big comeback where he was nearly down 10 in a game that he crawled all the way back to come back and win. And if my memory serves me correct here, and Kreiner, so like, I mean, if I remember correctly, Kreiner's been in a position like this before against Wilsey, and he's more than capable of coming back. That's a great sinker up and in to freeze him for strike 3. And I feel like, I mean, he's been here before. He certainly can, but there's only so much time left to do so.
Yeah, if anybody can do it, it's him. Like we've seen, we talked about it all day today, how many, big comebacks he's had, big moments. So he's been here before. That's going to be Juan Soto with a perfect single. A 2-out single. So now 2 runners on for Wilsey. But he needs something. He needs something right now, something to show life. I think if he's able to pull this comeback, that game 3 might be one for the ages. I will say that.
Yeah, I will say if we get to that point, it would be crazy. But this is a situation here. We have a big situation ahead here.
Oh.
As that is driven the right field by Jorge Polanco. That ball is at least got to be going 490 feet. That was crushed. 499.
It did go at least 490. Yep. That ball was destroyed.
Jorge Polanco. And I think this is what Wilsey has done. That's another great swing from Wilsey. Opposite field by Mike Piazza. And we talked about how there's only so much time for Kreiner to find it. I think that time gets even shorter with this inning from Wilsey. And this is what he's done well. He's gotten runners on. He's hit the home runs when he's needed to. And this is a lot of pressure on Kreiner to find that offense in just the 4th inning here.
Yeah, and I think, Kreiner will probably be the first one to tell you that he needed to hit better. Anyways, there's still game left, but right now Wilsey is smacking everything out of the stadium. Like that's his 3rd home run in a row, right? Like that's his 3rd home run in a row. Back-to-back perfect. Now he's in mercy rule territory. And 3 outs away from walking away with $10,000.
Yeah, Will's just building up a collection of clips on his console. He's just building up
storage
clips from just these couple of games. It's honestly, he's put up some great swings. He's just been dialed in offensively. He's looked great at the plate in just these first 2 games. And I know we came into the series questioning, based on how the Wien series went, he slowed down a bit if he was going to be able to keep it up. And so far, these first 2 games, he has just been on his game.
Yeah, the swings that he've put up, like, again, I think the only 2 bad innings, I'll say, or the first 2 innings of game 1 against Wings, and then after that was it. Like, he hasn't slowed down one bit.
I mean, it's big to keep this at a 10-run deficit. Obviously, avoiding a mercy and just staying alive in the game is one small challenge to overcome. But the more runs Wilsey scores here, the more difficult that gets. And speaking, Kreiner has been slow offensively here. You really want to keep this here. There's a grounder to second. Jorge Polanco with the dive, and it's going to keep it at a 10-run deficit. But Wilsey puts up 5 in the inning, makes it a 10-run ball game, and now Kreiner needs to score a run just to avoid the mercy.
Yeah, and that's Polanco. We talked about his card, how good he is. He does it defensively, even though he has 60-something defense. It doesn't matter. He's in his secondary position, and there's Polanco on the offensive side now. That will be a leadoff double because he also has 80-something speed.
He's safe.
Promising swing to start off the inning, and especially on that down and sinker that's caused fits for people. Now, is Wilsey contemplating taking him out? He does. He takes out Halladay, who has worked pretty well here. And now Clark Schmidt is in this game here in the 4th, and I'm really interested to see how that decision pays off.
We've seen Wilsey has been doing this every game. He doesn't give his pitchers a lot of time. If he sees some red flags, he's just gonna not ignore them and go to the pen immediately. And it's been working out, and there it is again for Clark Schmidt. He comes up, it starts a 1-2-3. That's a strikeout, 3 pitches and you're out.
That is the legend ranked experience right there. 3 straight slurves down the way. It is really difficult to do anything with that pitch. I don't even think Kreiner could have done anything with that one that was right on the black to end the at bat. That's just what this part of the game is like. And Clark Schmidt found the spots.
Yeah, the movement on that slurve is insane. It's insane. And that's going to go back-to-back
strikeouts. Yep. Now it's down to Fernando Tatis. Kreiner needs to score 1 to avoid the mercy. But if
I think he's down to his last out. He's down but not out because Fernando Tatis will hit a 2-run shot, no doubter there. I think we lost their scan, but 465 from Tatis makes this an 8-run ball game, and Kreiner's alive for at least another inning, at least one more inning. He's gonna have to do it now against Lou Trevino. That's gonna be a base. Nope. Diving play by Mookie up to over to first. That's gonna be out number 3. But Kreiner do put up 2. He's still in the game. No mercy rule just yet. And we'll see. All he needs is 2 runs, and will be the winner of this year's summer circuit.
Do I need to be disconnected for Kreiner to score? Is that what does that just
maybe? Maybe.
Oh man. Well, Kreiner does stay alive, which is promising, but he's got to find a way to get outs on the mound here. Mookie, Trey Turner, and Babe Ruth, 3 tough outs. So no easy task here still, but I mean, he's burning through that bullpen. This is just going to get more and more difficult for Kreiner, especially since Wilsey seemingly heated up the bats here this last inning.
Yeah, and again, all Wilsey needs is a bloop and a blast. We've seen Kreiner attack the upper part of the zone the last couple of innings, and he's been working fine as he goes back-to-back sinker, this time up and in. And Wilsey got on top of that one, so maybe he's trying to make the adjustments, trying to slow down the bats. We've seen how good Wilsey has been with Trey Turner, so we see another sinker up in the zone. The 0-1 pitch, that's going to be that slider taken for ball 1. Again.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any notes to take, this Lou Trevino has been a popular reliever. Yep. Kind of the kind of sidearm release. I don't even think you'd call that sidearm, more so like a three-quarters release. Throws across his body, almost in a similar light to like Adam Ottavino. So definitely a popular reliever choice for right now, but that's hit to right field by Trey Turner, and that is going to leave 15-6 now for Wilsey.
And he got Babe Ruth with the championship run at the plate against this Lou Trevino, who's been, everybody has him. It's kind of like a must-have in this season too. So far, he came out not too long ago, so we've seen him quite a bit today, but Babe Ruth,
just underneath that. This is big because Wilsey is the home team here, and if he scores 1 run, then he gets the mercy rule in his second game to become your finals champion or your summer circuit champion here. So scary inning for Kreiner. Can't allow another run. You don't have any more to give right now.
Yeah, 1 swing away. And Chipper Jones,
part of the order here.
Yeah,
Chipper Jones, not a fun matchup here.
He's fighting. He's trying to throw those dots. There's the sinker up in the zone, and again, Wilsey wasn't able to do any damage. It was very early on that one, so Kreiner escapes the 4th and extend the game. He's extending the game at least another inning, and he has the heart of the order now.
Yeah, Kreiner is not done yet. Clutch pitching to get out of that inning. I'll tell you what, though. I mean, I know there's a lot of pressure here with the series on the line, as that's going to be a backhanded play by Lou Trevino on the mound to get the first out. There's a lot of pressure to put up that big inning right now. Wilsey's putting up good swings at the plate. He's the home team, so he kind of decides the mercy rule here as the home team. He's got to find this timing, especially on those away pitches here. Honestly, right now, where he is in dire trouble.
That's ball 2.
Yeah, I think Kreiner knows that 1 run, right? He knows that all Wilsey needs is 1 run. He knows that's not going to be enough. Try to sit back on that one, but got a little bit under that 77 exit velo. Just not enough. And that's the second out.
Yeah, that's Vladdy versus righties, a little weaker in the power, and then those down and away sliders, man, they can really, those are tough on legend difficulty here. See that PCI shrunk to a very small amount, and Griner's crushed the inside stuff, just barely hits that one foul. And he just has not found that timing on everything yet. He's just been late in the away stuff. Has done good on the inside pitches, and I think Wilsey just knows when he needs a big pitch to throw Kreiner away. He hasn't been able to make him pay for those pitches yet. Couple good takes here to make it a 2-2 count.
Yeah, and I think the 15 runs from Wilsey in 4 innings, that's more of the number that we've seen from the players that end up winning, right? As Kreiner gets a perfect single. It's more of those. It's more of the high double digits. 15 to 20 plus runs. That's what's gonna get you. So when, especially here at Laughing Mountain against the best players in the world, you need a lot of runs.
Absolutely. Good timing, high fly ball the right field, but the ball is just hit to the moon. He's underneath the ball, and that is gonna keep it scoreless for Kreiner in that inning. Middle of the 5th coming up, and Wilsey just pitches another shutout inning, and man, like for a second after that perfect single, I thought Kreiner found it. Honestly, not a bad swing on that down and away slider, but sometimes there's not much you can do with those pitches. And now here we go. Juan Soto starts off this inning with a perfect rope up the middle, and the winning run for Wilsey is over on first base already.
One swing will end it. I think, you know, we've seen a lot of Polanco, but we've seen a lot of Polanco against righties. We're gonna see Esteury Ruiz is gonna be the pinch runner. Wilsey is going for it right now. He knows a ball hit in the gap will be the game. That's why he wanted the speed there.
He's been very aggressive managing, and it's worked out for him a lot. It's here, and he's doing it again, taking out a solid hitter to get some speed. Just wants a ball to the gap to potentially win a game. But now a 1-2 count. Fastball underneath it. That is going to stay in. I almost feel like a Yankee fan at Yankee Stadium seeing a deep fly ball, thinking it's going to be a home run every time. With a walk-off at stake here, every fly ball is scary if you're Kreiner. But this inning's still alive. 1 out. Runner on first. One swing could win this series for Wilsey. There's an up and in slider, and that's going to be another fly out to make it 2 outs in the inning.
Yeah, and the thing with this Chapman is that, you know, similar to Shohei, doesn't have the best control. He only has those 3 pitches, so mistake pitches are going to happen. Now, is Wilsey going to take advantage of that? That's what we're about to see, because that slider caught a lot of the play, and Wilsey missed it.
There's a perfect from Brian Reynolds. In case you did not know, his supercharge. That's hit to the gap, but Trey Turner cuts it off. 99 speed. He's sending him home. We're going to have a play at the plate, and the managerial decision pays off. Wilsey walks it off here in game number 2 versus Kreiner to mercy rule him 2-0 in our Summer Circuit Finals, and he is our Summer Circuit champion, winning $10,000.
I mean, and what a performance, right? What a performance, hitting performance from Wilsey from game 1 today. Even going back to yesterday, he won all 3 games. Today, he only lost his first game, and it was by scoring 26 runs. So that's insane hitting performance that he had all day. And like you mentioned, good managerial move there by bringing Ruiz, that 99 speed. He knew he was going for it. He didn't want to give Kreiner any chances, and he came out on top and won the $10,000 in this Summer Circuit.
Absolutely. Key difference was that Kreiner was just never really able to get going in the series. I really thought in this second game, he started off with this perfect with Vlad. It looked like he was going offensively, but Wilsey's just been so aggressive managing, took out Ohtani right away and brought in Roy Halladay, and that stopped the rally from Kreiner and honestly cooled off the bets. He bounced back right away in the bottom of the first and was just more consistent at the plate, consistently put up runs for the next few innings, and was just able to build up a separation from Kreiner. And at some point, it was just very difficult for Kreiner to even stay in the game. He was just fighting to avoid a mercy, and that aggressive managing, like we talked about, was the final icing on the cake. The pinch runner scores on a double to the gap. And Willsy, as you saw, comes out with the win, taking out two of our best esport competitor performers who have already won events, Weens and then Kreiner, to win this summer circuit bracket. A very impressive showing from him today.
Yeah, both former champions, and now Willsy is the new champion here in the summer circuit. And we mentioned the hitting. He does win that $10,000, as you can see. Kreiner with $5,000, another $5,000 that he can add to his earning careers of MLB The Show. But it was the pitching as well, right? He pitched well. He got that Hunter Brown, who kind of slowed down Kreiner a little bit even after that performance. Kreiner was locked in after the semifinals. He wasn't as locked in, or he didn't put as many runs here in the finals, and maybe that was part of because of that Willsy pitching that we saw.
Absolutely. I think the pitching was the difference. The offense was great, but the pitching and smart pitching when he needed it was just able to help minimize Kreiner at the plate. That was really what the difference was. And we even saw in the Wien series, he had some clutch pitching when he needed it to get out of some tough jams. And as you see with the points here, even though this is a big prize pool and all top 8 come out with at least 1,250, that's big for the grand scheme of tournaments this year. Those circuit points contribute to points all year that'll lead to the grand finals, which will have an even bigger prize pool of $50,000. So even if a player didn't do as well as they wanted in this tournament, and while there was an opportunity for big money that you might regret, you at least get some solid circuit points. And if you perform well in the fall circuit here in the future, then you have a great chance of making those grand finals and really making it big in there.
I mean, we've seen a lot of familiar names and faces in these kinds of tournaments. Same with the bullpen bash. All those points are going to accumulate. That's going to be huge as well. So, you know, I think it's going to be key. We're going to see Kreiner back. We're going to see, you know, Willsy back. Alex, both Alexes, right, that were in the finals.
Yeah.
That bullpen bash. We got big tournaments of that race invitational as well. So we got some big names in that one. So there's a lot of competitive gaming that we're going to see from MLB The Show, you know, for the rest of the year.
Absolutely. And I mention this every year. It feels like that pool of players who now insert themselves into the group that makes deep run these tournaments. It seems like it just kind of grows bit by bit. And last year, Willsy kind of entered that bunch, came into some of the tournaments and made some deep runs. Didn't really come out with the win like he may have wanted to. But here in 24, comes up with a big win. And we'll actually be able to interview Willsy after winning his championship. Willsy, winning $10,000. How do we feel right now?
I am this is the happiest I've ever been in a very long time. I can't even lie. All the ranked games, you know, everything paid off. So I'm extremely happy.
That's great, man. Great job today. I want to ask, the first thing we talked about a lot was your hitting. What do you think that you did right at the plate today that allowed you to win these series?
I think it was just me being patient for like the first game of the Weens game when he got a big lead on me. In the first and second inning, I was really aggressive and like I was getting out. And then in the third and back half, I started to take some pitches and wait for my pitch. So yeah, I think it was just being patient at the plate.
Yeah, we did notice that the first couple innings of the Weens series, and that's something that we were mentioning. You got, I think those might have been the only 2 scoreless innings that you had all tournament or all day today. You know, so obviously amazing hitting performance there. But I think, you know, talk a little bit about your pitching against that Kreiner series, you know, with the Kreiner series, because Kreiner went back-to-back mercy rules in the semis against Alex, who we know is a great player. So what were you able to do, or what were you seeing pitching-wise to kind of slow down those bats?
Well, I just think the pitchers with the high walks per 9 to where I was able to dot a lot of pitches, because when I pitched Shohei, he has a high hits per 9, make his PCI would be small, but the ball would just go anywhere because I can't control with him, so it would just fly. But every single time I brought in somebody that had a good control, I would just dot the corners, and yeah, ever since I started doing that, I pitched very well.
Yeah, I think
Absolutely.
we saw Hunter Brown a couple of times. So was big, you know, limiting those guys to not a whole lot of runs, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. The pitching, I think, was the big thing there. That's really what allowed you to build up that offense in that series. And now that you went through all of that stress and chaos and won this, you might not have an answer for this, but what do you think you're spending that $10,000 on?
I think I'm gonna go on a few golf trips a lot. Might you know, share the wealth a little bit and just like, you know, save the rest for college. So yeah.
Smart. That is a smart answer. What a showing from you today. Congratulations for the showing today. It was fun watching you.
Thank you.
Thank you for hopping on with us, Wilsey. Congratulations again for winning the summer circuit, and thank you for chatting with us.
No problem.
So that was an incredible showing from Wilsey. I mean, we heard a bit of the approach and what really happened there, some of the little strategy behind it, and man, just in general, I want to say thank you to all of our players who contribute in this tournament. You guys make these tournaments fun to watch and fun for everyone as a community. So shout out to everyone who played and streamed their games, competed in the tournament, whether or not you made it deep enough for us to really watch you. The community is what makes these things happen. And I gotta say, for a summer circuit, that was very fun to watch. How did we feel about it, Yayo?
No, that was a lot of fun. I mean, we have a first-time champion who beat the 3-time champion. Congrats to all the players, all the you know, amazing showing from everyone. You know, even going back to wins and Alex, who ended up losing 3rd and 4th. But hey, they got their points. They got some money as well. Shout out to everyone in the controls for having this and making this run as smoothly as possible. I cannot wait for the next one. Now I'm probably gonna hop on Legend thinking I'm gonna score 10, 15, 20 runs.
Yep.
And get no hit or something and just go
absolutely.
back to
I'm with you there. Yep. Thank you all for watching. We appreciate you all for hanging out with us today. We hope you have a great rest of your Sunday, and we'll be back here again here soon for the fall circuit.
Till next time.